LoveLore Library. Chapter 425. Lin Che leaned against the wall and played with his phone as he said, "Not really. I learn wherever I go." Qin Wanwan saw that Lin Che was indifferent, so she returned to her own bed. She looked at Lin Che and thought resentfully in her heart, "You're still pretending to be calm at a time like this. I'll see how calm you can be." The next day, Qin Wanwan specially took a day off before leaving for the big award ceremony. Her bright red dress was very eye-catching in front of the camera. News of Qin Wanwan being drugged by Lin Che was nearing the time of the big award ceremony. Her reputation shot up in an instant, and her pitiful image as a victim earned her a lot of sympathy votes. Thus, she attracted a lot of attention as soon as she arrived. The reporters immediately surrounded her. They looked at Qin Wanwan and asked, "Are you confident about tonight's big prize?" Qin Wanwan said, "I've never been confident, but if you can give me the award, I'll be very surprised." "What do you think about Lin Che withdrawing from the award ceremony?" Qin Wanwan said, "I think it's a pity. Why did she suddenly withdraw from the award ceremony? Did you guys really come to an agreement?" Qin Wanwan said, "Well, I don't know. She didn't tell me about her withdrawal. Although we're staying in the same room now, she's not in a good mood and doesn't seem to communicate with others, so I didn't disturb her and ask too many questions. Anyway, I was surprised to see the news out of nowhere." What he was trying to say was that quitting was indeed baffling and would make people speculate wildly. If there was no other reason for quitting, then it had to be because of Qin Wanwan. Furthermore, Qin Wanwan also said that although they shared a room, Lin Che was ignoring her now. She secretly thought that Lin Che was really not generous. He was angry at her for doing something wrong. The reporter asked again, "So is the drugging real?" Qin Wanwan said, "I'm not sure. I've already handed it over to the police and the company, but I've been busy with my studies recently and didn't have time to deal with these things." "Then, is the agreement real or not?" "My manager went to talk to her manager about how to deal with it, but I don't know the specifics of the agreement. Not long after we talked, it seems like she withdrew from the judging panel," Qin Wanwan said. As everyone listened, the camera flashes became even brighter. Everyone pushed each other's microphones, feeling that what she had just said was too much information. Wasn't this a tacit agreement? Lin Che's withdrawal from the election was indeed due to an agreement. After that, Qin Wanwan's manager came to stop the crowd and told them to step back and not to push anymore. "In any case, whether she withdraws or not has nothing to do with us, right? She's already dropped from the rankings, so don't blame it on us. If it weren't for us, she might not have been able to participate in the awards." His words were so direct that the media was stunned. The media was naturally overjoyed. In their hearts, they thought that they did not come for nothing today. They would have a lot to write about when they got back. However, at this moment, a piece of breaking news was suddenly released by a media outlet. The nominees for the Golden Film Awards were announced today. Lin Che was nominated for the Golden Name Award for Best Female Lead with the film that had yet to be released. The crowd burst into an uproar. Lin Che has been nominated for a Golden Name Award. No way, right? Lin Che has been nominated? How is that possible? The news just came out. Why are you still here filming the awards? Did you forget the nominees for the Golden Name Awards were announced today? The reporter mumbled, "Didn't you say Lin Che withdrew from the awards because her ranking dropped? She's participating in the Golden Name Awards and can't be bothered with the awards." "That's right. If she's nominated for the Golden Name Awards, she'll be a Best Actress. Compared to the Golden Name Awards, who cares about the awards? Of course she wants the Golden Name Awards. The awards are just for fun. Every year, the winners of the Golden Name Awards go down in history. How could they have the same meaning?" On stage, Qin Wanwan looked embarrassed. Her manager was also dumbfounded. Lin Che was nominated for the Golden Name Awards. Why didn't anyone tell them this news? This Yu Minmin. Didn't she hide it too thoroughly? At this moment, no one cared about Qin Wanwan or today's awards. They all started thinking of how to write their reports. They wrote that Lin Che had been silent for a few days and was worried about losing face due to rumors that she withdrew from the awards because her ranking dropped. It was only today that they found out she withdrew because she had to participate in the Golden Name Award selection. After being nominated, she was busy dealing with the Golden Name Award selection and couldn't attend the awards. This news engulfed the entire entertainment industry. Everyone saw that Lin Che was suddenly nominated and started searching for Lin Che's shadow. However, Lin Che didn't appear. She merely posted on Weibo that she was continuing her studies at school and was grateful for the Golden Name Award's trust in her. She was pleasantly surprised. Regardless of whether she won the award or not, she was already very satisfied today. However, Lin Che's official Weibo released a piece of news that turned the situation around. The official Weibo said, "These past few days, there have been some reports claiming that Lin Che used illegal drugs to poison Miss Qin Wanwan. After an in-depth investigation, we discovered that the drug can only cause a person's skin to change shape when the dosage reaches 300 milliliters or more. However, if the drug isn't used continuously, it will change back and won't cause permanent damage." In other words, the few milliliters of drugs found in the drug that day weren't enough to cause Miss Qin's skin to change shape, much less cause her to be disfigured. This is because if the drug is used in small amounts, it will be metabolized very quickly and it will be quickly metabolized out of the body. It's impossible to cause symptoms like vomiting, convulsions, etc. There also won't be any other reactions. Therefore, we feel that Miss Qin's convulsions and vomiting that day might have been caused by other drugs and not this type of drug. We hope that Miss Qin's manager can properly investigate the good news and investigate the people around her to prevent others from using drugs on Miss Qin, causing her to vomit and convulse even though she only had a slight cold that day. In short, there was absolutely no need for Lin Che to use those few milliliters of drugs on her to cause her to be slandered like this. As for why she was suddenly slandered, we will continue to investigate. As for the unclear media reports, which caused our company's Lin Che to be misunderstood and cursed by others, we will be taking legal action and asking these media outlets to give Lin Che justice. This time, the internet exploded again. Someone said, "This time, Qin Wanwan has been slapped in the face." What do you mean by being framed? I think it's all self-directed and self-acted. They even said that Lin Che withdrew from the big award. He obviously doesn't care about the big award. Let Qin Wanwan participate in the big award. I think this big award is really useless. I won't watch it anyway. Chapter 426. I don't want to watch it either. It's not something authoritative at all. It's just for fun. It's really boring. The people from the Arts Awards felt wronged. Because of Qin Wanwan, everyone started to look down on the Arts Awards. Although it was nothing compared to the Golden Awards. Many people attended the Arts Awards that day, but seeing Qin Wanwan sitting there, they couldn't help but feel embarrassed for her. Initially, they came to the Arts Awards to make some headlines, but now, they were ashamed and didn't want to participate anymore. They felt that the awards had suddenly become very low class. That night, Qin Wanwan didn't win first place. Instead, an old actress who had just gotten married and had a child gained a lot of support and suddenly won first place. The next day, Lin Che's news was everywhere, but Qin Wanwan's participation in the Arts Awards only took up a little space, as if it was mentioned in passing. In the office, Miss Lin said hurriedly, "I didn't expect things to turn out like this." "Wanwan, don't worry. We didn't expect it this time, so we were tricked by her." It won't happen next time. Why didn't we expect her to secretly go to the Golden Awards and even get nominated? Alright, get out. Qin Wanwan gritted her teeth as she read the news, her face turning purple. As for Lin Che. When they arrived at school, everyone looked at Lin Che, who had just been cleared of all her wrongdoings. For a moment, they felt a little guilty about how they had wronged her over the past few days. So when they saw her, they all greeted her from afar, cheering her on and congratulating her. Lin Che felt refreshed. It was as if the weather had gotten better. When she entered the classroom, the teacher looked at Lin Che and didn't dare to give her a dirty look. She said to her enthusiastically, "Lin Che, you're here. Oh yeah, I saw the news that you were nominated for the Best Actress award. Not bad, not bad. You're young and promising. Good luck in the future." Lin Che didn't forget how they looked down on her and thought more highly of Qin Wanwan. She smiled coldly and said, "Thank you." Then she returned to her seat. The students crowded around him and said to Lin Che, "If you become the Best Actress this time, I'll be the classmate of the Best Actress." Yeah, I didn't expect to know the Best Actress award. It's unbelievable. Do your best, Lin Che. We'll be relying on you to act cool in the future. Everyone really felt that Lin Che was really amazing. They admired and envied her. At such a young age, he was like a superstar these past few days, occupying a large section of the news. It was almost to the point where everyone knew who Lin Che was. Lin Che was also very surprised. He did not expect that her fans would suddenly increase by a lot after being scolded and then rehabilitated. Her popularity also rose once again. Because it had risen to the social section, many people who did not watch entertainment news or television dramas knew who Lin Che was. Should I thank Qin Wanwan? Unfortunately, Qin Wanwan didn't come to class at all. She said she was sick and needed treatment. The teacher finally said that the training would end in 2 weeks. At the end of the training, everyone was required to perform a talent show for the final exam. Lin Che suddenly felt embarrassed again. She really didn't have any talent to perform. Seeing that her classmates were all thinking about her talent in full swing, she started to feel a little worried. At night, Qin Wanwan finally arrived at school. Although she looked like she had only been here for a day, she seemed to have lost weight. Everyone was eating melon seeds and watching TV in the dormitory. When they saw Qin Wanwan come in, they were all stunned. Qin Wanwan came in and said, "What are you guys talking about?" Little Qing said awkwardly, "Oh, we're watching TV." Qin Wanwan came in and walked directly towards Lin Che. The few of them were a little nervous, worried that she and Lin Che would be together. These few days, they had misunderstood Lin Che and thought that she was very bad. However, now that the misunderstanding was cleared, they thought that Lin Che was actually really a good person. Not only was she not arrogant, but she was also very approachable. Although she was already a very famous superstar, she was not at all careless when she ate melon seeds and chatted with them. She did not dislike them at all. Hence, at this moment, they wanted to protect Lin Che. However, fortunately, Qin Wanwan obviously did not want to make things difficult for Lin Che. She just sat next to Lin Che and said to him, "Oh right, congratulations on being nominated for the Golden Name Awards this time. You're really amazing to be nominated for your first movie." "Thank you. I'm also very surprised," Lin Che said indifferently. Qin Wanwan said after a while, "Oh right. I also read the news this time. It turns out that Sister Lin misunderstood you. I'm sorry on behalf of Sister Lin. You won't be angry with me, right?" Since she said that, what else could Lin Che say? He could only look at her and say, "No, I'm not angry." That's good. Seeing that Qin Wanwan was fine, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Alright, let's continue playing the game. Just then, someone's phone rang. Little Ching said directly, "Hey, why don't we play this game now?" Whoever's phone rings, let the person sitting next to her answer the phone. Hee hee, what do you think? When everyone heard that, they felt that this game was very interesting, so they immediately agreed. Just then, Qin Wanwan's phone rang first. Actually, Lin Che and Qin Wanwan would definitely have a lot of calls. Since both of them were relatively popular, there would be more people looking for them. When they heard Qin Wanwan's phone ring, everyone immediately cheered and asked the person behind them to answer the phone. Unfortunately, this call was only from the housekeeper, asking about the layout of the house. Just when everyone was feeling bored, Lin Che's phone suddenly rang. Little Qing, who was sitting behind Lin Che, immediately said, That's great." I picked up the phone. "Hey, dear hubby, are you serious? Is Lin Che your boyfriend? He's so annoying." Lin Che blushed. He had forgotten that this was the name marked on her phone number with Gu Jingze. Fortunately, no one thought that she was married. After all, it was common for couples to call each other husband and wife nowadays. Lin Che immediately said, I don't want to play anymore." How could little Qing agree to it? She immediately picked up the phone. She even put it on public speaker. "Hello," the person on the phone said in a low voice. The magnetic cello-like bass really made people drunk in an instant. This voice was really nice to listen to. Little Qing said, Is this Lin Che's hubby? We're her classmates." The person on the phone seemed to be silent for a moment. Lin Che suddenly felt like he had fucked up. "I'm hanging up. I'm so annoying." Little Qing took the phone and ran. "Lin Che is in our hands now. If you want to ransom him, bring us snacks. Otherwise, Lin Che will belong to us." After a while, the person on the phone said softly, "Okay, I'll give you snacks later." "Aw, really?" "Of course." Oh my god, Lin Che hurriedly snatched the phone. Chapter 427. Little Qing ran back happily. "He's so handsome. Lin Che's boyfriend has such a nice voice." Alright. We heard it. You don't have to emphasize it. Lin Che has such a nice voice. I can get pregnant just by listening to it." Lin Che looked at them speechlessly. He thought that Gu Jingze was just treating it as a joke. Unexpectedly, a voice came from outside. When little Qing went to open the door, she saw a few people walking in with big boxes of snacks. "Miss Lin Che, right? This is the Peninsula Hotel's desserts. Can you accept it?" Hui exclaimed, "Wow, the Peninsula Hotel's desserts. It can't be. When did they deliver them?" Another classmate said, "It's expensive. I went to their place for desserts last time. A small strawberry pie costs $5,000. Wow, they delivered so many at once. How much does it cost? Why don't you see what kind of power they have to have the Peninsula Hotel deliver desserts to them?" Everyone opened the exquisite box and looked at the desserts inside. They gasped in admiration and looked at Lin Che with even more envy. Lin Che actually had such a rich boyfriend. Of course, they wouldn't be stupid enough to tell others. The rules of this industry meant that some things couldn't be said to outsiders. However, this didn't stop them from being envious. Only Qin Wanwan, who was standing at the side, watched as everyone surrounded Lin Che and flattered him. She was curious about Lin Che's boyfriend but couldn't bring herself to ask. It was as if Lin Che was already the center of attention. Qin Wanwan didn't like the feeling of being outdone, but she could only watch from the side. It was her fault for not having a boyfriend who could deliver desserts from the Peninsula Hotel anytime. Qin Wanwan felt that this was a little strange. Seeing that Lin Che had come over, she couldn't help but ask, who was that? Gu Jingyu. Lin Che said, there's nothing much to say about him. Qin Wanwan said, anyway, I won't tell anyone. However, Gu Jingyu is indeed capable of having the power to deliver desserts from the Peninsula Hotel here. It's just that the voice doesn't sound like Gu Jingyu. Of course, the voice over the phone is a little different. Lin Che just smiled and ate the snacks, too lazy to talk so much to her. Qin Wanwan saw that Lin Che wasn't going to say anything, so she could only stand there and watch. Qin Wanwan didn't want to eat a single bite of her man's food. She didn't know whether that person was Gu Jingyu or not, but no matter who it was, the fact that Lin Che had such an enviable rich boyfriend made Qin Wanwan very angry. Lin Che, on the other hand, ran out hurriedly and said to the people who delivered the snacks, thank you. Oh right, here's your tip. Lin Che thought that since they had come all the way here, and it was such a high-class place, they would probably have to collect some tips. However, when the money was taken out, the two of them quickly said, no need, Mrs. Gu. It's our honor to be able to give you something. The other man quickly added, yeah. If Mr. Gu finds out that we took your money, we won't be able to stay in Country C, that's right. You just need to keep the money. We're leaving now. The two of them hurriedly bowed to Lin Che and immediately left. Lin Che had no choice but to keep the money. Seeing how scared the two of them were, he felt a little strange. Then, Lin Che picked up his phone and quickly called Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze said, did you receive the snacks? Yeah, I did. But I wanted to give them a tip, but they didn't accept it. I heard that the snacks are very high class. I feel embarrassed that they made an exception for me. Gu Jingze said, there's no such thing as an exception. He thought that it was right that they didn't accept it. They must be tired of living to dare to ask the Gu family for a tip. Lin Che said, how could that be? Don't they all have book puppets? Oh right, thank you for specially sending it to us. Is this how you thank me? Gu Jingze said. Lin Che was stunned. Ah. Gu Jingze only said in a low voice, come down, now. What? Lin Che was stunned. He quickly leaned against the window and looked down. He saw that a car was already parked below. That man was like a cool breeze, standing there and looking up. Lin Che was delighted. She didn't expect him to actually come. She quickly ran down and ran straight to Gu Jingze. Why are you here? Lin Che smiled at him and said. The corners of Gu Jingze's lips curled up. He smiled and directly pulled Lin Che into the car. Hey, what are you doing? There's someone, where is she? Gu Jingze threw himself on her and stared into her eyes in the dark. Lin Che looked up. Wasn't that right? The driver wasn't there. He was ready for it. Thinking of this, Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze attaching himself to her and blushed. You. What are you going to do now? Don't you know what I'm going to do? How would I know? It's okay. You'll know in a while. As Gu Jingze spoke, he held her hand and slowly lifted it up. Their fingers clasped tightly, and his teeth bit her earlobe, making her tremble all of a sudden. I want to eat you, he said quietly before biting down on her neck, leaving little marks on it. Lin Che couldn't hold it in any longer. In fact, she missed him so much too. She missed his touch, his smell, his sexy body, his skin that didn't have an inch of excess flesh, and the surprise his kisses brought her. Every time, she would be intoxicated by them. In short, his body was filled with unforgettable merits that made people unable to extricate themselves from being intoxicated by him. She was telling herself in her heart that she shouldn't. What if someone came? But her body was already out of control and she fell into oblivion with him. The next day, Lin Che looked at the other nominees. 2 of them were movie stars and 1 was a newcomer, but she had already acted in 2 roles. Lin Che was the most inexperienced one. Lin Che suddenly felt pressured. She complained to Yu Minmin over the phone. Although it's very pretentious to be nominated, I think it'll be very difficult for me to get the award. You won't be angry if I don't get it, right? You're already the president's wife, so you don't care if I get the award or not, right? Screw you. Just work hard. Also, if you say president again, I'll hit you. Yu Minmin still wasn't used to being called president's wife. However, the schedule for the president's wedding had already been brought forward. The days were getting closer and closer. After dealing with the incident with Lin Che, the president's wedding ceremony finally arrived. That day, Gu Jingze called Lin Che early in the morning and asked him to attend the wedding together. Chapter 428. Lin Che applied for leave from the teacher. Everyone looked at Lin Che and asked her where she was going. Only Qin Wanwan knew something. Although it was only a guess and had never been confirmed, she still asked Lin Che secretly, "Are you going to attend the president's wedding?" Lin Che looked at Qin Wanwan. It was really strange. She had always been cold to Qin Wanwan. How could Qin Wanwan pretend that nothing had happened? Lin Che said, "You're thinking too much." Qin Wanwan said, "Isn't Gu Jingyu definitely going to attend the wedding? It's normal for him to bring you there. It's really nice to know someone from the Gu family. You can go to such a high-class place." Lin Che said, "Ah." She waved her hand and left. Qin Wanwan gritted her teeth. It seemed like she was really going to attend the president's wedding. Someone like Qin Wanwan never thought about that kind of occasion. Meanwhile, Lin Che was taken to Gu Jingze's car and changed into a suitable gown. "You'll see some poor politicians today. Just follow behind me," Gu Jingze instructed her. Lin Che was speechless. "They're all important politicians. Don't speak so condescendingly, all right." However, when they arrived, they saw some men who were usually very dignified on television actually running over to greet Gu Jingze. "Welcome, Mr. Gu. We've been waiting for a long time." Lin Che felt like she was hallucinating. She couldn't believe that she was with someone who could affect the politics of country C with just a stomp of his foot. However, when she turned to look at the man beside her, everything felt so real. In the next moment, she was pulled into Glass Palace by him. There were a few steps to the wedding. First, there would be a ceremony similar to worshipping the ancestors. Then, there would be a grand wedding in front of everyone. After that, there would be a photo shoot at the entrance of Glass Palace. Then, there would be a meeting with the people on the balcony at the top of Glass Palace. Yu Minmin looked at the schedule and felt a headache coming on. The clothes on his body were unbearably heavy, and the long tail was also very difficult to accept. When Lin Che was about to enter, the people outside tried to stop her. The people behind her quickly said, "This is Mrs. Gu." The guards from Glass Palace were stunned. They quickly moved aside respectfully and apologized to Lin Che. Lin Che hurriedly said that there was no need, but he still hurriedly walked inside. Yu Minmin finally saw someone familiar and said, "Are there a lot of people outside?" Lin Che smiled and said, "Not many, but believe me, everyone will be watching this scene on TV." "Fine." Yu Minmin looked at the guards and said, "It seems that they are all quite afraid of Gu Jingze." Lin Che asked curiously, "Why? Why are they afraid of Gu Jingze?" "I heard from the people of Glass Palace that they are very afraid of Gu Jingze because he is very unreasonable. In any case, when they heard that it was you, none of them dared to stop you. They even hurriedly let you in respectfully." Let me tell you, after so many days, you are the first person to make them show any expression. Damn, I think you're not nervous anymore, right? Of course not. After a while, Yu Minmin's mother came with his younger brother. Yu Minmin's personal guard came to inform him that the two people had been brought in. Yu Minmin hurriedly went out to receive his relatives. His mother and younger brother had also changed into more formal clothes. The gowns looked very fitting and must have been ordered in advance. His mother looked at them all the way and seemed to be still in a daze. There are so many people here. Minmin, are all these people here to attend the wedding? All right, Mom, just listen to the arrangements later. Don't worry about these people. They are all here to attend the wedding. His younger brother also said, Wow, sis, you're so beautiful. This place is too big. Is this Glass Palace? Oh my God, I'm actually standing in Glass Palace. Seriously, I told my classmates but they didn't believe me. Will I be able to appear on TV later? When I appear, I want to greet my classmates and tell them that it's true. I'm in Glass Palace. Yu Minmin was speechless and said, All right, don't mess around later. If you get taken away by the guards, I won't be able to save you. His mother still looked flustered. She had never seen such a scene before. Although she was looking forward to it, she only became nervous when she arrived. Minmin, when I went out, those people were so envious of me. They said that today is the wedding of the century. Everyone in the country and the world are watching. You made it so big. Yu Minmin said, the whole country will probably report about it on the news, but not too much. The world news will probably report about it, but not too much. That's true. That's true. Everyone in the country will be able to see your wedding. Oh my, Min, our family is really relying on you now. Didn't you see what the neighbors are saying? They used to think that our family and your father were just gambling addicts, but now they're all saying that they raised a good daughter. Oh my, Min, this is great. His younger brother also said, Will I be able to see Mr. President later? Can I take a picture with him? That's brother-in-law. Can I call him brother-in-law? Yu Minmin was really defeated by them. They seemed to be even more excited than her. Then, his younger brother noticed Lin Che. Wow, Lin Che, nice to meet you. I'm Yu Qingqing. I'm your fan. I think you're too pretty. I even joined your fan club. Lin Che smiled at him. You must be Minmin's younger brother. You two look a little alike. His younger brother's face was red. He looked at her and said, Can I take a picture with you? Of course, of course. Lin Che took a picture with him. His younger brother said, My sister is really something. She's even her own manager. She won't even let me meet a celebrity. Can I show this picture to others? I want to show it to my classmates. They must be shocked. Of course. He was overjoyed. He looked at Lin Che and said shyly, You look better than on TV, really. Yu Minmin saw that it was about time. She said to the two of them, All right, you guys go and rest first. We still have things to do. The ceremony was about to begin. Lin Che accompanied Yu Minmin. After it began, they lined up outside and fired a warning shot. Then, Yu Minmin finally appeared on camera. Yu Minmin was smiling. Her floor-length wedding dress looked very elegant. Beautiful diamonds adorned her slender neck, revealing her collarbone. She looked sexy and elegant. Yu Minmin raised her head and looked at Gu Jingming. He was standing opposite her. Dressed in a neat presidential suit, he looked very suave and imposing. His handsome face was also exceptionally beautiful. His pair of dark eyes were like the stars in the sky, shining with a dim light. His chiseled face was especially outstanding. Many people had already fallen for him just by showing a perfect smile to the camera. He was good-looking, but he was a little too cold. Chapter 429. Yu Minmin struggled to cope with the 15-centimeter high heels on her feet. She walked up to him and held his hand. The ceremony was complicated and intense. She couldn't care less about anything else. In the eyes of outsiders, this wedding was really eye-catching. Almost everyone turned up to watch. On the television, the reporters were excited. There hadn't been such a big event in Country C for many years, especially when it was a joyous occasion. Now we can see that Mr. President has appeared on the top floor with the bride. They are meeting the public here. Everyone is here. The president is waving to everyone with his wife. There are thousands of onlookers outside the Lapis Lazuli Palace. The guards are clearing the traffic and maintaining order. The bride is very beautiful. She is so generous. Not to mention, this ordinary but eye-catching wedding is really enviable. In front of the television. Suya, stop watching. Fang Zhongmo looked at her. There's nothing to watch. It's just a wedding. Yin Suya looked at the woman standing next to Gu Jingming. She looked at the grand scene. These should have been hers. But because she rejected them, they were pushed to someone else. At this moment, she started to feel sad and regretful. As the president's wife, she couldn't be herself casually anymore. There were many restrictions. But now that she saw so many people paying attention to her and being envied by so many people, she felt as if she had lost something important. It's okay. I wanted these for myself, didn't I? She was just a substitute. On TV, the president's wife, who was being watched by everyone, was just a substitute. Fang Zhongmo looked inside. He hadn't expected that the woman would be so pretty in front of the television. She looked a little like the president's wife. In the prison. Yu Minmin's father looked at the scene on the television. That's my daughter. That's my daughter. My daughter is the president's wife. Sigh, I knew she would have such a future. Everyone heard his shout and turned around to look, but they quickly turned their heads away, thinking that he was crazy and didn't bother him at all. The president's wedding is so grand. Yeah, look. So many people are watching. They even fired their guns. Those are the president's bodyguards and those behind are his bodyguards. It's such a grand scene. Papa Yu snorted. It's really my daughter. If you don't believe me, forget it. That's my daughter, Yu Minmin. No one believed it. How could the father of the president's wife still be in prison? After the banquet, Yu Minmin was exhausted. It was really tiring to greet hundreds of people outside. After the ceremony was over, all the important figures came to greet Yu Minmin and congratulate the newlyweds. Yu Minmin could only greet them one by one. Although she knew that they were all important figures, she still couldn't lift her spirits. In the end, Yu Minmin didn't know what to say. He didn't remember anyone. After much difficulty, she finally returned to the bridal chamber to rest. Sitting there, she was already drowsy. When Gu Jingming came in, she was already asleep. She lay there, curled up, and the white dress on her body was rolled up under her. Gu Jingming frowned. This was the first time he had seen her curled up like a child. Her exhausted face was full of fatigue. He wanted to kick her up, but when he saw the languid look in her eyes, he picked her up and placed her on the bed. Outside. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che, who was also tired. She didn't want to move. She lay there and said to Gu Jingze, I didn't know a wedding was so tiring. Gu Jingze said, Big Brother's wedding was a lot simpler. He's the president, so he has to be frugal. No way, Lin Che muttered. Luckily, we didn't have a wedding. Gu Jingze's face darkened. What did you say? Ah, Gu Jingzi said, is it so bad to have a wedding with me? Gu Jingzi pinched her little face. Lin Che quickly said, I didn't mean that. I didn't mean that. Gu Jingzi said, then why are you so reluctant? You just think that a wedding is tiring. So you still don't want to. I'm willing. Really, I'm very willing. I'm willing to marry you, no matter how tiring it is, Lin Che said speechlessly. Gu Jingzi took a deep look at her. Seeing her smile, he slowly let go of her cheeks. This was the woman who actually didn't want to have a wedding with him. Anyone who heard it would die of laughter. Which other woman didn't want to climb up to even a finger of his, but this woman actually despised him. She was indeed a heartless woman. Seeing that Gu Jingzi's face was still dark, Lin Che quickly went up to him and asked, what's wrong? Are you angry? Gu Jingzi's eyes were looking straight ahead. His jaw was very straight, and his face looked even more chiseled and handsome under the light. Her hubby was so handsome even when he was angry. Lin Che smiled. The two of them were sitting in the private space above, so she wasn't afraid of others seeing them. She just hugged his arm and swayed it. I've never been to Glass Palace before. Can you show me around? Gu Jingzi harumphed and didn't move. I won't have the chance to come next time. It's not easy to come here. If I tell others that I only came to the hall and don't know what it looks like inside, how can I act cool then? Hearing her pleading voice, Gu Jingzi finally softened a little. Looking at her, he really didn't know what to do with her. So he stood up, took the shawl and put it on for her. Lin Che happily stomped his feet and followed him out of the room. Glass Palace was very big, but because there were other important people living around it, it looked very big from the outside. In fact, it wasn't even as big as the Gu family mansion. The guards were walking around, and Gu Jingzi was unimpeded. No one stopped him. Lin Che looked around. This place looked like a museum. It didn't look like a home at all. Big Brother stays here every day. The front is for work, the study, and the living room are used to meet important people. The back is the living area, and it's much more decorated than here. Oh, so Min Min will live in the back from now on. Yes. That's good. Otherwise, I don't think I would dare to walk around if I lived in the front. These decorations look so expensive. As they spoke, a voice suddenly called out from behind. Lin Che, why are you here? I've been looking for you for a long time. Turning around, she saw that it was Shen Yuran. Chapter 430. Lin Che said. How did you get in? Chen Yuqing brought me in. I wanted to look for you as soon as I came in, but they told me that you were all family members and that we wouldn't be able to see you inside. Damn it, it wasn't easy for Chen Yuqing to talk to President Gu's bodyguard and he brought us in. Shen Yuran ran in excitedly and grabbed Lin Che's hand. Where's Min Min? He went into the bridal room. Ha 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 ha. Shen Yuran said softly, are they really going to the bridal room? Sir looks like he has a good figure. I wonder, how are his skills? The two little women chattered here. Lin Che said, where's Dr. Chen? Shen Yuran called out to him, Chen Yuqing, why are you so slow? I'm here. Why are you walking so fast? He walked out slowly and looked at Gu Jingzi. Lin Che said, President Gu, Mrs. Gu. Gu Jingzi nodded. Shen Yuran said, wow, it's so big here, but there are so many people walking around. It's scary. The two of them walked happily, completely forgetting about the two men. Chen Yuqing looked at Gu Jingzi and said in a low voice, oh yeah, have you been investigating the people around Miss Mo Huiling recently? Yes. I think she's still with Li Mingyu. I saw the two of them together last time. Gu Jingze thought for a moment and nodded. Inside, Shen Yuran said, I didn't expect to be able to attend this wedding. I heard that all the guests are very capable. Yeah, why did Dr. Chen bring you here? Lin Che felt that something was wrong. You two are a little close. Shen Yuran was speechless. What are you talking about? Look at you, you're so shy that your face is red. Tell me honestly, how far are you two now? Shen Yuran's face was red. She could only mumble, okay, actually, he said that we can develop our relationship, but I haven't agreed yet. Why? Lin Che said. He's very good. Why didn't you agree? Shen Yuran said, think about it. A man suddenly eats and says, psychologically, our personalities are very compatible. You worship me in your heart, and I feel a sense of accomplishment from you. So, if you're with me, you're in line with the psychological requirements of lovers. Do you think I can agree to that? This was very Chen-Yuqing. Lin Che said, maybe he just doesn't know how to express himself. This kind of genius always has problems in the head. You have to accommodate him and agree. It's not like he's not good. He's pretty good. Shen Yuran said, that's not it. I just feel that the gap between us is too big. The gap between the conditions of my family and his family is too big. He might not be suitable for me. Why is the gap so big? His family is a medical family that is renowned all over the world. My family is just an ordinary family. It's not like you don't know my parents, there's still a big gap between me and Gu Jingze. In any case, you are the daughter of a noble family. The daughter of a noble family. Lin Che looked at Shen Yuran. Besides, when two people are together, family background is actually not that important. As long as you can be happy with him and he will treat you well, that's all that matters. I think Dr. Chen is also very good to people. Shen Yuran nodded. Okay. Anyway, I'll think about it carefully. Okay. Good luck. Lin Che and Gu Jingze ended the wedding and walked back to the hotel. On the internet, this wedding had also caused a huge reaction. It was said that those who could attend the wedding were very important people. It was not a wedding that could be entered just by having money. They had to go through a detailed inspection, including the invitation card, eye contact, and fingerprints, before they were allowed to enter. However, Lin Che had not been inspected like this. It was probably because she went in with Gu Jingze. The wedding was broadcast live on Weibo and some of the people who attended the wedding were made a form. Of course, those who were on the form were all important people. Almost no celebrities attended the wedding except for Gu Jingyu. After all, Gu Jingming was his biological brother. On the other side, Mu Firen also attended the wedding. It was said that she went with her boyfriend. Her boyfriend knew someone there. And the public found out that Lin Che actually attended the wedding too. At the wedding, she was standing in the crowd. In the photo, she was very beautiful and she was standing at the front. Lin Che was also very surprised that there were people who specially took photos of her. But it seemed that it was fortunate that no one took photos of Gu Jingze, who was beside her. It was probably because Gu Jingze was not next to her at that time, or because the reporters were worried that if they took photos of Gu Jingze, they deliberately chose a time when Gu Jingze was not around. Now, in the eyes of the public, Lin Che suddenly became even more noble. She even attended the presidential wedding. Although there were also people who directly revealed that because the president's wife had discovered her manager, it was probably because of this relationship that she went, but Lin Che still directly entered the eyes of the public. Lin Che still had to go back to the dormitory. Gu Jingze kissed her by the door. There was still one more week before the training ended. But now, he wanted nothing more than to pull her back. He looked at her and kissed her again and again to prevent himself from taking her home on impulse. He patted her head and said, "Go back." "Okay, I'll leave first." When Lin Che entered the dormitory, everyone surrounded him. "Lin Che, I saw the news. You went to the presidential wedding. No wonder you asked for leave today. Oh my God, you actually went to the wedding. Did your boyfriend bring you there? Or did your agent bring you there? It should be the president's wife who invited me, right? No matter who it is, you're really in the limelight today. Look, everyone's guessing what your status is in the entertainment industry. You're actually able to attend the president's wedding. I probably won't be able to touch those high-level people in my life." Qin Wanwan watched from behind and after a while, she followed and said to Lin Che, "You're back. The wedding must be very tiring. But Yu Minmin is just your agent, and now she has become the president's wife. What a stroke of fate." Qin Wanwan's provocation was too obvious. But she didn't know about Lin Che's relationship with Gu Jingze. She thought that Lin Che was just a little intimate with Gu Jingyu, but she didn't know that she was already the wife of the mysterious Gu Jingze. "Mrs. Gu." Lin Che couldn't be bothered to talk to her about this. He only said lightly, "Yes, she deserves it. She has been working hard." Lin Che returned to her bed. The moment she laid down, she felt that something was wrong. Something pricked her body, and she couldn't bear the pain. She jumped up immediately. Everyone was stunned. "What's wrong?" Lin Che opened the thing and saw that there was a thumbtack on the bed. Everyone was shocked. Who's so bad? Why would they put a thumbtack? Chapter 431. That's right. Lin Che, are you okay? Hurry up and see if it's broken. Across from him, Qin Wanwan was watching Lin Che. "Xiao Che, you're so careless. But you're too famous now and people are jealous of you. There are so many people here. Who knows if someone was jealous of you and put it there?" Lin Che looked at Qin Wanwan. He didn't think that anyone else would hate him so much. However, Qin Wanwan's acting skills weren't that great usually. She started acting like a thief crying thief. There weren't any surveillance cameras in the room, so they probably couldn't see who put it there. Someone said in surprise, "Oh my God, Lin Che, your back is bleeding." Lin Che picked up his phone and called someone, saying that he was bleeding and needed a doctor to treat it. He also needed a tetanus shot. Yu Minmin couldn't disturb him today, so he called the other people in the company. They were the ones who organized the training anyway, so they had to take care of it. When Lin Che's team heard about it, they quickly called someone over. In an instant, the room was completely blocked. There were examinations, tests, and treatment for Lin Che. The people outside couldn't help but look over. This matter was obviously related to Qin Wanwan. However, when the person in charge of handling it came, he looked at Qin Wanwan and didn't seem to be prepared to handle it. Yang Lingxin also came along. She was furious when she saw the situation. "How could you guys do this? I think Qin Wanwan has something to do with this." "Alright, what do you know? You're just a little girl." The person in charge was Deputy Manager Zhang. His name was Zhang Jingde. He said to Lin Che, "The internal conflict between the two of you has caused quite a ruckus recently. Let's turn it into a small matter and stop causing trouble." Yang Lingxin was very indignant. However, Lin Che stopped Yang Lingxin. He knew that there was no other way. Because there was no evidence. Lin Che said, "Forget it, I got it." Lin Che left the place. Yang Lingxin followed him out. "Sister Che, you're letting her off just like that?" Lin Che said, "It's just a thumbtack." At most, she just wants to hurt me a little and teach me a lesson. Or, she wants me to see which side the company will stand on. Consider it a show of strength. I don't have any evidence to prove that she did it. She also thought about it. Even if we quarrel with the company, we'll just be a laughing stock. The company won't stand on our side. Really, the company is too much. It can't be helped. Alright, let's go. After he left, Qin Wanwan said to Zhang Jingde, "Thank you." Zhang Jingde hurriedly said, "No, no. That's right. Don't do this next time." "I know. I just want her to see the situation clearly. Don't think that I'm an intruder. I'm not an intruder. I'm here to take everything away from her." Qin Wanwan smiled and said, "This company is on my side, right?" Of course, of course. Of course it's on your side. Director Chen dotes on you so much." Zhang Jingde actually quite liked Lin Che. Unfortunately, Qin Wanwan actually had a relationship with their higher-up, Director Chen. This wasn't just a matter of their management company anymore. It was a matter of the entire entertainment group. Qin Wanwan was also capable enough to find a backer and directly snatch Lin Che's position. Unfortunately, Lin Che and Yu Minmin were too pure and didn't like this kind of thing. Otherwise, Lin Che was actually quite pretty and wasn't any weaker than Qin Wanwan. There would also be many people who liked her and were willing to be her backer. However, Lin Che was stabbed by someone, but he didn't expect that the company's people didn't pursue the matter at all and just quietly dealt with it. Originally, the people outside were still watching the commotion. Seeing that a celebrity was a celebrity and that there was a problem, a whole room of people rushed in. However, even after they came, they suspected Qin Wanwan was the culprit and didn't do anything to her. It seemed like the waters of the entertainment industry were really deep. When Yu Minmin woke up as the mistress of Glass Palace, she wasn't used to it. Because the people around her suddenly started calling her Madam instead of Miss Yu. However, she didn't expect that she still had to continue her education. She still had to continue learning English, language, art appreciation, history, etiquette, and so on. The next day, Yu Minmin's phone started to explode with calls. She could only block them one by one to prevent her phone from being overwhelmed. The people who called her all wanted to interview the new Madam President or invite her to attend some banquets. However, Yu Minmin rejected all of them. Gu Jingming came back the next day. He looked at Yu Minmin and said that he was going to visit her tomorrow. Yu Minmin quickly said, "No way. You're going to my house. Actually, we can skip these steps if we can." Gu Jingming said, "I think so too, but the public relations department said that they will let the media interview us. Although our wedding is frugal, we still need to have the necessary etiquette." Yu Minmin could only sigh in relief. Gu Jingming said, "Why? You don't want to go home?" "Of course I want to go home, but with you." Yu Minmin raised her head and looked at Gu Jingming. He was so cold and hard to please, and he brought so many people with him, including the media. He would probably be annoyed to death. Gu Jingming looked at her quietly. After a while, he said, "What does your family like? Your father hasn't been released from prison, right? The situation is stable now. If he wants to get out of prison, he can be released." "What do your mother and brother like?" Yu Minmin said, "My dad. I'll go see him next time and see if I should let him out. My mom doesn't seem to like much. She usually likes to take a walk, eat some snacks, and play landlord with the neighbors on the street. My brother likes video games more." Gu Jingming listened and thought for a while. Yu Minmin said, "You don't have to prepare so much. Just go and have a look." Gu Jingming nodded. "I know. Go and rest. You can rest now. I still have to learn embroidery, okay?" Yu Minmin felt pain just thinking about it. Embroidery. Gu Jingming said, "What's that?" "It's embroidery. Teacher said that I should experience the customs and traditions. He wants me to learn embroidery so that I can show off my embroidery skills." Gu Jingming couldn't help but curl the corner of his lips as he looked at her disdainful face. When Yu Minmin raised her head, she saw the corner of Gu Jingming's mouth curling up into a smile. He looked like a spring flower curling up on the corner of his mouth at the first sign of warmth in winter. That look was really different from his usual cold and resolute appearance. Gu Jingming looked down and saw that she was staring at him. He frowned and said, "What are you looking at?" "Ah, nothing." Yu Minmin quickly turned her head away. She thought that this man looked really good when he smiled. Unfortunately, he was expressionless most of the time. She quickly said, "I'll go and embroider then." Chapter 432. Early in the morning, Yu Minmin was pulled up to pack her things and go home. Outside, the bodyguards were ready. Yu Minmin changed and looked down at her clothes. She felt that she had to change into different clothes every time she met the media. Every piece was custom-made. It was really extravagant. After being pulled to change, she walked out. Gu Jingming was already waiting outside. He looked at Yu Minmin and reached out to pull her. "So slow. Women are always slow. If you think I'm slow, you can find a man," she said. Gu Jingming's eyes darkened. He looked down and glared at her. Yu Minmin knew that there were media, so he didn't dare to act recklessly. "Look, the camera is watching. Smile. It's scary when you keep a straight face." Gu Jingming could only look up at the camera. He held Yu Minmin's arm and got into the car with her. The motorcade drove past the street in front of Lioli Street. Everyone's gaze followed them. Lioli Palace's motorcade was really attractive. Everyone on the road looked at them. Naturally, they were even more attractive when they entered the city. When they stopped at the entrance of the neighborhood, the dirty neighborhood suddenly looked brand new. The gutters were gone and the streets were no longer full of potholes. Yu Minmin felt that she hadn't been walking for long, but the place had changed so much. The people in the housing estate were all gathered outside. The windows above were also full of people. They watched as the president's personal guards isolated the surrounding area. The motorcade stopped. Gu Jingming and Yu Minmin got out of the second car. Gu Jingming and Yu Minmin walked inside together. The cameras were still following them. Yu Minmin hurriedly smiled at the cameras and greeted them. Seeing this, Gu Jingming directly pulled Yu Minmin's hand and led her into the building. Gu Jingming hurriedly walked inside. Yu Minmin's mother and brother had been waiting for a long time in the neighborhood. Her mother was still a little nervous. She lowered her head and said, "Hello, Mr. President." Her brother was very excited. Gu Jingming said, "Just call me Jingming." Her mother blushed. She was a little embarrassed to call him Mr. President. How could she call him that? Gu Jingming said, "I'm just your son-in-law here." Okay. Our house is simple." "It's really?" her mother said. Gu Jing said, "It doesn't matter." Under the escort of the guards, they finally entered the building. Yu Minmin didn't even raise his head as the neighbors pointed at him. He finally closed the door and let out a sigh of relief. Gu Jingming immediately asked someone to deliver the gifts. "These are gifts for the two of you. Please accept them." He gave his mother a pair of jades. His mother happily took them. She looked at the expensive things and didn't dare to take them. It was the newest game console for his little brother. His little brother held it in surprise. "Wow, this hasn't been released yet." Gu Jingming said, "It's just a beta version." Wow, brother-in-law, you're so nice. Normal people wouldn't give you a beta. Yu Minmin glared at him. Calling him brother-in-law was really smooth. However, Gu Jingming seemed to respect her. He kept smiling politely and didn't show his ugly, cold face. Seeing that Gu Jingming treated them so well and didn't mistreat them, Gu Jingming's mother felt a little more confident. After all, Min Min was much weaker than them. If she married Min Min directly, she would worry about her. Now that she saw that Yu Minmin seemed to be fine, she was relieved. They had to have lunch here. His mother had already prepared a lot of dishes. She quickly said to Yu Minmin, "Take Mr. President to your room to rest. I'll go cook." Yu Minmin thought that it would be awkward to stay here, so she asked him to go in. Yu Minmin's room wasn't big. After letting him in, Yu Minmin went to the kitchen to help. His mother said, "What should we cook? What does Mr. President like to eat?" Yu Minmin said, "Forget it. I don't think he'll be picky. It's only one day anyway. We'll just have to put up with it." "How can we just put up with it? We have no choice. There are more than a dozen chefs in the Glass Palace, and the food he eats is all fresh ingredients picked on the same day. The food is different every day for a week, and it's a table full of dishes every day. There's no way we can make that kind of dish. More than 10 chefs." His mother exclaimed. It seemed that they could only put up with it today. His mother said, "I think Mr. President treats you well. Be good in the future." "Yeah, I know. It's their first time seeing Mr. President. Actually, it's also my first time. This time, they can't look down on us. Mr. President came to our house personally. Can they still think that Mr. President looks down on us, right?" "Yes, yes. For Mr. President's visit, you don't know, but a few days ago, our street started to tidy up this place. They even specially asked someone to clean up our rooms. They cleaned up the roads and the dirty water outside. The neighbors all said that it's because of you, Min Min, that we're living in a clean place for once. No wonder the streets are different today." Yeah. They're so envious. I say, it's our Min Min who's promising." Yu Minmin ate the cucumber and smiled at the side. It seemed that she had not lost out as the president's wife. After all, she could let her family live a good life. Yu Minmin said that she would go back to her room while her mother went out to buy seasonings. Outside, when the people she met saw her, they couldn't help but ask, "Is Mr. President at your house?" "Yeah. Mommy, you looked happy." Your Min Min is promising. I really couldn't tell that she's the president's wife. Our Min Min has never made us worry since she was young. These people are the president's bodyguards, right? It's such a big scene. We're all watching from outside and not letting them pass. They even stopped us from entering just now. They said that the residents here only let us in with their ID cards. Is that so? Then I'll have to trouble you. There's nothing we can do. Who asked our neighborhood to have a president's wife? We're all benefiting from it." Mommy Yu was so happy that she walked briskly. In the room, Yu Minmin entered and saw Gu Jingming looking at the photos of her in the past. The girl in the photos had braids and was wearing a school uniform. She looked pure and innocent. There were also many photos of her playing volleyball. Her expression was ugly and her movements were exaggerated. Yu Minmin blushed and quickly walked over to snatch the things. "Gu Jingming, why are you going through my things?" Gu Jingming put it down and sat on her little bed, looking at the extremely small room. "You don't have any privacy in front of me. Don't worry. Overbearing, cold, bastard." Chapter 433. Yu Minmin cursed in her heart. She said, "It's a little small here, so lunch will be bad. I hope you can put up with it. It's okay, he said readily. Yu Minmin looked at him gratefully. Thank you. Gu Jingming turned and nodded, puzzled. Yu Minmin said, You're very nice to my family. They're very happy and accommodating. Gu Jingming said calmly, It's okay. You're my wife and I'm your husband. I have an obligation to treat them well. Although he said that, Yu Minmin was still very grateful. After all, it was a little out of place for him to stay here. This place was too small, too run down, and every inch of his body had been taken care of by countless people every day. He was meticulous and would not make a single mistake. Now that he was sitting in such a run-down place, she felt that it was a little out of place for him to be dressed in his expensive clothes. After all, they didn't really love each other and got married. She felt that it was enough for him to save her some face and make her family look better. Lin Che and the others had finished their training. A graduation party was specially prepared for their graduation. Everyone had prepared their own talents. Some danced, some sang, some performed skits, and some played musical instruments. Everyone knew that Qin Wanwan was a good singer, so she went up and sang. The audience watched Qin Wanwan sing and applauded. When Qin Wanwan came down, they even said to her, Are you ready to participate in the CrossFit King competition? Qin Wanwan said, Why would I? I'm not a professional singer. You're right. You're a professional. Hey, where's Lin Che? You haven't told us what talent he's going to perform. Lin Che went up on stage and looked at everyone. I don't think I have much talent. Seeing that some of you can play, some can dance, and some can sing, I'm under a lot of pressure, so I'm going to tell you a joke. The audience was surprised. Was he going to tell them a joke? Tell a joke, the teacher said. Lin Che, are you sure you don't want to perform any talent? Telling a joke counts as a talent, right? If you don't count it, I might have to perform standing. The teacher was speechless. He could only wave his hand and let her speak if she wanted to. Lin Che said, They talked about the boys' dormitory's evening seminar. Boy A said, Give me a woman, and I can create a nation. Boy B said, Give me a dog, and I can create a race. Boy C said, Give me a zookeeper, and you can create a World of Warcraft. Everyone was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. Lin Che directly lifted her skirt and did a princess squat for everyone. She bowed and directly came down. Lin Che is too funny. Everyone was grinning from ear to ear because of Lin Che's antics. Not long after, someone posted the video on the internet. Speaking of the celebrity training gala, let's take a look at the celebrities' graduation results. Everything was fine at the start, but when it was Lin Che's turn, the scene changed and he started telling jokes. When the netizens saw it, they forwarded it and said, Skip to 15 minutes and 36 seconds, there's a surprise. The people at the back immediately jumped over. When they saw Lin Che's performance, they all burst out laughing. There were so many people at the bottom. They directly jumped over and looked at the back. Among the row of good students, Lin Che was simply a weirdo. Some people commented that Lin Che was really an honest girl. He was too funny. Others said that Lin Che was simply a mudslide in the entertainment industry. How could he be considered a talent just like that? Because of this, Qin Wanwan's song had long been ignored. After all, everyone knew that Qin Wanwan's singing was good. There was nothing new about it. No matter how good it was just singing. After the graduation gala, Lin Che went home. On the way home, she saw the news and felt like she was going to go crazy. Who was it that put this on the internet? She really had no choice but to tell a joke. These people, her joke was so dirty. This time, her image was completely ruined. Lin Che was holding something in the car. Sob sob sob, it's over. Gujingza, my image. Gujingza said, this is quite your style. Anyway, it's not the first time you've been unreliable. What's there to worry about? Lin Che was so angry that she slapped Gujingza's chest. Who said that? Who said that I'm unreliable? Seriously. Gujingza was hit by her. It had been a while since she had messed with him like this. He grabbed onto her and couldn't bear to let her go. The driver didn't dare to look back. He was already used to the way Madame and Sir interacted. However, seeing how Madame was kicking and hitting Sir and how Sir didn't seem to care at all, he still felt that something was wrong. He always felt that Sir was the kind of person who would go berserk and strangle someone's neck the next moment. It was obvious that he was harsh to people. However, Sir didn't strangle Lin Che's neck. Instead, he let Madame do as she pleased. It was really inexplicable how people felt. They felt as if they had been transported to another world. When Lin Che reached home, she shouted to the servants, "This lady is back." The servants rushed over and looked at Lin Che. "Madam, you're finally back. We missed you so much." "Madam, the room is ready. What do you want to eat?" "I'll make it for you." After a long time, the servants finally returned the private space to the couple. Lin Che said to Gujingza, "It looks like it's raining outside. Why don't we go out for a walk?" "How can we go out when it's raining? It's more romantic when it's raining. Besides, the rain isn't heavy. I want to go out for a walk. Don't you think it's romantic to stroll in the rain?" Lin Che looked at Gujingza with a smile. Gujingza looked at the sky and could only nod at her dotingly. Seeing this, Lin Che jumped up and laughed. She quickly went to change her clothes. When the two of them went out, the rain was indeed not heavy. The soft feeling of the rain on their faces was very comfortable. Lin Che didn't like people holding umbrellas behind her, so she didn't let the servants come over. Seeing this, Gujingza took the umbrella and said, "I'll hold it." "It's useless for you to hold an umbrella at your height." Lin Che pouted and looked at Gujingza. If she held the umbrella, it would almost touch his head. Who asked him to be so tall? She had already held the umbrella very well, but she still couldn't fit him in. Seeing that Gujingza had opened the umbrella, Lin Che went to his side and held his arm. They walked on the road. Stepping on the wet ground, she stretched out her hand. She could feel the rain falling on her palm, and it felt very comfortable and cool. Lin Che said, "Look, isn't it very comfortable? I think it's very comfortable to sit at home and watch the rain." Chapter 434. You're so boring, Gujingza. I think you wouldn't be able to find a girlfriend if you didn't have money or a pretty face. You're too hard to get along with. Gujingza only caught one word in her words. Do you think my face is pretty? Lin Che looked at him. Yes, yes, yes. It's pretty. Narcissist. Gujingza said, "You're the one who thinks I'm pretty. You're obviously in love with me. How did I become the narcissist?" He pulled Lin Che over and made her look at him. "Do you like my face a lot?" Lin Che said, "No." Gujingza chuckled. "You really don't like it?" "I don't like it. Other than being pretty, there's nothing special about it," Lin Che said. Gujingza held her hands and lowered his head to look into her eyes. Her dark eyes were like a quiet rainy night, with a little moist feeling, making people wet with her. Gujingza's face looked more and more beautiful. Even today, it was still flawless. His eyes were bright, his eyebrows were straight, his nose was straight, and his lips were thin and sexy. The light of the night made him look even more beautiful. The coolness on his face made him look like a character from a manga, making people yearn for him. It was as if it was a sin to have this perfect man by her side. But she couldn't bear to leave him. He lowered his head, close to her cheek, the ambiguous breath, around the circulation. Lin Che panicked. Stop fooling around. Do you like me? I don't like you. Who would force someone to like me? You don't like me. But I can clearly see from your eyes that you want me. How could she say that she wanted him? Although she really wanted him. She looked at his sexy thin lips, which were constantly moving. She couldn't see the moisture in them, but it made her want to kiss him and suck the tip of his tongue into her mouth. He was so perverted, her eyes became misty as she looked at him. Just then, she heard a moan from afar. It wasn't loud, but it tugged at her heartstrings. Lin Che stopped and said to Gu Jingze, I think there's a sound. Did you hear it? I didn't hear anything. What's the sound? Gu Jingze just wanted to kiss her. He seduced her so much that she almost moved closer to him, but she was interrupted by something. Of course, she wasn't in a good mood. However, Lin Che had already walked out following the sound. I'll go take a look. I don't know what's calling. Wait, stay behind me. I'll do it. Gu Jingze pulled her back. The voice clearly came from the weeds in front of them. Lin Che was really careless. He just wanted to go straight in, not afraid of any danger. Gu Jingze pulled her to the back and went in to push away the weeds. In a small box in the middle, a clown dog was whimpering. It looked like it hadn't even reached the age of weaning. It was small and adorable. A puppy. Seeing that it was a puppy, Lin Che immediately ran over and picked it up. Gu Jingze said, someone abandoned it. It's so cute and pitiful. It's all wet, Lin Che said as he hugged the dog. The puppy looked at her with teary eyes. It was probably a mongrel puppy that she couldn't name. They called it String. It was a combination of several breeds. Its fur was very long and fluffy, like a little ball of fur. Lin Che looked up at Gu Jingze. It's so pitiful. Bring it back, Gu Jingze said, I don't like raising dogs. Ah, but I like raising them, Gu Jingze said. If you like it, I can get someone to pick out a good breed and put it in the backyard for someone to raise. Lin Che said, what's the point of that? This kind of puppy is pretty good. I don't want someone to raise a good breed of dog. I want to raise it myself. Can I? I've always thought that if I had a home and a big house, I would raise a dog. I would watch TV with it every day and go for a walk with it. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che speechlessly. Lin Che hugged the puppy and said to him pitifully, look at how pitiful it is. If it's left here, it'll definitely die. Don't be so cruel. Gu Jingze, raise it. Raise it. She nuzzled in front of him and said longingly. Gu Jingze was aroused by her nuzzling. It was nothing, but because of that nuzzling, he couldn't control his body anymore. What a little vixen. Now she had even learned to tease him on purpose. Gu Jingze said, how are you going to bribe me? Bribe? Lin Che looked at his face and at his approaching lips. She blushed, but she finally did what she had wanted to do. She leaned in and kissed his lips. Inside, she hooked his tongue. She sucked, sucking all the moisture into her mouth. Such an exchange made him excited all of a sudden. This woman, where did she learn this trick from? She closed her eyes. Feeling him move, he leaned in even more. As if he was lost, he searched for her lips, her tongue, and continued to tease and play with her. Lin Che was also aroused by him. Their tongues intertwined and deepened the kiss. The umbrella fell to the side, but the rain couldn't dampen their passion at all. Lin Che only felt that her whole body was on fire from his teasing, as if it was about to burn. But at this moment, she remembered that there was a puppy in her arms. She let go of his lips. He frowned. Although it wasn't enough, looking at her wet hair, he still raised the umbrella and said to her, "The bribe isn't enough. We have to continue when we get back." Lin Che blushed even more. When they returned home, the helpers saw that Lin Che had brought a puppy back. Lin Che said hurriedly, "Quick, bring a blanket. You should wash it first. Do you have any dog food?" "I don't think there's any dog food at home." The helpers got busy because of the puppy. They asked the helpers to get dog food and sell dog supplies. Luckily, they were at the Gu residence, so they quickly got everything ready. Lin Che bathed the puppy. The puppy looked brand new. It was white and tender, looking even cuter. Lin Che squatted down to feed the puppy. The helper gathered her courage and asked, "Madam, are you going to keep this puppy?" Lin Che looked up and said happily, "Yes." "What do you think? Is it cute?" "Yes, it's very cute." "But did Sir agree to keep it?" "Yes, he reluctantly agreed just now." "Hee hee." Lin Che teased the puppy, looking happy. The helper said in surprise, "Really? Sir is so good to Madam." Lin Che was so happy that he immediately nodded and said yes. He was a little anxious because he didn't have any experience with dogs. "But I haven't. Will this puppy suffer if it follows me?" "How can that be? It's really lucky to have met Madam." Chapter 435. Being able to be raised by Gu Jing's family, this dog's fate had completely changed. The servant thought, to put it bluntly, how many people would rather come to the Gu family and be a dog, but they were not qualified. When Gu Jingze came out, he saw that Lin Che was still playing with the dog. The dog looked clean and comfortable. It ran around and looked around curiously, but it didn't dare to go too far. It kept running in circles and wouldn't leave Lin Che's side. Gu Jingze said, "It looks quite smart." Lin Che said, "Is that my dog?" "It's definitely smart." Gu Jingze watched the dog run to her hand, licking back and forth very happily. Gu Jingze thought of something, walked over a few steps, grabbed the dog and looked at it. "What are you doing?" Lin Che asked in surprise. "I want to see if it's a male or female." "What?" Gu Jingze turned it over. It was a male. Gu Jingze's face darkened. "Throw it away. I'll get you another dog." "No." Lin Che snatched the dog and hugged it in her arms. "No, no. You said you could raise it. You can't go back on your word." Gu Jingze's face darkened. He was helpless against her. But his gaze on the dog became fiercer. It was as if he was saying, "What are you looking at? I'll find a chance to throw you out." Lin Che carried the dog to the kennel. Luckily, the Gu family's house was big and there were many rooms. They made a room for the dog near the bedroom. Lin Che found someone to decorate it and turned an empty room into the dog's bedroom. Then she took a picture of it and wanted to post it on her WeChat moments. She remembered that she hadn't named the dog yet. She asked Gu Jingze, who was watching from the side, "What's a good name for the dog?" Gu Jingze said, "Dog." "No, can you be serious?" "Stinky. You're the one who should be called Stinky. How can such a beautiful dog have such an awful name?" "Because it's smelly." "How is it smelly?" "You're the one who's prejudiced." She was still protecting the dog. Going against him for the dog. She was getting bolder and bolder. Lin Che couldn't be bothered with him. She mumbled to herself about naming the dog. "I want a Mary Sue and a Prince name. Sigh, let's call it Prince. What do you think?" "Prince? Is that a dog's name?" However, Lin Che was already very satisfied with the name. He immediately said, "All right, I'll call him that. Prince, Prince, my little prince." She happily posted the dog's photo on her WeChat moments and said, "Our little prince is moving in today. Grow up happily in the future." After a while, Yuminmin replied, "You have a dog. Gosh, did you get a room for the dog?" It didn't take long for Shin Yuran to realize that. "Are you kidding me? Do you still need a dog? The kind that can cook, wash the dishes, and tell jokes to make you happy?" After a while, all kinds of comments flooded in. Some said, "What kind of dog is this?" Some said, "I'm so envious of this lucky puppy." Some said, "This is a mixed breed puppy, right? Why don't you raise a more expensive one? You're so rich and you're already a celebrity, and your house is so big. It's great to be a celebrity. In such a short time, you're already living in a mansion." Everyone successfully shifted the problem of the dog to the problem of money. At this time, Lin Che also wondered if it was too extravagant to get a room for the dog to live in. However, the key point was that there was indeed such an empty room in the Gu family. She just saw that the room was empty and wanted to make use of it. She could only blame it on the fact that the Gu family had too many rooms, and the house was built too big. There was no need for such a big room, but it was built anyway. Her little dog was very lucky. When it came to the Gu family, it stayed in its own room. She had been in the Gu family for so long, but she had never had a room to herself. She had always stayed in Gu Jingze's room. Gu Jingze saw that Lin Che had been playing with the little dog, and he was very unhappy. He felt as if he was not in her eyes at all. She had only been with him for a short period of time, but she was already starting to lose interest in him. Was a dog more attractive than him? While Lin Che was still squatting there, she felt the man behind her slowly approaching. She looked up and saw that the man's face was reflected in the light. She was stunned. "What are you doing?" In the next moment, Gu Jingze had already picked her up. "Ah! What are you doing, Gu Jingze?" He threw Lin Che over his shoulder. She shouted, "No, let go of me. Where are you taking me?" Gu Jingze said mildly, "You've been playing with the dog for a long time. I'm taking you to wash it." Lin Che didn't believe him. "Even if you want to wash it, you can put me down first." Gu Jingze carried her like that, ignoring the fact that there were servants watching outside, and brought her directly into the bedroom. The servants looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Sir and Madam were really too loving. It was only when Madam was at home that Sir was so humane and didn't seem as cold as a machine. And Lin Che, who was inside, she only admired Gu Jingze's strength. Why did it seem as if she weighed nothing every time he carried her? And his endurance was getting more and more amazing. If he hadn't deliberately restrained himself and didn't want to hurt her, she would probably be in a worse state. Fortunately, when he was gentle, she actually felt quite comfortable. But why did she feel so comfortable at first, and then feel so tired afterwards? Since they had a dog at home, the servants would naturally take care of the daily chores and wouldn't let the house be dirty. Although Gu Jingze said that he didn't like it, he still found a veterinarian to give Prince an injection the next day to get rid of the worms and keep the dog just like that. When Lin Che returned home, she saw that the house had actually prepared a railing and toys for Prince. She felt that Gu Jingze was really a tough person with a soft heart. Even though he said that he didn't like it, he still made a lot of very complicated toys for the dog, turning Prince's room into an amusement park. As she spoke, the servant smiled and said, "Sir is still the best to Madam. As long as Madam likes it, Sir will immediately prepare everything for Madam. These were specially prepared by Sir this morning. Prince is really too lucky. With Madam and Sir doting on him so much, how could other dogs have such a chance?" Lin Che felt warm in her heart. Thinking of Gu Jing's dark expression, she couldn't help but smile happily. Yes, the dog was very lucky, and so was she. This was the first time that Gu Jingming was going to bring Yu Minmin home after their marriage. Naturally, they were going to attend a family banquet. The family banquet was held in the name of Mu Wanqing's birthday. Lin Che prepared a gift for a long time, and finally decided to make a heater for Mu Wanqing. Gu Jingzi said that he didn't care what she gave him, and he had already asked Qin how to prepare his gift. Lin Che and Gu Jingzi returned to the Gu family together. When they got out of the car, they saw that Yu Minmin was also coming over. Chapter 436. Gu Jingzi said that he didn't care what she gave him. Qin Hao had already prepared his gift. Lin Che and Gu Jingzi returned to the Gu residence. When they got out of the car, they saw Yu Minmin coming over. She got out of the car and hurried over to Lin Che. She looked at Lin Che and said, "I was wondering when you would come. It's my first time here, so I don't think I'll be able to find the place." Lin Che said, "How could that be? Just let Big Brother bring you in." Yu Minmin shook her head with her mouth half open. "You'd better hope for yourself." When Yu Minmin saw Gu Jingzi coming down, she quickly stood to the side and greeted him, "President Gu." Gu Jingzi looked at Yu Minmin. "Just call me by my name at home." How could Yu Minmin get used to it? This was Gu Jingzi, okay? Was he crazy? She was calling him Gu Jingzi. She had a feeling that she would be dragged out and beaten up by Gu Jingzi's men in the next moment. Lin Che said, "Okay, let's go in. This place is quite big. I wonder who will come today. Will there be a lot of people?" Gu Jingzi said it's a family banquet, so there shouldn't be any outsiders. But who knows? Lin Che looked at the people who followed them in. Gu Jingzi's men and the president's bodyguards were very clear. Gu Jingming arrived later because he was busy. The two of them went to the back to meet Mu Wanqing. Mu Wanqing said to Lin Che with a smile, "Oh yeah, I saw the joke you told on the internet." Lin Che said speechlessly, "Mom, that was a joke. Why did you read it? It's so embarrassing, how could it be? I thought it was funny. I didn't expect you to tell jokes, Xiao Che." Lin Che was really embarrassed. That joke was so dirty. Mu Wanqing also looked at Yu Minmin with a smile. Because they weren't very familiar with each other, she wasn't as close as Lin Che. However, she was already very happy that Gu Jingming was married. She loved her daughter-in-law dearly. "Come in quickly. Lin Che, it's good that you two know each other. Otherwise, Jingming will be too cold and scare Minmin." The three of them walked to the backyard. They opened up an open-air area in the huge backyard of the Gu residence and set up a small tea party. Lin Che and Yu Minmin had just sat down when Lu Chuxia arrived. After she came in, she hurriedly greeted Mu Wanqing. Mu Wanqing's attitude towards her was very mediocre. People were selfish. When she didn't have a daughter-in-law, she thought it would be lively to have someone at home. Now that she had two daughters-in-law, she focused all her attention on them and couldn't be bothered to share it with others. Thus, she only smiled and said, "Go in and see if there's anything good to eat. I'm busy today, so I probably won't be able to accompany you. Have fun on your own. Jing Yan will be here soon, and then you'll have someone to accompany you." Lu Chuxia still wanted to give her a gift and wish her well, but Mu Wanqing had already left. Lu Chuxia could only choke on her words. Then, she heard someone behind her say, "Mrs. Gu is really busy today." "Yes, are both daughters-in-law here? Look at the person sitting over there. What a sight. It's a place specially prepared for our family. The two people sitting here now are Mrs. Gu, Gu Jingzi's wife, and the president's wife. You can't compare with them. Lu Chuxia looked over and saw Lin Che and Yu Minmin sitting there. Lu Chuxia was so angry that she purposely went to that place. However, a few female bodyguards outside stopped Lu Chuxia. They were the bodyguards that Gu Jingming had chosen for Yu Minmin. As the president's wife, it was inevitable that she had to bring some people along when she attended certain events. It was not very convenient to bring a man along. Lu Chuxia said, "Don't you know who I am? How dare you stop me?" However, the four of them did not move aside. You. Lu Chuxia was still angry when Lu Beiqin came inside. That's enough, Chuxia. Don't look for trouble every time you come. Lu Chuxia said, "They won't allow me to go over." Lu Beiqin looked inside. It's fine for you to stay here. If Lin Che only saw Lu Chuxia making a scene here, he would definitely not care. However, seeing that Lu Beiqin was here, she had to give him face. Lu Beiqin had no grudge against her and was also the son-in-law of the Gu family. She stood up and walked over. "All right, Miss Lu, you don't have to stop her." Seeing that it was Lin Che, the bodyguards moved aside. Previously, they had stopped her at the wedding in Lapis Lazuli Palace. After being scolded by the higher-ups, they knew that Lin Che was the wife of the Gu family. Her status was different from ordinary people, so they had to be respectful to her. Although no one was stopping her, Lu Chuxia was still unhappy. Weren't these the president's bodyguards? Why did they listen to Lin Che? Lu Chuxia harumphed at Lin Che. Lu Beiqin looked at Lin Che. He did not expect her to be such an easygoing person. In the past, they did not interact much. This time, he felt that his opinion of her had changed slightly. He was not an unreasonable person. Looking at Lu Chuxia, who was walking past, he said to her apologetically, "Just treat her as if there's something wrong with her. Don't worry about her. Call me if you need anything. I'll come over anytime." Lin Che quickly said, "It's okay. Go do your thing. There are people here. What can happen?" Lu Beiqin expressed his worry. If it was someone else, it would not be a big deal. But who knew what this sister of his would do? However, after taking a deep look at them, he still smiled and went to attend to his business. Lu Chuxia looked at Yu Minmin. She suddenly remembered that she had scolded her the other day. Now, she had become the president's wife. Lu Chuxia's gaze turned to Lin Che again. For a moment, she felt that Lin Che was really too scheming. She had even planted people around her into the Gu family. She had indeed underestimated this woman in the past. Now, she was actually being looked down upon by Gu Jingze because of this woman. It was also because of this woman that Gu Jingze actually found out about her scandals. This made Lu Chuxia feel embarrassed when she thought about it. In any case, it was all this woman's fault. Lu Chuxia looked at Yu Minmin. "Not bad, Lin Che. If you let the cats and dogs around you become part of the Gu family, your position in the Gu family will be stabilized, right?" Lin Che's expression darkened. "I only let you come here because of your brother. Can you clean your mouth? Do I, Lu Chuxia, need to look at other people's faces wherever I go?" Lu Chuxia snorted. "Moreover, what did I say wrong? If they aren't cats and dogs, then what are they? That's the president's wife. As the eldest daughter of the Gu family, are you really that rude? Why would I need to be polite to lowly people like you?" Lu Chuxia said bluntly. Yu Minmin had already walked over. Hearing her insults, her expression couldn't help but darken. Lin Che couldn't help but want to step forward. Yu Minmin pulled him down. "Lin Che, don't be rash." Lu Chuxia looked at Lin Che, who was about to rush up. "All right, do you want to hit me? Come on, let's see how you hit me." If you dare to hit me, you better pray that you will always be under Gujing's protection. Otherwise, one day, the Lu family will skin you alive. Chapter 437. You. Min, don't stop me. I'll tear her mouth apart. You don't need to be polite to her. Lu Chuxia saw that Lin Che was about to rush over, so she made the first move and grabbed Lin Che's arm. Yu Min saw that she really wanted to hit someone, so he grabbed Lu Chuxia as well. Lu Chuxia naturally couldn't beat the two of them, so the three of them started fighting. The people in the distance were stunned, but no one dared to go over. What's going on over there? They're fighting. Let's go. One is Gu Jing's wife, one is the president's wife, and the other is Miss Lu. You can't afford to offend any of them. No way, why would the three of them fight? Why do you care? They must have a reason to fight. They're all powerful people, so it doesn't matter if they fight among themselves. That's right, stay away. That's the first-class rich fighting area. People like you who don't earn more than 100 million a month should stay away. Otherwise, you'll lose your underwear. Lu Chuxia naturally couldn't beat them. A few bodyguards immediately realized that something was wrong and went to stop them. Lu Beichen hadn't gone far yet, so he ran over. Mu Wanqing thought that something had happened and hurried over to take a look. What's wrong? What are you doing? Lin Che, Min, Chuxia. What's wrong with you? The three of them were pulled apart with all their might. Mu Wanqing looked at the three of them in surprise. Lu Chuxia looked down and saw that her dress was ruined. She gritted her teeth and said to Lin Che, how dare you? This dress is limited edition and you can't buy it anywhere. How dare you ruin it? Lin Che snorted, you started it. You can't beat them and you're blaming me. Lu Chuxia looked up and saw Mu Wanqing. She lowered her eyes and cried, look, Lin Che and the two of them bullied me and tore my dress. Mu Wanqing had just recovered from the shock and was still looking at the three of them. Mu Wanqing said, Chuxia, Xiaoche, Min, don't panic. What's going on? Lu Chuxia didn't give Lin Che a chance to speak first and said directly, it's Lin Che. She kept rushing over to hit me. Everyone must have seen it. Lin Che said, you were the one who spoke rudely first. I said something you don't like, and you hit me. What kind of logic is that? Lu Chuxia said. Mu Wanqing stopped Lu Chuxia and looked at her. That's enough, Chuxia. I think Lin Che did something wrong. Lu Chuxia immediately looked at Mu Wanqing happily. That's right. Lin Che bullied her. She has to apologize to me. Mu Wanqing suddenly interrupted her, however, little Che won't do things without reason. She's a sensible child, so she won't make a move for no reason. Lu Chuxia's face stiffened. Lin Che was also stunned. Then, he looked at Mu Wanqing gratefully. Lu Chuxia said, Auntie, you can't stand on her side just because she said she wouldn't hit someone for no reason. Now that my clothes are torn, this is absolute proof. Mu Wanqing said, if you were the one who took the initiative to hit him, then it would be normal for Lin Che to fight back. Alright, Chuxia, you guys are still young. I won't be angry if you fight, but don't do this next time. Lin Che knew that even if he didn't do it on purpose and Lu Chuxia was the one who started it, it wasn't right to quarrel here. He was too excited just now and didn't notice it. Now that he raised his head, he saw people behind him looking at him. Lin Che felt that it was indeed not good. She said, Mom, I'm sorry. I won't do it again. However, Lu Chuxia said, Auntie, you're being too biased towards Lin Che. Mu Wanqing looked at Lu Chuxia and smiled, but there was a hint of dominance in her eyes. Lin Che is a child of the Gu family. If I don't side with him, who else should I side with? Side with an outsider. Lu Chuxia was stunned. Seeing Mu Wanqing stand together with Lin Che and Yu Minmin, she suddenly looked like a lonely shadow, and she became even more vulnerable. However, this was the Gu family, and she definitely didn't want to offend Gu Jing's mother, Madame Gu of the Gu family. However, Lu Chuxia was really angry, especially when she looked down and saw that her dress was torn by Lin Che. Lu Chuxia's gaze swept across Lin Che's face with hatred. She gritted her teeth and said, "Lin Che, fine. This time, on account of Auntie's birthday, I won't argue with you. However, you have to apologize to me." Lin Che said as he looked at Lu Chuxia, "Why should I apologize to you? Get this straight. You were the one who started it." Lu Chuxia said, "Why should I?" "Lin Che, if you can't accept it, fine, I'll make a bet with you. Whoever loses will have to apologize, and in the future, when they see another person, they will have to avoid them." The few of them looked at each other, not understanding what Lu Chuxia was up to. Lu Chuxia narrowed her eyes and looked at Lin Che. "Why, you don't dare to challenge him?" "That's right. You're just a commoner who doesn't know anything. You're not worthy of Gu Jingze at all. It's understandable that you don't dare to challenge him. Just admit that you're not worthy of Gu Jingze, and I won't hold you accountable." Lin Che's eyes twitched. Even though she knew that Lu Chuxia was provoking her and provoking her on purpose, the little bit of weakness in her heart was still triggered. Yes, she always felt that she was lucky enough to be able to meet Gu Jingze. However, she had never done anything for Gu Jingze. Instead, she had always been a burden to him. Perhaps people always said that when two people were together, there was no need to be so calculative. It wasn't a competition, so why should one put in more effort for the other? But in her heart, she always hoped that she could prove that she was worthy of standing by Gu Jing's side. Lin Che looked at Lu Chuxia. "Tell me first, what do you want?" "Next month, there will be a socialite banquet. All the top families in Country C will attend, including the Gu family. There will be a selection of the number one socialite. Do you dare to participate in the selection? If you dare to go and win, then I'll apologize to you immediately. Also, if I see you in the future, I'll stay far away and never get close to you again." Number one socialite. Gu Jingze never told her that there would be such a thing. Lin Che had never heard of such a banquet. Lu Chuxia said, "If you don't dare to participate, you can admit defeat to me now, say that you're not worthy of Gu Jingze, and apologize to me. Then, I will immediately stay far away from you. However, this is because you're not worthy to be my opponent." Lu Chuxia raised her head proudly and looked at Lin Che. Her eyes were filled with strong confidence. Lin Che looked at Lu Chuxia calmly. On the side, Mu Wanqing and Yu Minmin looked worried. Chapter 438. Mu Wanqing tugged at Lin Che. "Forget it, little Che. We don't care about being the number one socialite. Let's go. Let's not care about her anymore." Lu Chuxia said, "Auntie, you also think that Lin Che doesn't have the right to compete with me. That's why you're trying to stop him. No wonder you never told Lin Che to attend such a grand banquet. It's because you know that he doesn't have the right, right?" Lin Che let go of Mu Wanqing's hand and looked at Lu Chuxia. "I dare to accept the challenge. But if you lose, I hope that you will never come to the Gu family again. You won't even be allowed to take a step forward." Lu Chuxia didn't expect Lin Che to actually accept the challenge. She smiled and looked at Lin Che. Looking at her contemptuously, she said, "Okay, I agree." Yu Minmin looked at Lin Che in surprise. Did she know what she had agreed to? Yu Minmin and Lin Che walked on the lawn. She looked at the people who were already far behind them and said to Lin Che, I just irresponsibly went to ask around about that so-called socialite selection. What? You must be crazy to agree to something like that. Lin Che said, what's going on? Don't say a word. The so-called socialite selection is an annual WW banquet. WW banquet is short for Women WAI. It means women in battle. Actually, it's a banquet for the women of the rich and powerful. It's meant to call on women to stand up. It's a little feminist. The people who attend are all socialites and madams. Anyway, if they're not the mistresses of some family, they're the daughters of some family. It's not something ordinary people can attend. It sounds amazing. Of course it's amazing. What's more amazing is that every time they hold a banquet, they'll prepare something different for everyone to compete in. For example, last time it was archery, golf, and rhythmic gymnastics. Last time, it was piano, ballet, and fencing. Fuck, that's sick. I don't even know how to do it. Lin Che suddenly felt goosebumps. Then what's this time? It hasn't been decided yet. There will be a tea party in a few days. Everyone, go and decide. I don't think it'll be normal. It'll probably be some sick things. Then what should I do? Lin Che suddenly felt that he had been tricked. She thought that it was just singing and dancing, and that it should be easy to deal with. Of course, she had agreed on impulse. Only now did he realize that he was in trouble. Yu Minmin said. What's even more insane? Yu Minmin purposely paused, pursed his lips and looked at Lin Che. Lu Chuxia won first place twice in a row. Lu Chuxia was such a pervert. Yu Minmin said, otherwise, she wouldn't be the top socialite. After all, she's quite capable. Hearing this, Lin Che felt a little regretful. He shouldn't have been so impulsive and agreed to it. Forget it. It's just an apology. At most, I'll just admit that I'm not good enough for Gu Jingze. Anyway, I'm not good enough for him. Alright, don't talk nonsense. Yu Minmin said, Gu Jingze isn't an idiot. How could he not know whether he's good enough for you or not? He treats you so well, which means that you're good enough for him. Why do you care what others say? They don't understand you. The person who understands you the most is still the person you're with. I know. I'm not feeling inferior or sad. It's just that it's the truth, so I'll just say it as it is, Lin Che said. Seeing Lu Chuxia come out, Lu Beichen chased after her. Chuxia, you're going against Lin Che like this. You don't have the slightest sense of propriety. You should tell Lin Che about the bet just now. Don't continue with it. It's meaningless. Why should she? She agreed to it herself. Moreover, isn't she the top socialite? If she can't even get that, she really isn't good enough for a powerful and good man like Gu Jingze. Lu Beichen said, don't you think you're too childish? If you have nothing better to do, you can ask Dad to start a company for you. You won't be able to harm others no matter what. I don't want any company. She looked at Lu Beichen and said, you don't have to care about me. You can't even take care of your own business and you still want to care about me. Get out of my way. I don't have to care about you, but you better not ask me for money. Lu Beichen harumphed and walked away with his hands behind his back. Sigh, big brother, you can't be like this. I'm just angry at her. Every single one of you is on her side. Of course I'm angry. I'm your sister, okay? Moreover, it's not a difficult thing. So what if I'm participating in the selection? Big brother, you don't have to care about my business. I just want to remind you to keep an eye on my sister-in-law. She's had a lot of love affairs recently. Liu Beichen's gaze was fixed and he turned around. His dark pupils were emitting a red glow. Lu Chuxia played with her fingernails and touched the nail polish. Sister-in-law is such a beautiful person. It's normal for people to like her. Don't get too worked up. I just want to remind you not to care about others and keep an eye on her. Otherwise, don't regret it if she gets taken away by someone else. Liu Beichen stood there and watched Lu Chuxia leave indifferently. When he got back, he saw Gu Jingyan chatting with someone. When he walked closer, he saw that the person was none other than Liu Beiyun. He was a cousin of the Liu family. More importantly, he had been pestering Gu Jingyan ever since they were in high school. Liu Beichen coughed dryly. When Liu Beiyun saw Liu Beichen, she quickly said to Gu Jingyan, "Look for me if you need anything. I'll do anything for you. We're old classmates after all. You don't have to be so courteous with me. Oh yes, remember to attend the class reunion in a few days." Although Liu Beiyun was a cousin of the Liu family, she was not comparable to the Liu family. Liu Beichen was the eldest son of the Liu family and the heir of the Liu family in the future. Liu Beichen had looked down on him since high school. So, of course, he ran far away from him. When Gu Jingyan saw Liu Beichen walking over, she said, "Good timing. Remember to give out a few gifts. I won't be going to your house. Mom also said that she's going overseas next week. I've already arranged for a plane. The Liu family's plane is busy, so I used the Gu family's plane en route. Everything was done so perfectly that no one could refute it. There was not a single flaw. Just like her, it was as if she was flawless and no one knew where to start." Liu Beichen said, "What is he here for?" "What is it?" "We're just chatting. Gu Jingyan, he has been lusting after you since high school. Why are you so close to him now? What's wrong with you?" Chapter 439. How long ago was that in high school? You're all grown up now. How can you still think about those things? Gu Jingyan said. Liu Beichen pursed his lips and looked at her. Forget it. Maybe you like the feeling of being the center of attention. I'm the one who interrupted your messing around. Gu Jingyan's chest tightened as well. She looked at Liu Beichen and said, "You're fooling around just like that. At least I didn't keep a mistress in my house or arrange for my ex-girlfriend to stay in my house." "Ha, you want to keep a mistress? Let's see how you're going to do that." Liu Beichen looked at Gu Jingyan. Gu Jingyan walked in with the folder on the table. "You want to see? I'll hide it better than you. Look at how well you hid it. Even the tabloid media found out. Do you know how troublesome it is for me to help you erase all the information? If you want to hide it, you should hide it well so that we don't have to bother you." She said it so casually. That's right. He had found a house for Fu Chenxi because she didn't have a place to stay. Liu Beichen pinched her chin and looked at her pretty face. "You'd better not cause trouble for Chenxi." Gu Jingyan said, "I really have time. I can't even deal with my own matters and I still have to care about your girlfriend's matters. Who knows what a vicious woman like you is up to?" Liu Beichen looked at her and tightened his grip. Gu Jingyan stared at his face. "Why are you so close to me? It's not even dark yet and you're already thinking of having sex." Gu Jingyan looked at him provocatively. "Sure. I don't mind doing it again. How could there be such a woman in this world?" But when Liu Beichen looked at her face, which was as vicious as a snake or a scorpion, he shamelessly reacted. Especially when her gaze moved from his body all the way down, all the way to the bottom of his body when it came to the time. It wasn't until Liu Beichen pushed her hand away that she stopped fantasizing about it. "Dream on. Liu Beichen said, "If you want a man, go find one." Gu Jingyan stood there and watched Liu Beichen leave. Her smile faded little by little. Actually, Liu Beichen wasn't like this in the past. They also had good times. They were so good that they would see each other every day and spend almost all the time together. Although, at that time, he was still someone else's boyfriend. Gu Jingyan remembered that at that time, she loved to go against him, angering him so much that he was furious. In the second year of high school, after he got together with Fu Chenxi, the three of them often went out together to fool around. Liu Beichen was the boss. He was impulsive and liked to cause trouble. Everyone listened to him. They went to drink after the exam. Fu Chenxi didn't want to drink, because she was too happy. Gu Jingyan told her that it was okay to drink a little. However, after a few sips, she couldn't take it anymore. She and Fu Chenxi held the microphones in their hands and howled in the KTV, causing the people in other rooms to come out. They kicked the door open and came in. When they saw the few people in school uniforms, they said, "Little brats, can you go somewhere else to cause trouble? What if you disturb us?" Gu Jingyan was already drunk at that time, so she couldn't care less. She said to them directly, "Who are you calling a brat? Sing if you don't like it." He didn't expect that someone would dare to resist him directly. He said to Gu Jingyan, "You're still young and you dare to fight with me." However, when he saw Gu Jingyan's face, he almost drooled. He said to Gu Jingyan, "Little girl, how about this? If you accompany me for the whole day, I won't hold you accountable for your impoliteness just now." Otherwise, his perverted hand reached out to touch Gu Jingyan's face. However, he didn't notice that the boys behind him had already stood up and were walking over. The moment Liu Beichen saw him coming, he immediately grabbed his hand. "How dare you touch anyone," Liu Beichen said. They saw Liu Beichen, who was also in school uniform and looked like a little brat. He said directly, "Which school are you from?" "Oh, it's a famous high school." "Good job. If you dare to touch me today, I'll let you know the meaning of death." Liu Beichen and the others were naturally not afraid. They were used to being domineering. No one dared to provoke them in school. Moreover, he was good at his studies, so the teachers didn't care about him. Liu Beichen and the other two joined forces and started beating up the people in front of them. Fu Chenxi was so frightened that she curled up in Gu Jingyan's arms. Gu Jingyan didn't expect a fight to break out. Seeing that the boys were beaten to a pulp, she quickly went over and hugged Liu Beichen tightly. "Stop hitting them. Stop hitting them. If you continue, you'll kill them." Liu Beichen turned around, still holding her hand, and looked at her face carefully. "Were you touched anywhere?" Gu Jingyan looked at his face. Although they basically had the upper hand, a fight was still a fight, and they also suffered some injuries. Liu Beichen's face was bruised and bleeding. Gu Jingyan's heart warmed. She looked at him and shook her head. Only then did Liu Beichen stop. He spat at the boys and said, "These are my people. How dare they touch my people? They must be tired of living." That day, she really felt that he was a hero. He was so handsome. However, the next day, a few of them were led to the office of teaching because a few of them had complained to the school. They remembered the school uniform and the last sentence he had said, "How dare you touch my woman?" However, the disciplinary office couldn't do anything to them. They didn't know whether to punish them or not. In the end, they were only sent to sweep the field for a week. Gu Jingyan thought about the past with a smile on her face. At that time, they were at loggerheads, but they also helped each other. Although they didn't like each other, they didn't allow others to say bad things about each other. She felt that he was also good to her in his heart. But now, he seemed to hate her completely. Gu Jingming and Gu Jingze stayed in the room to talk after they arrived. When they came out, they realized what had happened. Lin Che saw Gu Jingze coming from afar and hurried over. Gu Jingze, you're here. Gu Jingze nodded and looked at Lin Che. Are you going to WW's banquet? Yeah, Lin Che said. Why? Can't I? Gu Jingze looked at her and said, what do you know? Lin Che said, Who knows what we're competing in this time? I know how to shoot a gun. I used to play with a water gun when I was young. Didn't I ride a horse last time? Dancing. It's easy to learn. Our company should have a professional dance teacher. Chapter 440. Gu Jingze shook his head. It seemed like she didn't know how to do it at all. Lin Che said, why? Is it a bad idea for me to participate in this? Gu Jingze looked at her. Go ahead if you want to. But if you lose, you lose. What's the matter? Is there anything important in this bet? No. I just said that if I lose, I have to admit that I'm not good enough for you, Lin Che said, pursing his lips. Gu Jingze said, do you think that's important? Not really. I'm not good enough for you. Since it's the truth, it doesn't matter. Gu Jingze tapped her head. Yeah, you really can't compare to me in anything. Lin Che's heart skipped a beat as she looked at him. Gu Jingze said, you can't compare to me in terms of intelligence, looks, or money. Gu Jingze saw Lin Che squinting at him with a look of disdain. He smiled and said, but come to think of it, there's no one who can compare to me. I'll just have to put up with you. At least you know that you're good enough for me. Get lost. Gu Jingze said, if that's the case, there's nothing else. It was not up to others to say whether she was good enough for him or not. Gu Jingze thought that even if he lost, he would never allow anyone to say that she wasn't good enough for him. Moreover, he had never thought that she wasn't good enough for him. If she wasn't good enough for him, then there was probably no one else in this world who was good enough for him. Gu Jingming looked at Yu Minmin. Were you two together the whole time? Yu Minmin said, yeah, so you were fighting too. Gu Jingming took a deep look at her. Don't be so rigid. They provoked us first. What should we do if we don't fight back? If I get beaten up, you'll be the one who's embarrassed, right? Gu Jingming just took a deeper look at her and shook his head. Gu Jingming said, let's go and eat. Just then, Lu Chuxia walked over from afar. From afar, they saw Gu Jingze, Lin Che, Gu Jingming, and Yu Minmin sitting together in a small garden. There were people guarding around them. This scene was really refreshing. After all, these two brothers didn't often appear together in front of people. Lu Chuxia heard someone say, if we're missing Gu Jingyu, it would be a heavenly team. Looking at the scene again, it was indeed quite nice, and no one was allowed to get close to it. It looked very high-end. Lu Chuxia said, it's just a political marriage. Who does that Lin Che think he is? And that Yu Minmin too. I don't know where they came from. Lu Chuxia said, wait till the WW banquet, I'll show her what a real socialite is capable of. Let's see if she still has the face to appear here then. What? Is Lin Che going to the WW banquet? Yeah, I just heard that they're making a bet. Lu Chuxia is betting with Lin Che. Whoever loses will leave the socialite circle forever and stay away from the Gu family. How could that be? She's Mrs. Gu, why would she stay away from the Gu family? Could it be that Lu Chuxia is really determined to get Gu Jingze? Leaving means getting a divorce. Oh my god, why did Lin Che accept this bet? It won't do him any good. She must have known that if Lu Chuxia continued to chase after him, Gu Jingze might fall into Lu Chuxia's arms, so she made a life and death bet. Whoever wins will stay by Gu Jingze's side. When Lin Che left, he didn't know that the bet between him and Lu Chuxia had already spread everywhere. Yu Minmin was still on the phone with Lin Che in the car. I'm so glad that the two circles aren't the same. If the entertainment circle is like this, then the upper class circle isn't any better. How can the rumors be so ridiculous? Now you're being told that if you lose, you'll leave Gu Jingze. No way. Am I crazy? Yeah, but that's what they're saying. They said that it's a life and death bet between you and Lu Chuxia. Whoever wins will stay by Gu Jingze's side and the loser will get lost. They don't even think about it. Do you think Gu Jingze can be stopped by the two of us? Gu Jingze as a stake. How is that possible? Are they crazy? Gu Jingze won't be a stake himself, okay? We don't want to live anymore. Do we dare to use Gu Jingze as a stake? Yu Minmin said, anyway, that's what they said. Do as you see fit. It's too big this time. Lin Che really wanted to die. These people were really good at spreading rumors. Gu Jingming looked at Yu Minmin. Are you done with the call? Oh no, oh no. Yu Minmin said quickly. Oh right, send me to the prison. I'm going to see my father and see if he can be released. Okay, do you need me to go with you? No need. Go do your thing. I'll see what his attitude is like. How could she let the president accompany her to prison? She arrived at the prison and got out of the car. When the people in the prison saw Yu Minmin, they quickly let her in. They didn't expect Yu Minmin to come here. Madam, you could have mentioned it. There's nothing prepared now. It's a bit messy inside. It's okay. It's just a private visit this time. It has nothing to do with my identity. How could it be? It's an important matter that you're here. The warden looked at the 4 female bodyguards behind the president's wife. This was the president's wife. The warden welcomed Yu Minmin in. Yu Minmin didn't receive this treatment the last time he came. He couldn't help but be stunned. When Papa Youth saw Yu Minmin, he stood up immediately. Minmin, you're finally here. Is it true? I saw it on TV. You married the president. So, you're the president's wife now. Yu Minmin said, Dad, have you calmed down after being here for the past few days? How could Papa you calm down? He called out to his cellmates from other prisons and shouted, Come and see, my daughter. I said it's my daughter. My daughter is now the president's wife. Don't you believe me? I said it's my daughter. When the people from other prisons saw this, they all looked over. Yu Minmin couldn't continue speaking. She heard them shouting, It's true. Is your ancestor's grave emitting green smoke? Why do you have such a good daughter? Did you raise her? Papa you said, Of course, I raised her. My daughter is amazing. Papa you looked at her. Daughter, let me out. I won't cause trouble. I know I was wrong. I didn't know that you were going to be the president's wife. If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have caused trouble for you. Yu Minmin said, What I do has nothing to do with you. Dad, it seems like you're not ready to be released from prison yet. Chapter 441. I'm ready, really. I'll listen to you. Just let me out. If people hear that your father is still in prison, you'll lose face, won't you? Yu Minmin knew that she couldn't lock him up forever. She looked at her father and said forcefully, Okay, but remember, after you get out, first, don't gamble. Of course, of course. Second, don't go around saying that I'm your daughter. Otherwise, well, you're my daughter anyway. How is that considered cheating? Anyway, I won't use your name. I don't need to say it either. You being the president's wife is enough for our family to live a good life. Third, don't go to Glass Palace or other places where Mr. President and I will be. Okay, I'll listen to you. Yu Minmin looked at him. Even if she let him out, she had to get someone to keep an eye on him to prevent him from causing trouble. She turned to the warden and said, then please let him out. Okay, we'll let him out right away. The warden was about to open the door. Yu Minmin said, not now. I'll go first. You guys follow the normal procedure. She couldn't be bothered to deal with him here. Talking to him would give her a headache. Before she reached Glass Palace, her bodyguard called her. She saw that it was from Gu Jingming. Speaking of which, she hadn't received Gu Jingming's phone number before. Whenever Gu Jingming had any problems, he would always call Linda to inform her. Gu Jingming said, has your father been released? Yeah, he's out. I'll get someone to watch over him. Don't worry. Okay, thank you for calling me. But I'll remember your number. I don't have yours yet. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Okay, we'll talk when you come back. When Yu Minmin returned to Glass Palace, Gu Jingming handed her a phone. Yu Minmin asked curiously, what's this? It's a special phone. My number is inside. If you want to call me in the future, just call this number. Yu Minmin looked at the ordinary-looking phone. Is it to prevent eavesdropping? It's the safest phone. Anyway, take it. Yu Minmin smiled and took the phone. She fiddled with the phone and found that it was just like an ordinary phone. It could do anything. Gu Jingming's phone number was saved in the file. She smiled. She felt that it was an improvement to have his phone call. It was about their relationship. When Lin Che returned home, he first went to play with Prince for a while. After Prince got used to the house, he was taken care of by 2 servants every day. His days were especially comfortable. Lin Che couldn't help but feel jealous. He hugged the prince and muttered, you're the best. You live in such a good place and don't have to think about anything. Unlike me, I have to go to some socialite conference. The servant said that the prince wanted to eat, so Lin Che hurriedly put down the dog. Unexpectedly, the dog started running and scurrying around on the ground. Lin Che hurriedly said, hey, don't get lost. Hurry up and see where the dog went. The servants hurriedly went to catch the dog and take things to stop it. Lin Che hurriedly said, be careful not to hurt it. The prince is still too young. If he gets hurt, it won't be easy for him to recover. Hearing this, the servants hurriedly became more careful. However, they were afraid of hurting the prince, so they moved even slower, making it even harder for them to catch the dog. The prince ran just like that and everyone turned the place upside down. When Gu Jingze came in, he saw that all the servants were searching. Gu Jingze frowned and asked directly, what are you all doing? Lin Che stood on the sofa and looked at Gu Jingze. We're looking for the prince. He's gone. Gu Jingze looked at the servant speechlessly. Lin Che said, the prince is too young and there are too many people. He's probably hiding because he's afraid. The servants stood there in silence. They looked at the room. They had been busy looking for the dog just now, but it had suddenly become so chaotic. Although it wasn't too chaotic, Gu Jingze had always been strict with people. Seeing this, he would definitely feel unhappy. Thus, everyone looked at Gu Jingze worriedly. The silence made the room become much quieter. Lin Che hurriedly said, what's wrong? Hurry up and look. He must still be in this room. Gu Jingze frowned and looked. After a while, he finally waved his hand and said, hurry up and look. He turned around and even asked the bodyguards behind him to look for the prince. The servants were all very surprised. However, they were also very happy that Gu Jingze loved Lin Che so much. After a while, someone finally said, "Found him, found him." Lin Che quickly ran over and hugged the prince. Don't run around anymore." Gu Jingze also walked over with a frown. "Raising such a thing. Do you know that it's troublesome?" "Why would I?" "It's troublesome, but it's also one of the joys of life." "Oh yeah, I want to let the dog out." Gu Jingze said speechlessly, "He's so small. What's there to let him out?" "I haven't let him out yet. It's good to go out for a walk." Gu Jingze could only say, "Okay." She said, "Are you coming too?" "What else? What if you get lost if you walk around alone with the dog?" She was speechless. She wasn't a child, but when she saw Gu Jingze change his clothes, she still jumped happily behind him. The two of them walked out together with the dog in their arms. In the park outside, the little dog was running around on the grass. This was actually considered a wealthy area. There were many villas in the surrounding area. In the park, some people were walking their dogs, taking care of their children, and playing. Lin Che hugged the dog in his arms and teased, "He's so cute. Prince, our prince is the cutest." Lin Che put the dog on the ground and watched as the dog ran around on the ground. Lin Che also watched from the side. Some children were still playing around. Lin Che said, "Look, the little dog is so happy. He's running around." "Yeah, he doesn't have to do anything and you're taking care of him." "Of course he's happy." "Why?" "He brings us happiness." "Is that what he wants to do?" "Why?" "Have you never raised a small animal before?" "No." "Why?" "It's troublesome." "Hee, I think it's not as troublesome as you." "What did you say?" Nothing. It's such a waste of time." "Do you know how many documents you can read and how much knowledge you can learn in this time?" "Okay, the world of a genius is different from ours." Lin Che said, "When I was young, I secretly raised a little rabbit for a few days. Later, Lin Yu found out, so she secretly threw my rabbit into the kitchen and made it into rabbit soup." Gu Jingze frowned. Lin Che said, "After that, I thought that I can only raise things after I move out and have my own home." Just then, another little dog rushed over. Lin Che was shocked and rushed over. "Ah, no, Prince." Chapter 442. Gu Jingze walked over quickly, but they were still too slow. The big dog had already bitten Prince's arm. Lin Che quickly picked up the puppy and threw the big dog to the side. "Ah, she kicked my dog." A little boy's voice was heard. Then, the little boy ran over quickly. Lin Che hugged the dog and looked at Prince in his arms. He couldn't see anything, but Prince was whimpering and shivering, which made Lin Che's heart ache. The little boy hugged his dog and looked at the dog that had been kicked aside. He raised his head angrily and said, "Ah Sang, you're here. This bitch kicked my dog." The person who came was the boy's nanny, who looked like a Filipino maid. When the Filipino maid saw this, she quickly said, "Young master, it's fine. The dog is fine, isn't it?" The Filipino maid saw that the two people in front of her were dressed very ordinarily. The lights were too dim here, so she couldn't see who was who. The little boy said angrily, "How can it be fine? They kicked my dog. I want them to pay for it." Lin Che saw that the other party was just a little boy, so he said patiently, "It was your dog that bit my dog first. If I didn't do anything just now, it might have killed my dog in one bite. My dog is too small to be bitten, okay?" The little boy raised his head and said, "Your stupid dog doesn't look valuable. My dog was brought back from Japan by my father. Hey, raising a pet is about feelings, not money. You think it's worthless, but in my heart, it's more valuable than any expensive pet. I don't care. Anyway, you kicked my dog. Aw, Sang, hurry up and go to the police. I want the police to take them away. Whose child was this? He was so hot-tempered. He looked so young, but he had already learned how to use his power to oppress others. Lin Che said, "You naughty child." Aw, Sang looked at the two of them and said, "Hurry up and apologize to our young master. Otherwise, you won't have a good time if you go to the police station." Hey! Lin Che was about to say something, but Gu Jingze stopped him and said to the boy opposite him, "Your dog is a Tosa fighting dog. This kind of dog is too ferocious, so it's not allowed to be kept in our country. So, when we go to the police station, it will be taken away. It will be your dog." "What are you talking about? How can we not raise them? My dad said that our family dares to raise anything." At this moment, the little girl's parents arrived. They saw this scene from afar. Gu Jingze and Lin Che were standing in front of them. Not far away, bodyguards with Gu family badges were waiting quietly. "Xiao Shan, what are you doing?" The father was so scared that he scrambled over to Xiao Shan. Sorry, what happened to our child?" "They kicked my dog," he said in a childish voice. The father immediately covered the child's mouth and turned around to give the Filipino maid another slap. "How do you take care of your child? How dare you bring your child to offend a noble?" The Filipino maid still didn't know what had happened, and she looked aggrieved. Lin Che looked at her. Although he felt uncomfortable, he couldn't stop her. He could only say, "Your child's dog bit my dog, so I kicked it away." Gu Jingze also said from behind, "But I remember that this kind of dog can't be raised." The father's face turned pale with fear. Looking at the handsome Gu Jingze, his whole body was cold. That extraordinary aura made people not dare to speak. Yes. This kind of dog can't be raised. We'll get rid of it when we get back. The father glanced at the dog in the other party's hand. Looking at the little thing in Lin Che's arms, it was obviously an ordinary little white dog. At that time, he was surprised. But then he thought about it and decided to forget it. Who knew what these top families were thinking? Maybe they just like to raise this kind of small white dog and act independently. In any case, no matter how much this dog was worth before, or if it was worth nothing at all, its value was incomparable now. Seeing them leave in a hurry, Gu Jingze put his arm around Lin Che and walked back. "Let's go back and see if the prince is injured." "Okay, we'll go back and see." "But..." She looked up. "How did you know what kind of dog it was?" "I read about it," Lin Che said. Lin Che said, "But there are so many breeds of dogs. How could you remember such a rare breed?" Lin Che thought that she only knew common dogs like Pomeranians and Golden Retrievers. The dog just now looked so strange that she couldn't even name it. However, Gu Jingze recognized the dog and even called out its name. Gu Jingze said, "Don't compare me with you. Go away." He was looking down on her again. However, Gu Jingze was really like a kaleidoscope. He knew everything, making people feel as if there was nothing he didn't know. He was really amazing. When they reached home, Lin Che hurriedly asked the servant to help him check on the prince. The servant looked carefully and found that there was a slight injury on his leg. There wasn't much blood, but there was still a wound. Lin Che was distressed. Gu Jingze said, "Call someone to take care of it. It looks like it's still too young to go out. Let's take it out for a walk when it's older." Lin Che could only pout and look at the prince pitifully. Okay, when you're older, I'll take you out to play. Gu Jingze asked the servant to take the dog away and then said to Lin Che, okay, some things can grow up quickly. Come here, let's play. What? Lin Che was stunned. Gu Jingze tapped her nose lightly and quickly pulled her into the room. Come here and I'll tell you. What are you talking about? Gu Jingze pushed her against the door and said, look, it's still small now, but the thing that will grow when you touch it is here. You don't have to wait. How nice. Lin Che looked down and suddenly realized what he was talking about. She blushed and said, get lost. However, Gu Jingze had already taken her hand and was stroking it downward. Lin Che still felt shy and didn't want to look at him. You. Why are you always like this? Do you have to do this every day? I don't know either. I just can't get enough of you. What do you think I should do? Lin Che's face turned even redder and she didn't dare to look at him. Gu Jingze said, I just think about you all the time and it's not enough. What do you think I should do? He felt his body getting ready for her very quickly because her hand was like magic. With just a touch, his body swelled uncontrollably. Gu Jingze hugged her, bit her shoulder, and slowly pushed her onto the bed. The next day, Yu Minmin handed the documents to Lin Che. The events for the WW banquet this time are out. Take a look and see if you can survive. Lin Che took the documents and looked at them. The first event was horse riding. Lu Chuxia won completely. Chapter 443. The second event was fencing. She didn't know how good Lu Chuxia was. She only knew that she had never played it before. The third event was ballet. Damn, this was Lu Chuxia's forte. Wasn't this a banquet specially prepared for Lu Chuxia? Lin Che said, it's over. I'm going to die this time. This is all Lu Chuxia's forte. Yu Minmin said, I've asked around. It's said that some of the people in this committee are people that Lu Chuxia knew in the past. You're saying that Lu Chuxia might have already experienced it before? That's right. She's very confident that you won't be able to beat her. Lin Che gradually clenched his fists. She's really looking down on me. Anyway, there's still a month left. I might not lose. Yu Minmin said, yeah, see what you can do now. The two of them went to the riding field in the afternoon. It was an ordinary riding field. Because of Yu Minmin and Lin Che's arrival, the owner of the field had cleared it out. Yu Minmin said, sometimes the title of the president's wife is quite useful. Although I usually despise using special privileges, I have no other choice this time. Lin Che led a horse over to try it out. The Gu family's bodyguards were helping her lead the horse. She could walk one round. She let go of the horse and walked one round herself. However, she didn't dare to ride it for the time being. After coming down, she said, looks like I'll have to practice more often. As for fencing, Lin Che had no confidence at all. Yu Minmin said, it's said that there's a fencing expert. I've asked around. That expert's name is Situ Cheong. He was once a world champion, but because of family reasons, he returned to his family to manage the family affairs and no longer socialize. However, one year, he once trained Guan Qing, who had no foundation in fencing at all. Guan Qing later became the women's world champion that year. From then on, he became famous. Everyone said that the people he trained would definitely become top-notch experts. I think that you might not be able to beat Lu Chuxia in horseback riding, but fencing might be the most likely event to turn the tables. Lin Che nodded and said, that's the only way. But how do we find that person? Did you pay him? How is that possible? The Situ family is a large family company that deals in ships. He's the young master of the family. He's eccentric and unpredictable, so it's hard to locate him. He doesn't lack your money either. Most importantly, he doesn't have much interaction with the Gu family, but he does have some cooperation with the Liu family. It can't be. Lin Che suddenly felt hopeless. Anyway, let's give it a try first. I've already sent someone to inquire about his whereabouts. In this aspect, Yu Minmin was still strong. She was completely qualified to do logistical support, especially now that she was the First Lady. Many things could be done with half the effort. Yu Minmin said, Situ will be resting in Fragrant Hill Village for the next few days. You can go and try. Well, does he have any hobbies? Not at all, because he rarely comes out, so very few people pay attention to what he likes. All right. Lin Che looked at the address. He had a nagging feeling that he was going to be unlucky this time. Over there. Lu Chuxia saw Lin Li walking in and said to her, I'm not sure if you've heard of the WW banquet. Lin Li froze for a moment, then her eyes lit up. Yes, of course I've heard of it. It's a banquet that all the women in Country C want to attend. Those who can attend are the top socialites in Country C. Only a rich young lady like Miss Lu can attend. Lu Chuxia sat there, leaning against the wall with her long legs crossed. She held a cup of coffee in her hand and sipped it slowly. What if I want to recommend you to attend the WW banquet? Lin Li was overjoyed. She looked at Lu Chuxia in disbelief. Really? Of course, Lu Chuxia said. If you follow me, I won't mistreat you. I've told you before that I'll let you experience the charm of a top family. Lin Li was overjoyed. Thank you. Thank you, Miss Liu. I'll be loyal to you. Plus, your younger sister will attend it too. Lin Li was slightly stunned. Lin Che was going to attend too. Why? Are you afraid of her? Of course not. Lin Li snorted in disdain. She doesn't know anything. Do you think I don't know her? She's never learned anything since she was young. I know her too well. That's right. I thought that since you know her so well, she would definitely be defeated by you. Here's the information about the WW banquet. You can go and have a look. The banquet will last for a week, and it will be held on the Holy Island. It's a very grand banquet. I hope you can get a good ranking. Then. Miss Liu, aren't you going? Of course, I'm going. Then Miss Liu will be the first. I don't think I'll have a chance. Lin Li knew how to suck up to someone. Lu Chuxia said matter-of-factly, you'll be able to broaden your horizons by attending the banquet. Plus, there's only one first place. But you have to know that as long as you get a good ranking, your reputation will immediately grow in the circle. Lin Li's heart was filled with hope. Of course, she knew this benefit. Even if Lu Chuxia just wanted to let her experience it, it would be enough. Being able to attend this banquet was the dream of many daughters from prestigious families. It was not something that ordinary people could attend. Now that she was able to attend, many people were already jealous of her. She didn't think that she could really get first place, but even if she was in the top few, she could still be noticed by the rich and powerful. That way, she could become a socialite. That was the greatest benefit. She only snorted when she saw Lin Li's ecstatic face. No wonder these lowly people were so happy to attend the WW banquet. However, she had won the title of the #1 socialite several times in a row. However, Lu Chuxia still asked Lin Li to attend the banquet. That was because she didn't want to trouble Lin Che herself. Moreover, just as Lin Li said, she knew Lin Che very well. The competition between the two sisters would be very interesting. If Lin Li could defeat Lin Che at the beginning, it would be the best. Even if she couldn't, she could make Lin Che annoyed enough, and then she could give her a fatal blow. Lucia said to Linley, "Oh right, you've learned these things, right?" Linley looked at the information and said, "I've learned horseback riding and ballet, but fencing." Chapter 444. Fencing. There's a guy's profile here. He's known as the best trainer. If you can get him to train you, you'll definitely beat him. Hearing that, Linley immediately took the file and saw Situ Cheong's name on it. She seemed to have heard this name before. Lin Che set off for Fragrant Hill Village on the same day. He took a plane and soon arrived at S City where Fragrant Hill Village was located. In the car, young Lingxin said while looking at the profile, "Sister Che, is this guy very important?" Lin Che said, "Of course. It's about whether I'll be completely humiliated. Why don't you let Mr. Gu visit him first?" "Gu Jingze doesn't talk to him much," Lin Che said, thinking that she didn't want Gu Jingze to go because she asked someone else for help. If she let Gu Jingze go, there would only be two outcomes. One would be him begging for help, and the other would be him being domineering and kidnapping her. It wasn't good to kidnap her, but she couldn't bear to see Gu Jingze beg for help. And it would be because of her. It didn't matter if she begged for help since she wasn't a person of high status and she didn't have a crossbow to use. She was used to being shameless. Yang Lingxin helped her with the chores and watched from the side. When they arrived at the hotel, the two of them went into the hotel to tidy up. It wasn't far from Fragrant Hill Village. Standing on the second floor, they could see the resort. It looked simple but beautiful and spacious. It was obviously a good place for the rich to stay healthy. Situ Cheong really knew how to enjoy life. After Lin Che settled down, he went straight to Fragrant Hill Village. However, he was stopped at the entrance. Lin Che said, "Isn't this a resort?" The staff at the entrance said, "Sorry, it's not open to the public today." "Not open to the public?" Lin Che asked, "I want to ask if Mr. Situ is here." The staff glanced at Lin Che and ignored her. Lin Che said, "I just want to visit Mr. Situ." "Can't I?" "Mr. Situ doesn't see guests." "You'd better go back." "I hope you can tell Mr. Situ that no matter what, it's better to reject him when he sees him. Mr. Situ doesn't want to see anyone. You can leave." He snorted and said directly, "If you don't leave, I won't be polite." Just as he was about to chase him away, another voice came from behind. "Lin Che, you actually came to look for Mr. Situ." It was Linley. She arrived here on the same day, so she came here to pay a visit. Lin Che was surprised to see Linley. Linley said, "What? Do you think you're the only one who has the right to attend the WW party?" Lin Che was even more surprised. "You want to attend the WW banquet?" "That's right, I've already obtained the qualifications." "Why, are you surprised?" Linley said proudly, "Even an illegitimate child like you is qualified to participate." "Of course, I'm more qualified than you. Also, don't underestimate my current status, okay?" Lin Che didn't believe that the daughter of the Lin family would have the qualifications to attend such a high-class banquet. After thinking for a while, he understood that it was probably Lu Chuxia again. Linley snorted and pushed Lin Che aside. She said to the person at the door with a fawning expression, "Handsome, I'm Linley. I don't know if you've watched my TV series. Can I see Mr. Situ?" The person at the door glanced at Linley. "Mr. Situ doesn't want to see anyone." Linley immediately stopped smiling and snorted. "Who do you think you are? How dare you stop me? You're just a dog standing at the door. I have an invitation from Miss Lu. Give it to your Mr. Situ. He'll want to see me soon." The person at the door said, "Mr. Situ said that he won't see anyone. If you continue to cause trouble here, I'll get someone to chase you away." As expected, Linley walked forward. I'll see how you're going to chase me away. If you dare to touch a hair of mine. Lin Che was still watching from behind. Steward Chin said, "What's going on? How can they fight? How are you going to explain to young Master Cheong when he comes?" I'm sorry. We'll clear them out immediately." Lin Che immediately let go of Linley. Linley was still yelling, "Oh, Lin Che, how dare you hit me? You! Just you wait." Lin Li's hand was almost broken. She looked up and saw the person over there. Anyone with a discerning eye would know immediately that it was the mysterious Situ Cheong. When Lin Li saw that a few people were coming to clean them up, she hurriedly shouted, "Mr. Situ, I was introduced here by Miss Lu Chuxia. She said that you are friends with her." "Look, this is the visiting card." Steward Chin frowned. He looked at the man behind him carefully and said quickly, "What are you waiting for? Get them out of here." A few people hurried over to pull the three girls away. Lin Li said quickly, "Mr. Situ, can you take a look at the visitation card? I've heard a lot about you, and I'm here to see you." "You? I can do whatever you want, but please don't kick me out." In comparison, Lin Che just watched from the side. Looking at the man, he thought that it would be worse if he was kicked out like this. However, if the man didn't want to help, it might not work even if he yelled. Just then, the man suddenly waved his hand and called someone over. Steward Chen ran over immediately. It seemed that the man said something to him. He turned around and said to the others, "Stop. Let them go." Lin Che was finally let go. Lin Li heaved a sigh of relief and said to Lin Che, "I told you that Miss Lu's visitation card is more useful than anything else." However, at this moment, the sightseeing bus slowly drove over. As the man approached, the coldness seemed to follow him. Even though he looked very simple and was dressed very simply, he still gave off a very oppressive feeling. At first, Lin Che thought that the man in front of him was an old man, but the man in front of him was obviously less than 30 years old. There was an indifferent expression on his handsome face. Of course, after following Gu Jingze, he had seen too many handsome faces, so he was a little immune to handsome men. But even so, when he looked at him again, he still felt that his appearance was not inferior to those handsome men and beautiful women. His eyes fell on Lin Che and sized him up, which made Lin Che suddenly feel uncomfortable. He said directly, "You stay." Lin Che was stunned. Lin Li, who was standing beside him, also looked depressed. Seeing this, Steward Chin said to the people beside him, "Take the irrelevant people away." Mr. Situ, you can't do this." Lin Che looked at Lin Li in a daze as she was mercilessly taken away by a few people. Then, she looked at Situ Cheong and said in a low voice, "Mr. Situ, hello. My name is Lin Che. I'm really sorry for visiting you so suddenly." Chapter 446. He stared at Lin Che and said, "Come up and we'll talk." Lin Che nodded and got into his sightseeing car. Yang Lingxin wanted to come up but was stopped. Lin Che gave Yang Lingxin a look, telling her that he would go up. Lin Che looked at the man beside him. He was wearing sunglasses, so he couldn't see his eyes clearly. He could only vaguely feel that he was looking at him. He suddenly said, "Have you learned mixed martial arts before?" "Ah." Lin Che was stunned. "No. Is that so? Those moves just now were quite neat." "Ah, that's because when I was young, I often fought with people, so I know how to fight better. Moreover, girls are weak, especially those ladies who never work, so of course they can't beat me. I came from the streets when I was young, and I've done all kinds of dirty and tiring work, so I'm different from them." He smirked and looked at Lin Che. Finally, he took off his sunglasses. Just now, he saw something strange over here. When he sent someone over, he noticed two women fighting. So he stopped far away to see how they would fight. He didn't expect this skinny woman to be so explosive. She didn't hold back and knocked the other woman to the ground. She did it in one go and it looked beautiful. He said, "You came to me because of the WW banquet?" "Ah. How did you know?" Lin Che said, embarrassed. He said, "Someone told me that there would be fencing at the banquet, so I thought that someone would come to me. Unfortunately, those rumors are just lies. I'm not that good." "How can that be? There's no smoke out of a hole. Besides, I really don't have any other choice. I can only try it as a last resort." The man was stunned. He turned and nodded. "Are you saying that you're a dead horse or I'm a dead horse?" Lin Che knew that he had said the wrong thing and quickly said, "No, no. I'm a dead horse, I am." "Of course you're not. You're a world champion, I'm someone who doesn't even know what fencing is." He gave a rare smile and looked at her. After a while, he asked, "Why do you want to fight for first place?" "It's just a banquet. Although it's just an empty reputation, I've already promised someone to bet on who will win. I can't not give it a try, so I'll give up. So, I still want to compete." He chuckled. "You promised Lu Chuxia, right?" "Hey, how did you know?" "It's not a big circle, so it's easy to find out. Didn't you say that whoever wins will get Gujingze?" Lin Che said, "It's not like that, okay? How did these people spread it? I'm just curious. Gu Jingze is such an arrogant person. How did he end up as a wager? No one would dare to use him as a wager, right?" "Oh, you know Gu Jingze." "Of course, who doesn't know Gu Jingze?" That was true. Although Gu Jingze kept a low profile, it didn't stop the rumors from spreading. "But, even though I'm not, I still made the bet. I don't want to admit defeat, but I know it's not easy to beat her on horseback, so I can only win by fencing. Otherwise, I might not even be qualified to compete with her. Compared to Lu Chuxia, you're still inferior." Was he here to hurt her? He looked at Lin Che. "But, if you want to try, I'll go back to B City in 3 days. We'll meet then." "Ah, you agree? Really? Thank you so much." She looked at him in surprise. She didn't expect him to agree so readily. Situ Cheong said, "It's not that interesting anyway. It's not a bad idea to take a disciple. Was she just someone to pass the time? Forget it, as long as he was willing to teach her." Lin Li didn't expect to be kicked out. She hurriedly called Lu Chuxia and told her about it. Lu Chuxia was also shocked. She scolded Lin Li over the phone, "You're so useless. You've been at a disadvantage against Lin Che since the beginning. I think Lin Che will beat you sooner or later." Lin Li was also puzzled. She could only say over the phone, "But, Situ Cheong is really strange. He saw us, but he kept Lin Che and kicked me out. It's useless even if I say your name. Lin Che is a little fox. He has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Why don't you learn how to hook up with men from him? Why are you complaining to me?" "Humph, forget it. I never thought you'd be successful. You'd better take care of yourself. If you're eliminated by Lin Che at the beginning, you can't blame anyone else." Lu Chuxia hung up the phone angrily. Lin Li was also sullen. Initially, she was very angry that Lin Che had gained Mr. Situ's favor after being beaten up. She didn't expect Situ Cheong to be so strange. Lu Chuxia thought it was strange. Situ Cheong never met anyone. Why was he so? Lin Che and Yang Lingxin set off for B City. On the way back, Yang Lingxin looked at the documents and said, "Did Mr. Situ really say he would teach you when we got back?" "Yeah. I think he's weird. Sister Che, you should stay away from him. It's okay. He's probably annoyed by these people. Of course, he doesn't want to talk to them anymore." "Okay. After you guys went in, you didn't say anything else?" "No. But I'm still curious why he suddenly helped Sister Che. Didn't they say he was hard to deal with? But he seemed to say he would help Lin Che easily. Maybe he's really bored." Lin Che didn't want to think too much now. He just wanted to deal with the dinner party. The fencing was settled for now, but there was still the ballet problem. She didn't know how to do ballet, so she still had to learn it. When they got home, Gu Jingze saw that she was still diligently sweeping something. He walked over and asked, "What are you looking at?" "I'm looking at ballet. Tell me, which teacher is better? Although I don't know how to dance, I have a talent for performing. I can even learn from the looks." Gu Jingze saw that she was so diligent. The food was still on the side, but he didn't eat it. He looked at her in silence and took the tablet from her hand. "All right, put it aside. Let's eat first." "Ah, it's okay. I want to look at it first. Time is of the essence." "No." He pulled her over domineeringly and dragged her by the waist. He made her face him and straddled his lap. "Aya, what are you doing?" Lin Che cried out and looked at the servants around them. Gu Jingze wasn't worried at all. He even raised his hand and said to the servants, "Change the food for madam." The servants quickly brought the food. Chapter 447. Gu Jingze placed it on the side and picked up the spoon. Lin Che quickly said, "I'll do it myself." "Open your mouth," he said to her sternly. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze and opened her mouth obediently. After Gu Jingze fed her, he nodded in satisfaction and went to get another spoon. "Really, I can do it myself. You'll forget it as you eat. It'll get cold again. Eating cold food isn't good for your body, especially with your small physique." Lin Che chewed and looked at Gu Jingze. Her slender fingers reached for the spoon and held it between her fingertips. Then, she lowered her head and blew on the porridge before passing it to Lin Che. She looked extremely gentle. That pair of lake-like eyes quietly flowed with gentleness. It was as if it had flowed through her heart, bringing with it a sense of tranquility that calmed her fickleness. With such a pleasing husband, she felt that no matter how hard it was, no matter how sad it was all worth it. Even if she would always worry about her gains and losses because of him, and there were always so many people coveting this outstanding man, this unique man was also worth it. Since she was already very lucky to be standing by his side, then she could only work hard. She looked at him and felt that she was infatuated with him again. She really wanted to look at him like this one day, until the end of time, and it wouldn't be enough. Because he was too good-looking. Gu Jingze saw that she was looking at him with a smile. The way she looked at him was like a hungry cat looking at its food. He pinched her nose and said, "Why aren't you eating? What are you looking at?" Seriously, with this position so close to him, she just wanted to eat him up. How could she be in the mood to eat? Gu Jingze said, "Do you want to win against Lu Chusha that badly?" Lin Che nodded vigorously. "Everyone is saying that if I lose, I'll have to leave you. I'll make the people outside talk less. But this is a battle for a husband. If I don't work hard now, when will I? Don't worry, I won't lose to you." Gu Jingze calmed down. He looked at her little face and reached out to pinch it. After a pause, he said, "Hurry up and finish eating. I'll take you to the ballet teacher." "Really?" Sure. I'll eat quickly, but you have to put me down before you eat, okay? She said, how am I supposed to eat like this? Gu Jingzi thought for a while. He also hoped that she could finish her meal well, so he nodded and let her have a good meal. After dinner, Gu Jingzi took Lin Che to a school. The ballet students were dancing and swaying to the music. They looked very beautiful and elegant. Lin Che looked and said, the ballet here looks very professional. Gu Jingzi said, of course. The ballet here has always won international awards. The students are all top-notch. Ah, are you going to find me a teacher here? That's right, Gu Jingzi said. Lin Che still felt a little nervous. He was a person who didn't know anything. It didn't seem good for him to be taught by such a professional teacher. When he entered the classroom, he saw some students dancing. A teacher in his 50s stood there with an excellent temperament. Everyone was surprised to see the two of them pushing the door open. Especially when they looked at Gu Jingzi, the beautiful girls who were studying ballet all blushed. The teacher stopped them and turned around to say to Gu Jingzi, Mr. Gu, you're here. Gu Jingzi nodded. Oh, is this the student? Yes. Gu Jingzi introduced the teacher to Lin Che. This is Teacher Liu, one of the best ballet teachers in the country. You can learn ballet from her for the next few days. Lin Che nodded and greeted the teacher. After Gu Jingzi left, Lin Che stayed to continue learning. The students were still watching curiously. They were all young people, so they naturally recognized Lin Che when they saw him. However, they were just curious. Was Lin Che going to film something related to ballet? Why did he have to find a teacher to learn from? Moreover, their teacher was not an ordinary teacher. They were all excellent ballet students who had the potential to enter the national dance troupe in the future. Only then could they learn from this teacher. Lin Che said to the teacher embarrassedly, I don't have much foundation. I might have to trouble you. She said, it's okay. Although it's a crash course, you have good qualities and are actually very suitable for dancing. Keep your legs straight. Yes, your legs are straight and your arms are good too. Ballet learning is very hard. You might not be used to it at first. Whether you're sent by Gu Jingzi or not, if you're afraid of hard work, I advise you to give up early. If you're not afraid of hard work, stay and learn well. If you can't learn anything, I don't care who sent you here, I'll still make you leave. Lin Che said, Teacher, I'm not afraid of hard work. I'll learn well. She smiled. That depends on your hard work. Lin Che started learning there that day. It was a little difficult for her to learn. At the beginning, her feet were all swollen. However, she didn't give up and continued to learn well. This surprised the teacher. She reported to Gu Jingzi's people, at first, I thought that she would be very delicate because she's a star. But surprisingly, she's very hardworking and hardworking. She's even more hardworking than these professional dancers. Moreover, her foundation is very good and she's very good at dancing. I believe that she'll be able to learn well. Although she'll definitely be a lot worse than the professional dancers, she should be able to perform after a crash course. After hearing these replies, Gu Jingzi was silent. He thought for a while and went to the school at night. He saw that Lin Che was dancing with a few ballet students. They were helping Lin Che learn and they looked very intimate. Although Lin Che had only been here for 2 days, everyone quite liked her. At first, they thought that she was just here to have fun and that she wouldn't be able to persist for long after learning so hard. However, her hard work shocked many people. Some people looked at Lin Che's swollen feet and felt pain for her. Lin Che, I thought that actors were lying when they said that they had to learn before acting. It turns out that they really have to learn. You're so good. You're so hardworking. Lin Che said, it's not for acting. This time, it's for something very important. A few people said, Lin Che, you're such a good person. Oh yeah, is that person standing outside your boyfriend? Lin Che only reacted then. She looked up and saw that Gu Jingze had actually appeared at the door without her knowing. A few students were infatuated with him again. Lin Che, your boyfriend is so handsome. Yeah. He's a good match for you. Can't we announce it? We won't tell anyone else. Lin Che smiled and hurriedly walked out first. Before she could reach him, Gu Jingze had already carried Lin Che in his arms. Chapter 448. Lin Che hurriedly said, what is it? What's wrong? This is a school, hurry up and put me down. Gu Jingze said, don't move. I'll take you back first. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze speechlessly. They soon arrived home. The servant was surprised to see Gu Jingze come in with Lin Che in his arms. Gu Jingze asked the servant to bring hot water and put Lin Che down on the sofa. After asking someone to put down the hot water, he waved his hand to let them leave. While Lin Che was still in shock, Gu Jingze had already taken off her shoes and tossed them aside. Looking at the foot, it was indeed swollen. Moreover, it was quite swollen. His heart couldn't help but ache. He raised his head and stared at her with his dark eyes. Don't go to that banquet anymore. Lin Che was startled. Then, he hurriedly said, don't be like this. I've already said, don't go. No matter what they say, you're my wife. I'll make sure that whoever dares to say anything about you in the future, as long as they mention this, I'll make them disappear from Country C. I'll make them disappear from every corner I know. Lin Che had never seen Gu Jingze like this. His pitch-black eyes were filled with coldness. His murderous aura rushed to the corners of his eyes. It was as if a vicious aura was about to break through his soul and rush out. It was as if anyone who stood in his way would be ruthlessly trampled under his feet. There was a kind of aura that could kill anyone who stood in his way, and Buddha who stood in his way. He was really angry, and when he was angry, he was very scary. Lin Che hurriedly grabbed his shoulder. Looking into his eyes, she said, no, Gu Jingze, no. Gu Jingze listened to her voice. He half knelt on the ground, just enough to look her in the eye. Lin Che bit her lip and looked at him holding her feet. Her heart was warm, and she suddenly felt that she could do anything for him. Yes, all of this was so that one day, she could stand together with him without being looked down upon. Even if he was right about not caring about what others thought, she still wanted everything to be perfect. She looked at Gu Jingze. But I've already started practicing. I don't want to give up. Gu Jingze's gaze was frightening. He looked at Lin Che and said, this isn't considered giving up. We don't have to suffer anymore. We won't participate and we won't practice anymore. No, Gu Jingze, I've gone through the hardest part. Look, I'm swollen, but I'll get better tomorrow. If I give up like this, my 2 days of hard work will be in vain. I don't want to give up. It's really a waste. Besides, even if it's very hard, what I've learned is still mine. I'll use it in the future. Even if I keep learning, it's no big deal. I can persevere. Trust me, okay? Gu Jingze still didn't have the heart to do it. He looked at her in silence. His raised chin was tense. Lin Che said, really, I know it's tough, but is life supposed to be like this? Am I right? If everything was smooth sailing, then there wouldn't be any meaning to it. I just want to try, challenge, and do this over and over again. It's also very interesting. Besides, do you really think that I'll definitely lose and that all my hard work will be for nothing? Do you not trust me that much, and that's why you don't want me to continue? Gu Jingze looked at her quietly. After a while, he seemed to soften his stance a little. Lin Che smiled and said, "And it doesn't hurt at all." "All right, get up. I'll wash myself." But Gu Jingze didn't move. He pressed down on her feet and said, "Don't move. Let me do it." Lin Che quickly said, "No, I'll do it myself. I'll be fine after soaking for a while. Let me help you rub them." Gu Jingze didn't allow her to say anything. He immediately put her feet into the water and washed the soles of her feet. Her fair and delicate little feet were now swollen like small steamed buns. He washed them meticulously, not letting go of any gap between her toes. Lin Che couldn't help but blush a little as he held her feet in his hands. Especially when he rubbed the sensitive areas of her soles, it itched and made her want to shrink back. Seeing him half kneeling there, she felt that a man who knew how to lower himself was the tallest man. His serious and meticulous gaze stared at her toes, making her feel a burning sensation. The next day, Lin Che went to learn ballet in the morning. In the afternoon, it was the appointed time with Situ. Gu Jingze didn't expect that she could make Situ agree to teach her. He sent Lin Che to the Situ residence. Outside, he said, "This person is very strange. Remember to give me a call if you need anything. Don't worry. It's not a problem. I think everyone is just exaggerating about him." Gu Jingze shook his head. This girl was still too naive. Bad people don't have the word bad written above their heads. Even elementary school students know that. How can you not know that? Get lost. Of course I know that. But he has no reason to treat me badly. That's true. Indeed, there's nothing for Situ to go to war for. Get lost. Gu Jingze said, "But Situ is difficult to deal with because he doesn't care who you are. If he wants to, he will do anything. People like him who have no principles and aren't afraid of power are difficult to deal with." All right, you can go now." Lin Che quickly went inside. Seeing that she had gone in, Gu Jingze left some people behind to keep an eye on her before he left. Housekeeper Chen of the Situ family looked at Lin Che as he led her inside. As he walked, he said with a smile, "Young Master Cheong hasn't taught anyone fencing for a long time. We're really surprised that young Master Cheong paid so much attention to you." "Is that so? Then does he not know how to fencing anymore?" "Pfft." Housekeeper Chen said, "Don't say that." This girl was too daring to speak. However, they were indeed doubtful that young Master Cheong, who had been forced to come back to learn about family affairs, could still fencing. Soon, Lin Che entered and saw that Situ Cheong was already standing there. He stood there, tall and slender, but he looked a little cold. Lin Che walked in and said, "Hey, I'm here." He turned around and looked at Lin Che. "Are you ready to start suffering?" Situ Cheong quickly led Lin Che in to see the equipment. The fencing room here was very professional, and everything was very complete. Situ Cheong said, "Fencing is divided into foil sword, heavy sword, and saber. The WW Banquet is holding a foil sword competition, which is the most suitable sword for girls." He gave her a set of equipment and said, "There are sensors on it. When you hit it, it will show the score. This is a way for the referee to know the score." Wow, there are so many tricks to fencing. Now. He looked at Lin Che. "Come with me to exercise." "Aw." Chapter 449. He said, "With your small physique, you won't be able to win." Alright, Lin Che didn't expect that she would have to undergo such intense training. There were many things in his training room and the training was intense. Moreover, Situ Cheong was extremely perverted when he trained. He stood there coldly, admiring her sweaty back. Seeing him like that, Lin Che's fighting spirit was aroused. Seeing his cold smile, Lin Che felt that she shouldn't be underestimated even if she was beaten to death. She continued to train. Situ Cheong looked at her energetic face and smiled. If you can't do it, just let me know. It's just a WW gala anyway. You have Gu Jingze to protect you, so you don't have to put in so much effort. Lin Che raised her head and glared at him. Why don't you go and die? Situ Cheong said, haha, do you want me to die? Yeah, she's trying so hard, but you're not encouraging her. Situ Cheong said, if this is enough to shake your willpower, you can use it to serve your second young master Gu. Humph, I won't fall for your trick. I'll continue. I want this arm machine to be yours. Every time I tear it, I'm tearing Situ Cheong apart. Situ Cheong, Situ Cheong, Situ Cheong, ha 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 ha, sure. Try it. Situ Cheong, on the other hand, laughed. When the people outside heard the voices of the two people inside, they looked at each other as if they had seen a ghost. This Lin Che actually called his name in front of young Master Cheong and told him to go and die. Was she sure she didn't want to die? After a day of training, Lin Che collapsed on the mat. She looked at Situ Cheong standing there, looking at her proudly. Lin Che couldn't help but sit up and say, I'm curious. Why did you suddenly agree to help me? Me? I'm not helping you. You're the only one who can help you. He looked at Lin Che and sat down. If you can't persevere, I can't help you. I just feel that you might go back in a day and never come again. That's why I agreed. Nonsense, I don't believe you. Lin Che sat up cross-legged. His clothes were already soaked in sweat, and his hair was also wet. He said, all right, I just think that you can't beat Lu Chuxia at all. Even if you learn fencing and are better than her, you will still lose. Because in terms of horse riding and ballet, you are no match for her. I like to help the weak. Lin Che frowned at him and said angrily, what a bully. With that, she picked up the cushion on the ground and hit him directly. Aya, you hit me, really. Situ Cheong said, even if you hit me, it's useless. You still can't win. If I win, even if I can't win, I'll kill you first. If I win, I'll slap your face. If I don't win, I'll kill you to vent my anger. Hey, stop. All right. Let me tell you, you actually have a chance of beating her. Hearing that, Lin Che stopped and looked at him. Really? Of course it's real. How? Miracles happen. There are always miracles in life. You. Get lost. See if I don't beat you to death. Lin Che angrily hit him again. When they were done, it was almost time. Situ Cheong walked her out. At the door, watching her leave, housekeeper Chin said, will she come tomorrow? Yes, she will, Situ Cheong said as she looked at him deeply. Housekeeper Chin was very surprised. He couldn't tell that Lin Che was to young Master Cheong's liking. However, he had never seen such a daring girl who dared to mess with Situ Cheong. After training, Yu Minmin called her to go to the company to take care of some important matters. Lin Che quickly arrived at the company. Yu Minmin was also at the company. She looked at Lin Che and said, there's a TV series that will be filmed in the second half of the year. Take a look at this script. Lin Che took the book and looked at it. It was called Notes on Witchcraft. It was a very popular web novel that had a lot of hits online. It had been requested to be filmed, but no one could afford it. Now, a company has bought it and is preparing to film it. The author will be the screenwriter and the author will be the producer. Because there were too many readers, many people were worried that the novel wouldn't be good. The author also promised that he would film it well and wouldn't hire anyone to film it, lest his TV series be ruined. Lin Che said, "This TV series will be a classic once it's filmed." That's right. The director is saying that your image is very suitable for the female lead role. Ah. Really, but the main thing is, Yu Minmin said, the director has his eyes on Qin Wanwan. Lin Che knew it wouldn't be so simple. Yu Minmin said, now you have to compete with her for the role. Lin Che said, alright, we'll just have to rely on our own abilities. Yeah, anyway, we'll see who gets chosen. The company has been training her well recently, so you better be careful. Lin Che was surprised when he heard that. Are you saying that the company will treat her unfairly? I do think that they've invested too much in her, but let's not talk bad about the company. Don't think about this for now. Let's finish your WW banquet first. I just wanted to tell you this. Oh yeah, congratulations on becoming Situ Cheong's disciple. I didn't expect you to really do it. He said that he just wanted to watch the show. Sigh, he heard about me a long time ago and thought that it was interesting. He just wanted to see me struggle on my deathbed. Sigh, this person is too evil. Forget it. It's good enough that he can teach you. Just bear with it. The two of them walked out together and watched as Qin Wanwan walked towards them. Qin Wanwan hadn't seen Lin Che for a few days and she purposely came out to see him. They didn't know what she had been up to recently. She had been nowhere to be seen and had even cancelled all her activities. Hence, the company was very angry, but they couldn't do anything about it. Qin Wanwan looked at Lin Che. She didn't expect him to look more well-defined. She brushed past Lin Che and said with a smile, I was wondering what you were doing. Why, did you go to change your image? Lin Che asked curiously, what? I think you're a little different. Lin Che said, I just have something to do at home and I'm going to take a break. Qin Wanwan didn't say much. She watched him walk away and then said to her manager, I think she's different, right? I think she's training in secret and doesn't want us to know. Her lines are indeed firmer. Looks like she's training. I wonder what she's up to this time. Anyway, we have to think of a way to deal with her. Chapter 450. Maybe she feels threatened by me coming here. Probably. She's trying to hide it from us. She thinks we can't see through her. She probably saw that you're here and was worried that she wouldn't be able to get any resources, so she quickly changed her image. Lin Che went to fencing in the day and ballet at night. His time was full, and he had to learn how to ride a horse in between. He was really tired. As the WW Gala got closer and closer, Lin Che was pretty much done with ballet. Although she could dance well now, when she watched Lu Chuxia's performance with Yu Minmin, Lin Che felt her head hurt when she saw Lu Chuxia dance. How are you compared to her? She's practically at the professional level. My little bit, Yu Minmin said, what about fencing? I'm not sure about fencing. Situ Cheong, that bastard, didn't teach me properly. Are you sure you want to go to the WW Gala? Forget it, get lost. Lin Che sighed. But no matter what, she still had to go, Lin Che said, if I can't beat her in ballet, but I can think of something else. What? Break her legs. Get lost. I'm not that violent, okay? I got it. I'll talk to the teacher. Lin Che jumped out first. Yu Minmin shook her head speechlessly. After talking to the teacher, Lin Che rushed to Situ Cheong's place. Situ Cheong said, didn't I already tell you the key points in fencing? Why are you still looking for me? Lin Che immediately grabbed him by the collar. Everyone at the side was startled. Was Lin Che crazy? How dare he treat their young master Cheong like this? However, City Cheong dismissed everyone and looked at Lin Che with a smile, saying, "What are you doing? I feel like you didn't teach me everything. Tell me, can I win in fencing? If I lose, I'll kill you, you hear?" City Cheong shook her head. She looked at her and let go of her hand. Patting her shoulder, she said, "Okay, I didn't tell you everything." "What? You're really something, just you wait." However, when you're fencing, you just need to remember that no matter who your opponent is, look at one point and remember what your goal is. The best defense is offense. Remember your goal. Remember what your goal is. It's to defeat her, right? Lin Che was a little confused. He looked at City Cheong and did not speak for a long time. In the end, he just nodded silently. He said, "I have high hopes for you. After all, you are my only disciple in so many years. Do well." Lin Che nodded. WW Banquet. Elites from all walks of life, socialites, and young ladies dressed up and rushed to the small island for a week-long banquet. Gu Jingze had brought Lin Che to pack up early in the morning. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze in shock. "You're coming with me." Gu Jingze said, "Why? Who are you going to take if you don't take me?" Isn't it a female banquet?" Lin Che said. Gu Jingze held her hand and said, "Do you know what a woman's greatest wealth is?" "What?" "It's her husband." Lin Che said indignantly, "Who said it's her husband?" "A woman's greatest wealth is herself. I can trust other people, but isn't your greatest wealth me? Do you think you have something more valuable?" All right, she did not know how to refute him. However, when she got off the plane with Gu Jingze, she saw many people outside. It was obvious that they were here for the WW banquet. There were not many people on this small island. Most of them were tourists, and most of them came by boat. Most of the people coming out of this private airport were rich people from all over the world. Everyone got off the plane with their husbands. Under the curious stares of some tourists, they got into their cars. Lin Li came with Han Kaiying and Lin Yu. Because it was really difficult to attend the WW banquet, Han Kaiying insisted on attending it. Lin Li actually got the invitation from Lu Chuxia. It was her first time attending the banquet, so she brought her mother along. Han Kaiying got off the car. Looking at the resort ahead, she said to Lin Yu, "Hurry up and keep an eye out. You can get to know some rich young men if they pass by. You can't get to know them even if you wanted to. It's such a high-end banquet. You have to seize the opportunity." Lin Yu looked at Lin Li. She was the star of the banquet today. She was dressed up beautifully and was going to attend the banquet. Lin Yu felt a little reluctant. However, Lu Chuxia chose her to be her lackey, which was why she praised her to the skies. When her family found out that Lin Li was going to attend the WW banquet, they immediately held a celebration party. They thought that Lin Li was really successful, so they spent a lot of money to support Lin Li to attend the banquet. Lin Yu Kai also told everyone he saw that his daughter was going to the WW banquet, and he was very proud. Han Kaiying looked at those socialites. They dressed very elegantly, and it seemed that they had spent a lot of money on them. She couldn't help but envy them. She pulled Lin Li and said, "Look, that's the wife of the oil company CEO. I've seen her before. That one is from a real estate company. Oh, that one runs a private bank." Lin Li quickly pulled her back. "All right, I know them. I don't need you to tell me." Han Kaiying said, "Of course I have to tell you how rare it is for you to be able to attend this banquet. If it wasn't for this rare opportunity, we wouldn't be able to attend such a high-class banquet in our lifetime. Don't you see these people? Their net worth is in the hundreds of millions. If you catch anyone's eye, the rest of your mother's life depends on you. However, at that moment, they saw a group of people clearing the passers-by in front of them. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Unrelated people, get out of the way. Han Kaiying was pushed away. She said angrily, "Hey, we're here to attend the banquet. Don't you know that? How dare you push me?" However, the next moment, they saw the Gu family's bodyguards appear. Then, Gu Jing's business car stopped. Seeing the Gu family, Han Kaiying immediately retreated to the back. Although she was unwilling, she didn't dare to stay when she thought of what Gu Jingze said last time. She just watched from afar as Lin Che walked down from the top of the car. This little bitch, who had been living in her nanny's room all this time, had someone clearing the way for her. After Gu Jingze came down, he first held her shoulders. Seeing that her clothes were a little crooked, he reached out to straighten her bow tie. Gu Jingze looked at her dotingly and rebuked, "You're so sloppy." Lin Che said with a smile, "It's okay. I have you. We can complement each other." Chapter 451. Gu Jingze shook his head helplessly and held her in his arms as they continued to walk inside. Seeing the two of them enter the resort through a special passage, the Gu family's bodyguards blocked the passers-by in an orderly manner. When the ordinary tourists outside saw this scene, they looked on in surprise. They couldn't wait to get closer so that they could see what was happening in front. After she left, Han Kaiying snorted. "This time, Linley, you have to beat that little bitch. Look at how arrogant she is now. I want to go over and scold her. She's such an ingrate. Now that she has climbed up the social ladder, she likes to torment us." Linley frowned and said, "Got it." Of course, she wanted to beat Lin Che more than anyone else. She walked over and took the invitation. After verifying it, she entered the resort. People noticed Lin Che and Gu Jingze as soon as they arrived at the resort. If there was one thing that caught everyone's attention at the WW banquet, it would be the bet between Lin Che and Lu Chuxia. This bet made Lin Che famous in the circle of socialites. People couldn't help but wonder what kind of trick Lin Che had up his sleeve to make Lu Chuxia, the top socialite, so angry. Of course, Lin Che had attracted everyone's attention when he brought Gu Jingze to the WW banquet. Lin Che and Gu Jingze were arranged to stay in the innermost three-story villa. It was said that it was specially arranged for them. As for Linley, because of Lu Chuxia's care, she was also arranged to stay in a small villa in the front. However, Han Kaiying was already very satisfied. She was now reduced to living in a house with 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. Lin Yukai still didn't dare to take her back. She was so sullen. Now that she was living in a small villa, she didn't even want to leave. Lin Che laid down the moment he arrived at the hotel. He had been really exhausted recently. Even now, he was still thinking about the competition over the past few days. His heart was highly nervous. At this moment, he didn't want to think about anything else. He just wanted to lie here and not get up. However, he saw someone looking in from the outside. Judging from their clothes, they must be some socialites. After all, no one else could come in these 2 days. This was a holiday villa, so it wasn't very private. There was a low railing outside and a floor-to-ceiling glass window inside, so the scene inside was too obvious. At this time, Gu Jingze, who didn't know it, took off his shirt and came out of the bathroom. When Lin Che turned around, he saw Gu Jingze's strong muscles bulging in the air. His triangular golden body was exposed to the air. Because of the short pants he was wearing, his beautiful mermaid line was revealed. His shoulders were very broad, so when he wore a suit, he looked very good. When he took off his clothes, his broad figure could be seen. It gave people a sense of security and made them want to lean against him. Coupled with the bewitching face that had just been washed and was still dripping water, Lin Che immediately understood who the socialites outside were so eager to see. She was here to see her husband. Fuck, aren't they all rich young ladies? Why are they so shameless to come over and peek? Lin Che really felt that men were indeed very attractive. Moreover, Gu Jingze was the most attractive man among men. Of course, many men would risk their lives to chase after him. Lin Che looked at him and said, "Hey, why aren't you wearing any clothes?" Gu Jingze paused and said, "It's not like you haven't seen it before." "Really, I've seen it before, but no one else has," Lin Che said. Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes, as if he had sensed something. He looked outside. The girls outside immediately smiled at him. Gu Jingze's expression didn't change, but he walked calmly to Lin Che. While Lin Che was still in a daze, he had already picked up her waist. "If they want to see it, let them see it. We have to be more generous and show them something better. That's the way to treat a guest." "What?" Before she could react, Gu Jingze turned her sideways. Their sides were facing the outside. She bent down beautifully, and he kissed her on the lips. Closing his eyes, the way he kissed her was like a beautiful prince kissing the sleeping Snow White. The scene was breathtakingly beautiful. The people outside were shocked. They just wanted to see Gu Jingze, but they didn't expect to see a scene that they would never want to see. However, Gu Jingze's naked appearance was really too attractive. Lin Che blushed. She felt Gu Jingze pressing against her. Touching his skin, it felt so good. No matter how many times she touched it, she still felt amazed. What was more amazing was that he kissed her like this. When she was released, she was still a little dazed. But she turned her head immediately and saw that the people outside were indeed gone. She then said to Gu Jingze, "Why are you like this? You hurt their hearts. Wasn't it when you were jealous just now?" Gu Jingze glared at her. "Who's jealous?" Lin Che was speechless. She wasn't jealous. Why would she be jealous about something like this? Those women couldn't help it even if they wanted to see it. She was angry because she was the only one who could see such a beautiful naked body, and now she let them see it. Of course she was unhappy. Thinking about it this way, this was Gu Jingze, such a good man. Now that he was occupied by her, she felt so happy. Lin Che naturally didn't know that she was extremely mysterious in the eyes of the socialites outside. They came to see Gu Jingze, but they were also curious to see how Lin Che was doing. As soon as the two of them arrived, they attracted a lot of attention. Many people were waiting to see them. Actually, in terms of men, none of the socialites could compare to Lin Che. The man next to her was Gu Jingze. Wasn't she already the big winner? Seeing that Gu Jingze had gone to change, Lin Che lay down and called Yu Minmin. Yu Minmin said, "How is it? Is it fun over there? I'm not in the mood to enjoy the scenery." "Alright, I've heard about it here. You don't have to mention how glorious you are over there." "Glorious? How is that possible? I've never been out. I just arrived. Everyone said that you brought Gu Jingze with you. Do you know what it means to bring Gu Jingze with you?" "What do you mean? Why did you ask me to bring him?" "He came by himself. I thought I was going to come by myself. He's going to boost your confidence." "He didn't have to go. Not everyone brings their man along. It's not a rule, but he still went. Because with him there, you'll have more confidence." "That's right. That's right. You'll have more confidence." This is Gu Jingze's first time attending such a banquet. That's why everyone is so surprised and wants to see him. After all, Gu Jingze is used to keeping a low profile. It's difficult for many people to meet him. Of course, they want to see more of him. Chapter 452. Lin Che finally understood. Gu Jingze came because of her. Yes, otherwise, why would he come to such a women's event? Lin Che sat there, feeling really touched. When she entered, she saw Gu Jingze standing there, looking down at his clothes. He was not wearing his upper body yet, and his well-tailored back looked very nice. Lin Che walked over quietly and hugged him tightly from behind. Gu Jingze was stunned. He felt Lin Che's hands curling around his waist intimately. Gu Jingze smiled. Why? Did you realize how precious your man is when you saw someone peeping at you? No, he had always been precious. She knew that. Alright, she actually didn't know that he was so precious. She had always been ignorant about this. Until now, she still didn't know how many tycoons there were in Sea Country, how many of them were well known, and how many of them were very scary and unapproachable in the eyes of outsiders. But sometimes she was glad that it was like this. Because if she knew how scary the Gu family was from the start, she might not have the courage to drug Gu Jingyu. Then, how could she have met Gu Jingze? Gu Jingze turned around. Why are you suddenly so clingy? I suddenly feel that your back view is very nice. How nice. He lowered his head and pinched her chin with his fingers. Just nice. Nice to the extent that you want to fuck me. Lin Che said gloomily, get lost, who wants to fuck you? When you're on top, you fuck me. She didn't really fuck him much. Because he was too lazy to move, he was very impatient when she stayed on top. He pulled her down and continued to fuck her. I'm leaving. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Lin Che turned to leave, but Gu Jingze finally pulled her back. He rolled her up and put her on the bed. He lowered his head. His eyes were like pearls filled with moisture, looking so profound. Come, fuck me. He said such frivolous words, yet he used such a serious look. There weren't many men like him in the world. Lu Chuxia arrived in the afternoon, and she immediately went to talk to Lin Li. You had to think of a way to win against Lin Che in the beginning. In terms of riding a horse, I would definitely win against her. That's why I'm guessing that she doesn't have much hope in riding, but what she doesn't know is that when it comes to riding, you will help me, get her off first. Lu Chuxia's words were vague, but Lin Li understood it immediately. Did that mean that she wouldn't be able to participate in the competition later on? Lu Chuxia was really ruthless to use someone else to do her dirty work. However, Lin Li had to listen to her. After all, she was able to come here because of her. Otherwise, she might not even be able to attend this banquet. On the first day, they were going to attend an indoor banquet. Everyone dressed up to get to know each other. Lin Che left first. Gu Jingze still had to deal with some matters in the room. Because Gu Jingze had been working for too long in the afternoon, he didn't finish his work, so he had to make up for it at night. Lin Che, on the other hand, looked radiant. He changed his clothes and went inside. Lin Li arrived first. At the door, there was a dedicated waiter. He led them to the changing room and put their shawls and other important items into the storage compartment. Lin Li took off her shawl and saw a few servants welcoming Lin Che. After Lin Che was brought in, Lin Che basically didn't need to do anything. The waiter attentively put Lin Che's things in the storage compartment. Lin Che saw Lin Li, but he ignored her and sat down to change his shoes. Lin Li pursed her lips and said to the waiter who brought her in, "Why are you still so attentive to her when her things are in the storage compartment?" "Why are you treating me like this?" the waiter said. "Miss Lin, don't worry. Because of her special identity, we have to take good care of her." "How is her identity special?" "We are also here to attend the banquet." We are all influential people in Country C, okay? She is Gu Jing's wife. Mrs. Gu is naturally different from others. Miss Lin, you can't afford to offend Gu Jing's, right? We can't afford to offend him either. Moreover, if we can show our faces in front of Mrs. Gu, if she is happy, she can give us some benefits and we will be able to enjoy it for the rest of our lives. What Mrs. Gu? She was just one of Gu Jing's women. When did she become Mrs. Gu? However, the waiter ignored Lin Li. He put her down and hurried to serve Mrs. Gu, who was hard to meet. Lin Li could only stand there and watch Lin Che enter the banquet hall like a moon surrounded by stars. However, Lin Che was an illegitimate child. How could he become Mrs. Gu? Lin Li didn't understand. Everyone knew that Lin Che was by Gu Jing's side, but Gu Jing's had never held a wedding. When Lu Chuxia entered the banquet hall, she saw many women in different outfits and styles. The most powerful women in Country C were gathered here. Wherever there were daughters, there would be plenty of glamorous, branded, jewelry, and diamonds. Just one of the jewelry on these women was enough to make people gasp in amazement. If outsiders were to see it, they would definitely be shocked. However, the WW banquet was only a gathering of the upper class. It wasn't like a banquet where anyone could attend. There wouldn't be any reporters secretly taking pictures. The security measures here were very strict. As soon as Lu Chuxia walked in, she saw some familiar faces coming over to greet her. She was a 3-time champion and had hosted the WW banquet in Country C for more than 10 years. She was unprecedented. Therefore, everyone actually admired the #1 socialite. Chuxia, why are you here alone? My father and brother are here too. But they are already inside. You are so famous this time. Everyone knows about you even though you didn't come. I've embarrassed myself in front of everyone. Lu Chuxia said arrogantly. Deep down, she was very satisfied. It wasn't easy to be noticed by these socialites. It seemed that she had chosen the right path. She just had to defeat Lin Che this time. By then, she would be the top socialite in Country C. She was curious why Lin Che wasn't here yet. Could it be that he was too scared to come? She wanted Lin Che to see the world of a socialite. It wasn't something a small star like her could understand. The passers-by all greeted Lu Chuxia. You will win this time. You don't have to worry about anyone else in the WW banquet. I heard that someone wants to challenge you. That person must be tired of living. Chapter 453. After a while, Lin Che finally arrived. Lin Che is here. Where? He just came in from the entrance with Gu Jingze. Lin Che waited for Gu Jingze at the door before the two of them entered the room together. Some of them had heard of Lin Che, but they had never seen him in person. Everyone knew that most of the rumors on TV were fake. They were all performed. A person's true temperament could only be seen in person. So when they heard that Lin Che was attending WW's banquet, they were all curious. This woman was really arrogant. She had even brought Gu Jingze with her. Gu Jingze walked in, tall and slender. His sharp eyes scanned the room. His eyes were so untainted by the world that he was extremely seductive. Everyone was amazed by his appearance, and whispers could be heard incessantly. Gu Jingze. It's really him. Can I take a picture? Do you want to die? Take a picture. TSK TSK. Look at the woman next to him. Then they all looked at Lin Che with jealousy. She came in wearing a long dress. There were no special decorations on it. It was silver gray in color and looked slim. Although it didn't look outstanding on its own, it showed off her figure. No one could find anything wrong with Lin Che. He was prettier in real life than on TV. They couldn't see any signs of plastic surgery. So they could only snort and say, "She's not much better than us." Why would Gu Jingze like her? Maybe she's good in bed. It was the first time Lin Che had seen so many women in one place. Looking at them, he thought that 3 women were enough to make a show. There were so many women. It was going to be a dangerous day. However, amidst the glittering starlight, those eyes were all sizing up her man. Lin Che felt as though he was going to be pierced by their jealous gazes even if he were to stand here. Lin Che wanted to let go of Gu Jingze's arm. However, just as she was about to move, Gu Jingze pulled her back and clamped her in his arms, not letting her move. "Lin Che, you're here." Just then, a familiar voice came from above. Lin Che raised his head and saw Lu Qinyu standing there. Lin Che was stunned. Lu Qinyu smiled and said, "Come up. There are seats here." Lin Che said, "Sure, Uncle Lu." Lu Qinyu was upstairs. Gu Jingze raised his head and squinted at him. He then looked at Lin Che beside him and frowned slightly. Lin Che found it strange too. Why is Uncle Lu here? Gu Jingze led her in. As they walked, he said, "Actually, I found something recently, but I haven't had the time to tell you yet." "What is it?" Gu Jingze stopped and looked at Lin Che. "Lin Che, your mother's name is Sutsun, right?" "That's right. But what did this have to do with old Mr. Lu?" Gu Jingze said, "I found out that Master Lu once went to the countryside to visit your mother's hometown. Do you remember that we saw a photo of your mother and several other people when we went to visit your grandmother?" "That's right. Could it be that those people? One of them is Elder Lu." "What?" Gu Jingze said, "He used to be your mother's teacher. He recommended your mother to come to B City to study at the university where he taught." Never in his wildest dreams would Lin Che have imagined that there would be such fate involved. "I've never heard my mother talk about how she came to B City. But I was still young at that time, so my mother wouldn't tell me anything." "That's right. Your mother used to be Master Lu's favorite student. But later on, your mother left. Then she must have met my father, and that's when her tragic life began." Lin Che thought about it and felt sorry for his mother. "But I might have to remind you," Gu Jingze said seriously. Lin Che felt that he was serious. She couldn't help but stop and look at him. "What is it?" "Your mother's relationship with Master Lu might not be ordinary." Lin Che was shocked. Gu Jingze held her hand and waited for her to react. Gu Jingze then said slowly, "I'm not sure about this, and I didn't investigate too deeply. After all, it was about Lin Che's mother. It wasn't appropriate for him to pry into other people's privacy." Lin Che looked ahead quietly. "Then, the reason why Master Lu likes me so much is because he knows about my mother." "He doesn't know yet." Lin Che raised her head. Gu Jingze said, "I think it might be better for you to tell Master Lu yourself." After all, it was about Lin Che's mother. He felt that it wasn't a good idea to tell Master Lu himself. Gu Jingze held Lin Che's hand again. "Let's go up first." "Okay." Lin Che was a little dazed, so she didn't know how to react when she saw Master Lu coming over. "Little Che, you're here. Sit here." Liu Beichen was there too. He looked at Lin Che and nodded. After greeting them, Gu Jingze pressed Lin Che to sit down. She raised her head and looked at Lu Qinyu. She couldn't imagine what kind of past her mother had with this man in front of her. Liu Beichen leaned against the wall and said, "These women are still so boring. I really don't know why we're here." Lu Qinyu said, "This island was developed by the Lu family. We were the ones who chose this place, so we naturally have to support it." Lin Che said in surprise, "This place belongs to the Liu family." Liu Beichen was still leaning against the wall with an arrogant look on his face. "I didn't buy it to hold this kind of boring banquet." "Yeah, it's for you to get those damn fishing boats." Lin Che didn't understand. Lu Qinyu explained to Lin Che gently, "This guy has been up to no good all these years. He secretly bought this island and many fishing boats to fish here. After I found out, he cleaned up the place and started developing it." Lin Che was speechless. He thought that he could secretly buy an island. These rich people really made people speechless when they were willful. Liu Beichen pursed his lips and took a deep breath. Gu Jingzi said, "Brother Beichen, you really have the leisure to do this." Liu Beichen said, "Do you think everyone is a workaholic like you? Fishing for a living has been my wish all these years. Sigh, it's a pity that the old man rejected me. Now I have to come here to watch these hypocritical women waste time on my paradise. Do you think I'll be happy?" Gu Jingzi chuckled. "To me, earning money is already fun." Liu Beichen looked at Lin Che. "I really don't know what the point of you marrying him is." Lin Che chuckled. "It's okay. Just look at his face. Who cares what he's doing?" "All right, you're right." Liu Beichen had a good impression of Lin Che now. After getting to know him a few times, he was finally less reserved and was willing to talk to him more casually. Chapter 454. Lin Che could tell that Liu Beichen was an unruly person. He was completely different from Gu Jingzi, who was a calm and cold man. But it was quite interesting. The few of them sat there and chatted. When Lu Chuxia saw Lin Che chatting so happily with her father and brother, she couldn't help but feel angry. How could her family stand on that bitch's side? Were they even her family? How could they be such a hindrance? Lu Chuxia walked over. She looked at Lu Qinyu and then at Lin Che. "Who allowed you to sit here?" "This is my seat." Lu Qinyu frowned and pressed the table lightly. "Chuxia, there are so many seats. Since when did that seat become yours?" Lu Chuxia said, "If I say that it's mine, it's mine. Moreover, this island belongs to the Liu family. Wherever I say is mine, it's mine." Liu Beichen looked at her and said, "Chuxia, I think I bought this island. I'm the owner. Whoever I want to be here can be here. What has it got to do with you?" Lu Chuxia looked at Liu Beichen in shock. Liu Beichen was on Lin Che's side now. Lu Chuxia slammed the table angrily. "Am I your sister or is she your sister?" "Liu Beichen, what do you mean by this?" Liu Beichen did not stand on ceremony. He stood up and pulled up the front of his shirt. When he stood up, he was a head taller than Lu Chuxia. He looked down at her and said, "What? Do you want to fight with me here? I'm not afraid of being laughed at. If you're not afraid, then come at me. Let's see how well-mannered you are as the so-called socialite." Lu Chuxia had been fighting with Liu Beichen since she was young. But how could she defeat her tall and strong brother? Lu Qinyu glared angrily at the back. All right. Look at you. The brother is not like the brother and the sister is not like the sister. Chuxia, go to the side. Don't be an eyesore." Fine. I'll go to the side. I'll go to the side immediately. I like Lin Che so much. I won't go home anymore. You can bring Lin Che home to be your daughter or sister." As Lu Chuxia spoke, she glared at Lin Che fiercely and left decisively. Lu Qinyu followed. "All right, then don't come back." Seeing that Lu Qinyu was so angry, Lin Che thought for a while and told Gu Jingzi that he would go and have a look. Then he got up and followed them. Liu Beichen looked at him and said to Gu Jingze, "How old are you? You were like this when you were young. You're still like this now." Gu Jingze only silently raised his head and looked at Lin Che's back. Liu Qinyu watched him leave, fuming with rage. Lin Che hurriedly said, "Uncle, don't be angry." Liu Qinyu said, "Sigh, sometimes I really envy the Gu family. Why are their children so good? Look at my two. The older one is disobedient, and the younger one is disobedient." Lin Che bit his lip, hesitated for a moment, then said to Liu Qinyu, "Actually, Uncle Liu, it's best if you don't get angry at Chuxia because of me. The more you act like this, the angrier she gets." Liu Qinyu said, "I just think that her personality is too competitive. It's not good. I really don't know who she takes after. Although her brother is disobedient, he's not like that. She's good." Lin Che looked at Liu Qinyu. "There's one more thing I want to ask you, Uncle." "Ah, what is it?" He lowered his head, looking very amiable. Lin Che said, "What's your relationship with Suitsun?" Liu Qinyu paused, his expression clearly not quite right. He said, "Suitsun, what's your relationship with her?" Lin Che said, "Suitsun is my mother." Liu Qinyu's whole body swayed. He almost fell to the ground. Lin Che hurriedly held him up. He looked 10 years older than his mother. Indeed, he didn't look like he had anything to do with his mother, but Lin Che felt that it was a little strange. But seeing how agitated Elder Liu was, it was hard to believe that they had a normal teacher-student relationship. Elder Liu looked at Lin Che, stuttering, "You're Suitsun's daughter?" "Yes. Yes." Elder Liu said, All right. That's right. You two look so alike. Actually, I should have guessed that you two look alike. I just didn't want to ask you directly, so I didn't. It was Gu Jingze who told me. That's why I wanted to ask you. It's because I know too little about my mother and I want to know more about her past. How is she now? My mother passed away a long time ago. Liu Qinyu's face was full of grief again, almost drowning his pair of old eyes. Lin Che had no choice but to help Liu Qinyu up. After an unknown period of time, old Master Liu finally calmed down from the grief. He sighed and looked at Lin Che. He didn't expect this. He always felt that she was still so young, so restless, and so impulsive. She was already gone, just like that. He said, "That's right. Suitsun and I know each other. Actually, we didn't just know each other. When I went to the countryside, she was only a teenager. She was very talented, very smart, very motivated in her studies, and very intelligent. I felt that she would be buried there, so I recommended her to go to university in B City. At that time, I would help her with her revision every day, help her pass her exams, and also tell her about the outside world. Indeed, she didn't let me down. She quickly got into my university, and I continued to teach her professional courses. At that time, I was still a young professor. I was full of mettle, and I always felt that I was omnipotent. I recommended her to go to a university abroad so that she could get better results, so I continued to help her revise and study. The two of us spent almost every day together. However, at that time, I didn't think that we were two young people after all. In the end, for some reason, we had feelings for each other. Although I knew that the difference was too big, I was a teacher, and she was a student. She was my favorite student. If there was anything between us, people would talk about it, and it would also affect her studies. So, I got married. I didn't expect that after we got married, she was very sad. Seeing her sad, I was sad too. Just like that, we looked at each other but couldn't get close to each other, and we spent a year together. After that, she was so desperate that she didn't continue our studies, and she didn't listen to my suggestion to go to a university abroad. She just left my sight, and after that, I didn't see her again for many years. He looked at Lin Che. I also often think that maybe I didn't do well enough. At that time, I knew that I shouldn't have feelings for her, but I still got too close to her, causing her to despair. After so many years, I've always regretted it. Unfortunately, I can't find her anymore. Lin Che just looked ahead and muttered, so that's how it is. Actually, she could imagine that her mother had also been young. She always had her feelings, her love. Chapter 455. But it turned out to be such a sorrowful relationship. It was just like her relationship with Qin Qing in the past. Actually, who didn't have a happy and sorrowful relationship when they were young? However, she now understood that her relationship with Qin Qing was only a momentary fantasy of hers. However, this fantasy of her mother's had probably been fantasizing for many, many years. Lin Che looked at Lu Qinyu. Uncle Lu, don't be sad. These things happened many years ago. Moreover, you must have made the choice for my mother's good back then. Lu Qinyu looked at Lin Che. He really didn't expect this. The person in front of him was his daughter. Was it God's will to send his daughter to him? It made him think of the woman he had let down again. Unfortunately, there were some things that he couldn't tell Lin Che directly. However, he knew that they had worked hard for that relationship and were inseparable. It wasn't something that could be explained in a few words. Lu Qinyu just looked at the girl and had a feeling in his heart. This was his daughter. He really wanted to treat her better. It wasn't to make it up to her, but perhaps it was because he loved her and his dog. When Han Kaiying and her mother came in, they were stunned by the scene. They had never attended such a high-end banquet. At this moment, it was as if they had entered a new world. Han Kaiying said, "Look at the famous brands that the actresses are wearing. The people we usually meet are always showing off with Tiffany and Chanel. Look at these people, those strands of jewelry look expensive." Lin Li said, "Mom, don't stare at them. It's embarrassing." Lin Li saw Lu Chuxia and quickly called out to her. However, Lu Chuxia glanced at Lin Li and obviously couldn't be bothered with her. She turned around and walked away. Han Kaiying said, "How can this Miss Lu be like this? What's so great about being a rich young lady? She's too arrogant to ignore people like this." Lin Li took a deep breath. "You have to bow down when you're under someone else's roof. Don't talk too much." Of course, Han Kaiying understood. However, after a few words of complaint, she was once again attracted by the people in front of her. Looking at such a gorgeous banquet, her heart was really satisfied. She really wanted to be able to attend such banquets in the future, instead of returning to that 3-bedroom room. In the past, she had attended Qin Qing's engagement banquet at the highest level. Seeing so many rich people there, she already felt that it was amazing. Only today did she realize that the Qin family was nothing more than this. If Lin Li won this time, she would be able to hook up with a rich man here. That would be amazing. However, at this moment, Han Kaiying saw Lin Che sitting on the second floor. The three of them were arranged to a corner, and no one cared about them. The people here didn't know them, so they thought that if they didn't know them in the socialite circle, their status wouldn't be high, so they didn't care about them at all. They could only watch the others walk back and forth. Han Kaiying was even more indignant as she looked up. Lin Che's seat was actually so good. She said angrily, "Why can she sit there?" Lin Yu said, "Mom, don't you see who's sitting next to her? Isn't the daughter of the Lu family that sis knows very powerful? But sis only knows that daughter of the Lu family. Look at Lin Che, the Lu family's young master is sitting next to him, and the Lu family's old master is sitting opposite him. Gu Jingze is sitting next to him, so of course she can sit there. Han Kaiying felt even more indignant. She's following Gu Jingze, and now the people around her are all so powerful. Lin Yu said sourly, really, isn't she just doing odd jobs in our house? She used to wash my clothes. Yeah, she used to clean our house. Of course, Lin Li felt indignant. She was thinking about the riding competition tomorrow. Tomorrow, even if she couldn't beat her, she would definitely teach her a lesson. Back at the banquet, Lu Qinyu sent Lin Che out. If you have any problems these few days, remember to ask Beichin to help you solve them. Lin Che quickly said, thank you, Uncle Lu. Gu Jingze left with Lin Che. As they walked back, Lin Che pulled on his shawl with a serious expression. Gu Jingze said, you've already told Elder Lu. Yeah, how did you know? Lin Che had just come out and didn't have time to tell him. He looked at her and said, I guessed it just by looking at your face. Lin Che thought about it. Gu Jingze was a smart person, so he definitely wouldn't be able to hide it from him. He must have seen it from the beginning and understood it in his heart. Lin Che said, yeah, I asked him, and he admitted that he had a relationship with my mother, but it didn't end. However, he didn't go into details. It's just that I don't think it's necessary for him to be so nice to me just now because of my mother's past relationship. I feel embarrassed to be so nice to me. Alright, even when he doesn't know, he also feels that he wants to be nice to you. Moreover, putting aside their relationship, he and your mother are teacher and student, and they've known each other for so many years. Now that you've lost your mother and you're alone, he wants to be nice to you because he pitied you. Don't think that it's because he's transferring his love for your mother to you. Actually, it wasn't wrong to say that. However, Lin Che still felt embarrassed. Gu Jingze said, if you still want to know more details, I actually found a classmate of your mother's at that time. Ah. Here. Lin Che looked at him in surprise. Gu Jingze nodded silently and looked at her with his bright eyes. Lin Che didn't think that Gu Jingze would actually secretly find someone to bring her here so quickly without her knowing. The person who came seemed to be an intellectual. If her mother was still alive, she would probably be around this age. In the room, she couldn't hide her excitement. She didn't think that one day she would encounter such an unimaginable thing and meet such a strange person who suddenly pulled her out of her ordinary life. Lin Che looked at her and asked Gu Jingze strangely, how did you get him here so quickly? Gu Jingze said in a low voice, after I found out, I sent someone to find him. Just now, during the banquet, I asked someone to bring him here through a connecting flight. Gu Jingze looked at the woman in front of him and said, the person who brought you here already told you what he wants you to do, right? Yes, he already said it, she said excitedly. On the way here, he had already told her that there were many rules here, so she didn't have to say anything else and just had to answer whatever he asked. Gu Jingze said, I know. Back then, I was Sutsun's classmate at Q University. So, just tell us what you know about that time. Oh, okay. Chapter 456. As she spoke, she looked up and tried to recall. I remember that Sutsun was the prettiest girl in our school. Many guys wanted to date her, but she was cold and didn't like to get close to people, so she didn't date anyone in those few years. Professor Lu, on the other hand, is the most gentlemanly professor in our school. He's the youngest professor, and I heard that his net worth is over 100 million. He's a tycoon, so many girls really like him. Even if they aren't his students, they would still go to his classes. He's funny and humorous in class, and he leaves immediately after class. He doesn't give people a chance to talk. However, he was only nice to Su Xian. We didn't realize it at first, but later, we found out that Professor Lu always talked to her in class and asked her to answer his questions. Later, the school wanted to apply for a place to study abroad, so he asked Suitsun out of our dorm. We were all very envious of her. But after that, she studied with Professor Lu alone. It was fine if it wasn't for a short period of time. Everyone knew that Suitsun was good at her studies, so it was natural for the teacher to treat her well. But as time went by, there were more and more rumors. Everyone said that Suitsun had slept with Professor Lu. Some people said they saw Professor Lu and Suitsun chatting on the boulevard. Some people said they saw them eating together. Some people even said that after school, Suitsun didn't go back to the dorm. She left with Professor Lu and got into his car. Then, the rumors got worse. People said that they got together. They said that Suitsun traded her body for a chance to go abroad. Then, Professor Lu suddenly married a rich businessman's daughter. Suitsun never went to class with him alone again. Then, these rumors gradually died down. Lin Che thought that this was similar to what Professor Lu had said. However, he heard more malicious things from the other person, as well as a lot of romance. After she said some more, Gu Jingze asked someone to send her out. It seems that they really were together. I think it's really romantic. A teacher-student relationship. But that's not now. If it were now, no one would say anything. Maybe. Also, she looked up at Gu Jingze. Thank you for helping me find the answer. Thank you so much. Don't think too much. Let's go wash up and go to bed. Yes, yes. I'm going to wash up and sleep. There's still a fierce battle tomorrow. I need to rest well. Gu Jingze hugged her and said, all right then. Let's rest more today. Hey, no, let go of me. I need to rest. What are you doing? All right, you rest. I'm the only one who can move it today. The next day. On the horse farm on the island. Under the pergola, there were many ladies who had changed into riding attire. They looked valiant and formidable, and their heroic spirit did not lose to any of the men. Lin Li had already changed into her riding outfit. She felt lucky that she was the mayor's daughter, so she had learned all the things that a rich young lady should have learned since she was young. Therefore, even if he were to stand here, he would not be afraid at all. Han Kaiying saw those rich ladies and bosses sitting on the seats and watching, so she hurried over to help Lin Li tidy up her clothes. Behave well. Even if you fall, you have to look good. Look, those bosses are all watching you. Oh, I saw one of them looking at you. Lin Li narrowed her eyes and looked forward. She also raised her head and stuck out her chest, smiling at those bosses. Just then, Lu Chuxia arrived. Cheers could be heard from the stage. Some rich heirs had specially come to watch Lu Chuxia ride her horse. Their enthusiasm for Lu Chuxia made others jealous. Han Kaiying harumphed. When she saw Lu Chuxia come out, she rode her horse and drew a beautiful arc on the field. Then, she pulled on the reins and stopped. That was quite a pretty sight to behold. Han Kaiying said, really, isn't she just the daughter of the Lu family? What's there to be proud of? If it weren't for her good looks, she wouldn't be as good looking as you. Lin Li, you should compare yourself to her today. Look at how those rich heirs worship her. If one of them falls for you, then our family's fortunes will change. Lin Li pouted. She's the #1 socialite. How can we compare? Lin Li thought that Lu Chuxia was indeed a real socialite. She looked so elegant. After a while, Lin Che finally arrived. Lin Che came out from the back. He didn't look as imposing as Lu Chuxia. He just stood there calmly. He wore a red riding outfit and appeared beside Gu Jingze in front of the crowd. He looked very low-key, but with Gu Jingze there, how could he not attract attention? The people around them were already sighing in excitement. Gu Jingze was also wearing a riding outfit today. He looked so cool that it made people want to scream. He was so handsome. Lin Che didn't care about those fangirls. He just looked at Lu Chuxia, who was in front of him. She looked at Lin Che with a look of disdain. It was as if she was secretly provoking him. Lin Che was also excited. Today, no matter what, he had to give it his all. The riding competition is about to begin. It's not just a competition of speed, but also accuracy. You can see the forest in front of you. The one who can pass through the forest safely and get the hat accurately without falling off the horse will be the winner. The one who gets the most hats will get the most points. As you all know, the final points will determine our final honor. That is, we will be the #1 socialite in this WW banquet. Ladies, let's go. Lin Che got on the horse and turned around to look at Gu Jingze. He was squinting. His face was always expressionless, which made people feel at ease. A whistle sounded. The competition finally began. Lin Che dashed into the forest. Lu Chuxia gave Lin Li a look. Lin Li saw the look. Although she wanted to walk around to attract the attention of the audience, she still chased after Lin Che. Lin Che didn't know how to ride a horse well. After some practice, he could barely ride on the road. Luckily, there were bodyguards around to ensure that these socialites would be safe. Otherwise, if one of them got into trouble, no one would be able to bear the responsibility. After all, each of the socialites here was the backbone of a powerful family in Country C. Although Lin Che wasn't good at riding a horse, he looked good on it. The little brother on the grandstand watched as she walked back and forth without finding her direction. She looked silly and very cute. He couldn't help but laugh, especially when she was wearing a red mixed with black riding outfit. She looked so beautiful. Beauties were beautiful no matter what they did. Even silly things were so interesting. Chapter 457. Just then, someone called out, "Lin Che, you're so beautiful." Immediately, she received a cold stare from the side. That person then remembered that Lin Che wasn't an ordinary woman. She was Gu Jingze's woman, and no one else could touch her. Lin Che's face was red. He finally found the direction with great difficulty and hurriedly ran into the forest. Lin Li followed behind her. Lin Che was still changing directions when she felt Lin Li chasing after her. She saw it and thought doubtfully, Lin Li didn't go to the competition but kept an eye on me. She must be up to no good. She quickly left Lin Li's place and went somewhere else. But Lin Li was chasing after her and was about to run to her. Lin Li thought, even if I can't kill you today, I'll at least take half of your life and make you disfigured by the horse's hooves. Lin Li chased after Lin Che. Lin Che was getting more and more uneasy. She had a feeling that Lin Li wouldn't come to a good end. She tried to avoid her subconsciously, but she couldn't get rid of Lin Li. Lin Li caught up and snorted at Lin Che. Gu Jingze isn't here, right? Lin Che said, Lin Li, don't be used by Lu Chuxia. She's very selfish. If something really happens, she won't stand in front of you. What? Are you jealous that I have Lu Chuxia to protect me? Hee, unfortunately, I'm very close to Lu Chuxia. Lu Chuxia is a true descendant of a prestigious family, a precious daughter. Who do you think you are to show off in front of me? She was so stubborn. Lin Che didn't bother to say anything more to her. She just kept running. Seeing Lin Li's cold eyes chasing after her, Lin Che was very anxious. Lin Che, I'll make sure that you won't be able to go back alive today. Lin Li shouted. She rushed over and took a hairpin that she had prepared earlier. She stuck it on the back of Lin Che's horse. The horse neighed and galloped away. Lin Li laughed out loud. Seeing that Lin Che was about to fall down at any moment, she was so happy that he might be trampled to the point that his blood would be drained. Lin Che would no longer be an eyesore in front of her. If something happened to her, Lu Chuxia would definitely protect her. If she was happy, there would be many benefits for her in the future. Lin Che was shaking on top of the horse. He hugged the horse's neck and stepped on it. He was swinging left and right. He felt that if he went down, he would probably crash into a tree. However, if he didn't go down and let the horse run back and forth, he wouldn't have a good ending. At this time, a pond appeared in front of Lin Che, giving him hope. Slowly approaching, she hurriedly prepared herself. In her heart, she understood that this was her only chance. If she didn't grasp it well, she might really lose half her life. Even if she didn't die, she might be injured. Then, she wouldn't be able to participate in the next competition. Seeing that the pond was getting closer, she used all her strength. At this moment, she didn't seem to feel any fear anymore. She used all her strength to jump forward. With a splash, she fell into the water. Something has happened, something has happened. Someone shouted from the spectator stand. Lin Che fell into the water. The people on the spectator stand were startled. Because they were in the forest, no one could see clearly what had happened. Hence, they all stood up and started discussing. At this moment, they saw the spectator stand. A figure held onto the railing and jumped down from the spectator stand handsomely. It was Gu Jingze. He galloped to the front in a few steps and casually pulled up a horse. He turned around and mounted the horse, looking extraordinarily handsome. The person watching the horse hurriedly said, second young master, you can't go in. We've already sent people to rescue him." "You can't." Gu Jingze looked coldly at the security guard who was blocking his way. Riding on the horse, he kicked him. The security guard was kicked to the ground. Gu Jingze lowered his head and said coldly, "Scram." That voice didn't need to be emotional. It was enough to make people tremble in fear. Usually, Gu Jingze's appearance was enough to scare people. Now that he was like this, who would dare to stop him? Gu Jingze turned around and took a look. Then, he kicked the horse's belly and galloped away. Everyone looked at Gu Jingze. He could actually ride a horse so well. Especially that movement. It was so cool. And that sense of superiority. He was really the one and only Gu Jingze. He was so powerful that he was unparalleled. And he did it for Lin Che. Everyone was insanely jealous of the woman who made him so heartless. It wasn't just Gu Jingze. The people from the Lu family had also rushed over. Many bodyguards and security guards surrounded them. When Gu Jingze arrived, Lin Che had already been carried out of the water. She was drenched and still in shock. But she was fine. Although she was in pain, he could feel that she wasn't injured. Luckily, the water wasn't that deep. Gu Jingze pulled on the reins and jumped off the horse. He looked at Lin Che and ran over to her. Lin Che was held tightly in his arms. And Lin Li was watching from afar. She didn't expect Lin Che to be able to escape danger and jump into the water at this moment. She had only fallen into the water, but so many people came and surrounded her in no time. Among the people who came were people from the Lu family, the Gu family, and Gu Jingze, who rushed over. It was just a little girl who fell into the water. Did so many people have to be so anxious? It was just Lin Che. What was so important about her? She just couldn't bear to see Lin Che being protected like this. She was treated as an important person by so many people, when in fact, she had no power or influence. She was nothing. Soon, Lin Che was brought back. Everyone was surprised. Lin Che was protected by Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze even gave Lin Che a coat. Wearing Gu Jingze's big coat, her delicate body was drenched. She looked so pitiful that many of the young masters on the spectator stand couldn't sit still. Unfortunately, there were many people watching over Lin Che. Liu Beichen also watched from the side and asked someone to take care of her. No one knew that Lin Che was such an important person. It seemed that she wasn't a simple person. Apart from being Gu Jingze's sweetheart, she was also currying favor with the powerful Liu family. The competition was still going on outside. Needless to say, the final winner would be Liu Chuxia, who got the highest points. And Lin Che's results were cancelled helplessly. In the room, Lin Che leaned against the wall. After the doctor examined her, he said that she didn't have any injuries on her body. Only then did everyone relax. Liu Qingyu rushed over from afar. He looked at Lin Che and said, "Girl, tell me why this happened. I will definitely get justice for you." Gu Jingze squinted his eyes and looked outside. "Don't be angry, old Liu. I will make whoever did it pay the price." Outside. At the racecourse. Chapter 458. The security guards had already pushed someone in front of them. Everyone was watching from the outside. The competition had just ended and they weren't talking about how well Liu Chuxia had finished the competition. Instead, they were talking about how much attention Lin Che had drawn when he fell into the water. Lin Li was pushed into the water. She said angrily, "Why did you push me?" "Gosh." Just then, Gu Jingze's figure appeared below the spectator stand. Seeing Gu Jingze's cold expression, everyone fell silent and looked at Lin Li. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Li and said, "Who told you to do that? I'll give you a chance today. If you tell me, I'll let you go. If you don't, I don't care if you're Lin Che's sister or not, you'll pay for stabbing Lin Che's horse with a knife." It was the first time Lin Li had seen Gu Jingze's vicious expression. She was so scared that she shivered. She instinctively went to look for Liu Chuxia. However, Liu Chuxia was already walking towards her. She stared at Lin Li with an indifferent expression. She even narrowed her eyes and pursed her lips as if she was threatening her. If she told her, Liu Chuxia would not let her go. Lin Li was uneasy but Gu Jingze couldn't do anything to her. No matter what, she was Lin Che's sister and Lin Che didn't do anything to her. Lin Li said, "It's me. I did it. I hate Lin Che. Can't I?" Gu Jingze snorted and said, "You don't have the guts." Lin Li sneered and said, "Why wouldn't I? She's just an illegitimate child. When she was young, she washed my socks and washed my feet every day. Her mother is a mistress and she still came to WW's party. What right does she have? Does she really think that she can compete with those respectable socialites? She can't compete with anything." Before Lin Li could finish her sentence, Gu Jingze's eyes had already darkened. There was still no warmth on his face. It was as cold as a finely carved ice cube. It looked good but it was freezing. His pitch-black pupils swirled, like the stillness before a storm, causing people to feel uncontrollably oppressed. No one dared to make a sound. They just looked at Gu Jingze. He said directly, "All right, since that's the case, take her away." Lin Li yelled, "You can't kill me. You can't do anything to me. It's against the law to kill someone. Even if you're powerful, you can't kill me." Humph. Gu Jingze's sneer almost came from his nostrils. He couldn't be bothered to look at her. He just looked ahead and said, "No, I won't let someone who offends me die. Wouldn't that be too easy? Send her to the Golden Triangle." The drug dealers there seem to be lacking women recently. They have been suppressing them too much. Tell them that this is a small celebrity. They will definitely like to make good use of her. Everyone sucked in a deep breath. It was called the Golden Triangle, but it was also called the Poisonous Triangle. Needless to say, it was obvious where she was sent to. What was she sent there for? How ruthless, how ruthless. Linley was stunned. Living a life worse than death. She had never thought about what such a future would be like. She then hurried to look for Lu Chuxia. Lu Chuxia was shocked, but before she could react, she stepped in front of Gu Jingze and said, "Jingze, don't be angry. Lin Che is injured this time. Why don't you go back to B City and not participate in the next competition?" Lu Beichen was the first to pull Lu Chuxia away. "Alright, don't come and cause trouble, okay? Come with me." Lu Chuxia was immediately pulled out. Everyone was still looking at Gu Jingze. In the past, there were always rumors that Gu Jingze was a scary person. But today was the first time they saw him. When Gu Jingze was angry, his aura was really shocking. No one dared to say anything else. They could only watch as she was brought out. Then, Gu Jingze said directly, "This time, Lin Che is fine. Otherwise, if something really happened, I won't let the next person go, no matter who it is." Although he was not looking at anyone, Lu Chuxia felt a chill down her spine. Fortunately, she was from the Lu family. She suddenly thought in her heart. Otherwise, would she be the one who was brought away? Fortunately, his sister was her brother's wife. Because of this, he could not do anything to the Lu family. Moreover, he was on good terms with Lu Beichen. Otherwise, she would really be. Lu Chuxia did not expect Linley to be so useless. It was just that Lin Che fell into the water. Because she fell into the water, no one cared about her results anymore. Instead, everyone's attention was focused on Lin Che. This time, she had a better result than before. Moreover, she looked so good on the horse, but these people did not pay attention to her at all. In the distance, Han Kaiying knew that something had happened. But seeing Lin Li being taken away, she did not dare to go over. Lin Yu was still angry. "Mom, look, that Lu Chuxia is the mastermind behind the scenes. But now, Lin Li is the one being taken away." Han Kaiying quickly said, "Alright, don't go over. It's too scary. Gu Jingze is so scary. We can't fight him head-on. Don't go over, please don't go over." Mom, Han Kaiying was really frightened. She had never seen how these rich families treated their people. She had never seen Gu Jingze like this. His aura made it seem as if anyone who dared to go over would be killed by his aura. Han Kaiying said, "Forget it. Lin Li asked for it. Don't go over. Otherwise, with Gu Jingze's scary power, we will be dragged into this. That's not good. These people are too unreasonable. They bully people just because they have power. Let's leave this place quickly." Han Kaiying didn't expect this man to be so powerful. He was really capable of doing anything. In the past, the small things that they had done to Lin Che were all small tricks. These people who were at the top of Country C were the ones who were truly fearless. She really did not dare to fight with these people anymore. How could she win against them? "Mom! What are you doing?" Lin Yu was brought away by her. She did not dare to look back, nor did she dare to ask what would happen to Lin Li. In the room, Lu Qinyu said, "Alright, little Che, if there's nothing else, don't participate in tomorrow's competition." "No," Lin Che said hurriedly, "I want to participate. I'm actually fine." Lin Che really felt that there was nothing wrong with him. He was still in good spirits and did not need to stop. Lu Qinyu said, alright, look at you. It's just a competition. If it's because of a bet, I'll get that brat Chusha to cancel it immediately. Playing is just playing. Playing so seriously isn't right. Chapter 459. No, Uncle Lou, it's just that I don't want to give up. I've been practicing for so long. I've learned fencing and ballet. I can't give up just because of a small matter like this. Wouldn't all my hard work be in vain? It wasn't easy for me to learn, and I still want to show everyone. Lu Qinyu only looked at Lin Che upon hearing this. They were so alike. So alike. You're just like your mother, so stubborn. He sighed and said, alright, I'll get someone to cook some soup for you. If you need anything, just let me know. I'll definitely support you. Lin Che could only smile. Thank you, uncle, but I'm really good. Just then, Lin Che saw that Gu Jingze was already standing at the door. She didn't know how long he had been listening outside. Seeing that Gu Jingze was here, Lu Qinyu only told him that the Lu family would do their best to help and not treat him as an outsider. Then, he left. Gu Jingze walked over and covered Lin Che with a blanket. He looked at her deeply, as if he had really heard what she said outside. He didn't say anything and just said, have a good rest after drinking the ginger soup. Lie down and don't move. Lin Che was very clear. She knew that she had already come this far. If she really gave up just like that, Lu Chusha would be happy. However, she had overestimated her own body. Unexpectedly, misfortune never came alone. The next day, she really did catch a cold. When she woke up, Lin Che felt that her throat was already smoking. It seemed that she had soaked in the water yesterday, so she walked straight back and caught a cold from the cold. Lin Che looked at it. Today's competition was fencing. She didn't tell Gu Jingze about her sore throat. She was worried that if she told him, he would exaggerate and not allow her to compete again. That wouldn't be good. However, after yesterday's incident, Lin Che could feel that everyone's gazes on her were different again when she walked out of the room. The jealous ones were even more jealous, and the curious ones were even more curious. Naturally, after Gu Jingze came out, those people dispersed. Seeing that Lin Che was wearing thin clothes, Gu Jingze waved for a servant to bring a shawl and put it on her shoulders. He looked at her and said, you came out just like that. This is an island and it's very humid. Lin Che laughed. I'm not that weak. Let's go. Beside him, a young girl blushed when she saw Gu Jingze like that. Then, she hurriedly walked away with the heart of a young girl. Gu Jingze pretended not to notice, but Lin Che curled his lips in his heart. After yesterday's incident, these little girls seemed to be even more eager. Seriously, on the fencing field. Lin Che changed his clothes and looked at his sword. When Lu Chuxia saw Lin Che, she immediately came over and pushed her to the side. At the side, when someone saw Lu Chuxia, he quickly made way for her. At the same time, he started to flatter Lu Chuxia. Chuxia, you were really good at riding a horse yesterday. It's rare to find a woman as versatile as you. No, you're the only one in Country C, Chuxia, you'll be even better in the fencing competition today. That's right. In Country C, no one is a match for you. Of course, in Country C, other than the Gu family, there was only the Lu family. Miss Gu did not like to socialize, so in Country C, Lu Chuxia's status was really unparalleled. Lu Chuxia smiled as she changed. Then, she turned around and looked at Lin Che. Today, I'll let you leave the WW banquet first. Prepare your speech. I'm waiting for you to say that you're not as good as me. After saying that, she immediately left. When the fencing competition started, Gu Jingze was still looking down from the spectator stand. The people around him wanted to get close to Gu Jingze, but they were intimidated by his cold gaze. They did not dare to go near him and could only look at him from afar. When Lin Che saw the drawing of lots, he cursed in his heart. Was this arranged by Lu Chuxia? Her opponent was actually her. However, if he defeated her, he would get more points. But when she looked at her sword, she suddenly felt dizzy. It seemed that there was still some reaction to the flu. At this moment, she heard the announcement from outside. The competition had started. Lin Che went out and heard from the spectator stand that since yesterday, some of the rich heirs on the stage had already changed from Lu Chuxia's fans to Lin Che's fans. Because Lin Che looked really good riding a horse. They were all about looks, okay. Hearing someone call his name, Lin Che was a little embarrassed. He raised his head and looked up. The rich heirs noticed that she raised her head and became even crazier. They said, "Lin Che, Big Brother supports you. Fight well. Lin Che, whatever you want, Big Brother will support you. Tell Big Brother if you need anything." Lin Che's face turned even redder. These rich heirs, but when Gu Jingze turned his face away, those people became more obedient. They looked in front of them and could only silently support Lin Che. Lu Chuxia was even more furious. These men were too unreasonable. They fell in love with everyone they saw. They only found out about Lin Che yesterday, but they already started to support her. Lu Chuxia suddenly felt that she had miscalculated when she made the bet with her and brought her to such a high-end banquet. Because she never thought that these people would like Lin Che. Lu Chuxia was so angry that she swung her sword at him. Lin Che immediately reacted and hurriedly followed suit. Lu Chuxia's fencing was only average, but Lin Che's head was dizzy because of the flu. He felt like he was going to fall to the ground in the next moment. He couldn't resist, so he could only listen. The referee called Lu Chuxia's score. Lu Chuxia's score. Lin Che was also thinking, was he going to lose? Was he going to lose just like that? Then, Lu Chuxia's plan from yesterday had succeeded. Although she didn't die or get hurt because of the flu, the stage was in chaos. Everyone watched as Lin Che retreated, and they couldn't help but comment, it seems like Lu Chuxia is still much stronger than Lin Che in terms of strength. Yeah, Lin Che is no match for her. Lin Che is doomed. Lu Chuxia is indeed the top socialite in Country C, looks like no one can shake her position. Then, if Lin Che loses like this, will he leave Gu Jingze? Everyone couldn't help but look at Gu Jingze. For a moment, they felt that although Gu Jingze and Lu Chuxia were a good match, no matter who a man like Gu Jingze was with, they couldn't accept it. The men were very happy. If Gu Jingze doesn't want it, I want it. I think Lin Che is really good. Get lost, Lin Che is mine. At this moment, the people on the stage were still anxious. But at this moment, Lu Chuxia stabbed her sword. Chapter 460. Lin Che immediately retreated. He lost his footing and almost fell. Just as everyone was exclaiming in surprise, someone suddenly grabbed onto Lin Che. Lin Che, is that all you can do? Lin Che was stunned. She looked up and saw Situ Cheong in front of her. She thought she was dreaming. Situ Cheong's face was still cold and annoying as he pushed her up. He looked at Lin Che and said, "You make it sound so nice. You have to win against yourself. Even if you know you will lose, you will not give up. Is this what you mean by not giving up?" Lin Che tightened her grip on the sword. "It's just that. I have caught a cold and I'm not feeling well. The most important thing in fencing is not your body, but your sword. Situ Cheong stared at her. Even if your body is disabled and you can't move, your sword can still move and you can hit your enemy. If you don't even know this, don't tell others that I taught you how to fencing. Lin Che stared blankly. He instantly felt so ashamed that he wanted to hide under the cushion under his feet. Yes, she had forgotten everything. Because of her weak body and because she had taken the initiative, she couldn't remember anything. But the competition was not over yet. She still had a chance. Lin Che stood up and looked at Situ Cheong. The competition is not over yet. Why are you scolding me? I won't give you the chance to scold me. Situ Cheong looked at the light in Lin Che's eyes, which overlapped with the energetic Lin Che from before. She stood there, smiled, and said in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft, of course. I, Situ Cheong's disciple, will not be defeated so easily. Everyone was surprised. Who was the person below? It was Situ Cheong. He never appeared in front of others. He was the second young master of the Situ family. The Situ family was known as the king of shipping. Their influence in Country C was comparable to that of the Liu family. It was a pity that they kept a low profile and were not often mentioned. But now, Situ Cheong said that Lin Che was his disciple. Everyone knew about his fencing legend. Later on, he did not appear on the fencing stage because of his family business, but he was still a legend. As for Lin Che, Situ Cheong had actually said that he was his disciple. In that case, Lin Che should be the only disciple that he had acknowledged. This Lin Che was really more and more amazing. Gu Jingze was her man, the Liu family treated her with respect, and the second young master of the Situ family was actually her fencing master. What kind of virtue or ability did she have to know so many people that others couldn't even hope to reach? On the fencing field, Lin Che raised his sword again and looked at Lu Chuxia. I let you play with me for a while, now, it's time for me to return the favor. Without saying anything else, she raised her sword and greeted Lu Chuxia. Although Lin Che's technique was not very proficient, Situ's training was very effective. Her technique was not top-notch, but her strength was stronger than the weak Lu Chuxia. At this time, all her strength was focused on the sword, and Lu Chuxia found it difficult to parry. Not long after, the referee's score was already leaning towards Lin Che's side. Situ watched from the side. The woman on the stage was strong, brave, and intelligent. Lin Che was like a blooming rose, so dazzling. Finally, Lin Che is the first to receive 45 points. Lin Che wins. Lu Chuxia stood there, still holding the sword in her hand. She looked at the people on the stage in a daze. Later on, she almost didn't have the ability to fight back. All she could do was stand there and get hit by Lin Che. She was really angry. She threw the sword down and snorted. She looked at Lin Che and said, "You think you'll be fine just because you won one round? I'll teach you a lesson tomorrow." After saying that, Lu Chuxia immediately ran away. Lin Che stood there. She was surprised to hear that she had won. Oh my God, she really won. She won, she took off the headgear. For a moment, she felt like she was dreaming. Because she was relying on her willpower to fight, her body was already very weak. She took off the headgear. Sweat had already soaked her hair. Her face was also covered in sweat. For a moment, she looked like a beauty coming out of the water. So beautiful. Because it was fencing, she didn't dress up, but her bare face looked even more crystal clear. The men on the stage were really stunned. Especially when she took off her mask. This woman was really heroic and charming. She was so beautiful that it made people sigh in their hearts, and on the stage, it wasn't that Gu Jingze didn't notice the way these men were looking at her. He pursed his lips and stood up. He looked at Lin Che. On one hand, he felt that she was indeed a different woman. On the other hand, he thought gloomily that she was really an attractive woman. Did she know that these men were coveting her? He turned around and looked at the men indifferently. He took a deep breath and said to the bodyguard beside him, "Look who's staring at Madam." Dig his eyes out. Everyone quickly looked away and pretended to look elsewhere. Otherwise, with Gu Jing's ruthlessness, they didn't know if he would really do something like gouging someone's eyes out. After all, no one in the audience dared to challenge Gu Jingze. Even if they were all rich and powerful, there was still a difference in status. Moreover, Gu Jingze was not only a domineering person, but he also liked to play dirty. On the stage, Lin Che took off her headgear. She felt a wave of weakness and almost fell. Situ Cheong walked over and pulled Lin Che up. Lin Che said, "I told you I would win. Let's see if you still dare to scold me." "Yes, you won." He smiled at her. It had only been a month and she had really won. From the beginning, he thought that she wouldn't be able to persist. Later, he thought that she wasn't good at it. Later, he thought that she wouldn't be able to win. Now, she had really slapped him in the face. He thought that she was indeed the woman that Gu Jingze fancied. Indeed, there was always something different about her that could make Gu Jingze fall for her. At this moment, Gu Jingze had already come down. He didn't know Situ Cheong well, so he didn't stand on ceremony. He looked at her and reached out to take Lin Che. Lin Che said, "I'm fine. I'm just really tired." Gu Jingze said, "Don't move. I'll carry you." Lin Che didn't reject him because she was really exhausted and didn't have the energy to continue walking. At this moment, she didn't want to care about what the people in the audience were thinking. She just hugged Gu Jingze's neck. She turned her head and said to Situ Cheong, "Come watch me dance ballet tomorrow." "Okay, but do you know how to dance ballet? You didn't learn it on the spot, did you?" Chapter 461. "Yeah, I learned it on the spot," Lin Che said. Situ Cheong shook her head. "You're really annoying. You should have been more diligent. Why did you have to learn it on the spot? I didn't embarrass you, did I?" She harumphed. Gu Jingze was already unhappy. This Situ Cheong. He had never heard of her talking so much nonsense before. Gu Jingze's face was cold. He glared at Situ Cheong, turned around, and left the place. Situ Cheong naturally caught the man's warning. She just harumphed and stood there, shrugging her shoulders nonchalantly. Everyone had watched the match, but it took a long time for them to recover from the excitement of what had just happened. It wasn't the process of the competition that was exciting, but Situ Cheong's sudden appearance. And Lin Che's touching scene. She really made more playboys pay more attention to her. They were all discussing in private about how they didn't realize that Lin Che was so touching. Unfortunately, it was too late. She had already been taken away by Gu Jingze. In the room, Gu Jingze asked someone to bring the medicine for Lin Che. As Lin Che lay there, he saw Gu Jingze wave his hand to let the others go first. He walked over with the cold medicine. Lin Che said quickly, "You. How did you know that I had a cold?" Gu Jingze glared at her. "You should ask why you didn't tell me earlier." Lin Che lay there, pursing his lips. "I thought it was nothing. I thought I could get through it. That's enough." As he spoke, he made Lin Che drink the medicine first. Lin Che could only open her mouth obediently. After drinking the medicine, she watched Gu Jingze put the pills down. She then said excitedly, "Seriously, I thought I was going to lose for sure. I didn't expect Situ Cheong to come. I don't think I can lose in front of her no matter what. Otherwise, it would be so embarrassing." Gu Jingze glanced at her. Really? Lin Che said, also, there were no cheers on the stage when I won. I thought everyone wanted Lu Chuxia to win. Gu Jingze looked at her. This silly girl didn't know that the men were starting to go crazy for her. He said, the competition is fair. Why are they booing? All right, just lie down and rest. There's still ballet tomorrow. Yes, that's right. There's still a fierce battle ahead. I can't let my guard down. Won't you fall asleep after taking this cold medicine? I don't want to sleep on stage tomorrow. Gu Jingze said, this is a newly developed medicine. You won't feel anything after taking it, but it will suppress your cold. Many athletes take it before the competition, and it doesn't contain any illegal drugs. Wow, there's such a good medicine, Lin Che said in surprise. I didn't know about it before. Gu Jingze said, I don't usually need to eat it, so you don't need to know. Lin Che said, is such a good medicine very expensive? It's only 2,000 apiece. That was all. You call this just? Lin Che knew that he shouldn't have asked. And Gu Jingze. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he saw Situ Cheong standing outside. Gu Jingze paused for a moment, looked at him, and walked over slowly. What's the matter? Situ Cheong looked inside. Let's see how Lin Che is doing. She's fine. She's already asleep after taking the medicine. Oh, okay then. I'll see her tomorrow, Situ Cheong said. Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes. I didn't expect young Master Cheong to care about Lin Che so much. I thank you on his behalf. Situ Cheong said, yeah, she's my disciple after all. It's normal for a master to care about his disciple. After Situ Cheong finished speaking, he turned around and left. Gu Jingze looked at him with narrowed eyes. This Situ Cheong, the next day. Lin Che didn't expect that in just one day, he would have an admirer in this circle. When she came out early in the morning, someone brought her something. Our young Master Jean said that it's for Miss Lin. Please keep it well. This is a top-notch tonic for your body. A servant ran over and said with a fawning expression. On the other side, Gu Jingze took the thing and passed it to the bodyguard behind him. Take it to nourish your body. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze speechlessly. You're giving it to someone just like that? Gu Jingze looked at her. Idiot, you're weak from the flu. You can't just give it to your body. Moreover, you've been lying down for a day while these bodyguards have been standing around for the whole day. Who do you think is more tired and in need of nourishment? Alright, what he said made sense. But wasn't he just making things up? After a few steps, someone came to deliver something again. Miss Lin, President Wang brought you a shawl. He said that he heard that you've caught a cold and that the sea breeze is strong outside. It can protect you from the cold. Before Lin Che could reach out, Gu Jingze took it with another hand. He threw it to the servant behind him. The sea breeze is strong. It's yours. Take it. Lin Che said, Gu Jingze, I don't think that's a good idea. They're just worried about my health, Gu Jingze said, we don't usually use things of this price. It's not good for the skin. After that, Gu Jingze couldn't take it anymore. He glared at them coldly. Someone actually dared to give something to Lin Che. He glared at them so that they didn't dare to come closer. After that, with the black-faced king of hell around, the journey was much smoother. Lin Che couldn't help but look at Gu Jingze strangely. Say, so many girls admire you, but they don't dare to give you anything. Is it because of your black-faced face that they're scared away? Gu Jingze looked at her and said calmly, of course not. Then why is it? You want to know? Yes, yes. I want to know. Lin Che nodded hurriedly. Gu Jingze then told the bodyguards not to stop any socialites or daughters who came over. Sure enough, when the bodyguards didn't come to clear the way, someone really saw Gu Jingze. She ran over in infatuation, holding a handmade chocolate in her hand and said, "Second young master, I just saw you. I've always wanted to give you something to try my handmade chocolate, but your people are too fierce and don't let anyone near you. Speaking of which, I've been to the Gu family before, but I've never seen second young master. Do you want to try my chocolate?" The girl looked at Gu Jingze. This was the first time she had been so close to him. Her face was burning red. However, Gu Jingze took the chocolate. Before the girl could be wild with joy, Gu Jingze had already passed the chocolate to the bodyguard and said to the girl in front of him, "Sorry, I never eat handmade food. There are too many germs on my hands." What he meant was that she was dirty. The girl's face turned red. A rich girl like her was suddenly belittled by him, as if she was worthless. She stomped her feet and ran away angrily. When she left, her eyes were red. Lin Che followed behind. She opened her mouth and thought, this Gu Jingze's mouth is really too poisonous. No wonder he doesn't give me anything anymore. Chapter 462. If Lin Che had heard him say that, she would have given him a slap on the face. Lin Che said, "You're really good at breaking people's hearts. I've seen the girls' hearts shatter all over the floor." Gu Jingze said, "You should learn a little. This is called the way of rejection. No, no, no. The people here are either rich or rich. I don't dare to offend anyone. Women from the Gu family, why should I be afraid of offending anyone?" Lin Che said, "But I think that these girls ran away angrily because they're too reserved. If it were me, I wouldn't have run away if you said that. I'm a very vengeful person." Gu Jingze looked at her and said, "Oh. What would you do?" Lin Che smiled and said evilly, "Didn't you say that my hands are dirty? I'll put my hand in your mouth and see if you still think it's dirty." Gu Jingze thought that this was indeed something that Lin Che would do. But, Gu Jingze saw that Lin Che was still gesturing with her finger. He smiled and bit her finger. Lin Che was stunned. Slowly, her eyes widened. Gu Jingze's action was a blatant seduction. Lin Che blushed. They were still on the road. She didn't want others to see it. She quickly retracted her hand. She pouted at Gu Jingze and said, "You're so bad." Gu Jingze smiled and said, "You said that you'd put your hand in my mouth, and you're saying that I'm bad?" Lin Che knew that she couldn't win against him in an argument, so she snorted and said, "I'm ignoring you." They arrived at the venue where the ballet competition was being held. As soon as they entered, many people on the stage looked at Lin Che and applauded. "Lin Che, are you feeling better?" "Miss Lin, I watched the TV show that you acted in yesterday. It was really good. Your acting was so good that I almost cried." "Miss Lin, this is a prepaid card for the mall that my family owns. You can swipe it whenever you want. Consider it a greeting gift from me." Look, Lin Che was speechless as he thought to himself, it's only been a day, but these people's attitudes have changed too quickly. Lin Che raised her head and saw that Gu Jingze had already sat inside and was looking at her coldly. She didn't dare to provoke this king of hell again, so she gratefully rejected him and said that it was okay. She didn't want to shop for herself. Then, she ran to his side and sat down. She raised her head and said obsequiously, "There are so many fans in the socialite circle." Gu Jingze's expression softened when he saw that she was being obedient. He looked at Lin Che and said, "Of course. Otherwise, why do you think these rich young ladies from wealthy families would go out to socialize? Of course, it's because of their connections. They're very loyal. You'll be surprised. All right. Lin Che shrunk his neck, feeling as if he was blushing again. It was surprising, but also a little weird. Because this time, she was famous in such a rich world. When Lu Chuxia arrived, she immediately saw that the men who used to crazily follow her now looked at her indifferently. She was indescribably angry. This damned Lin Che. She didn't do anything, but why did she attract so much attention? Lu Chuxia glared fiercely at Lin Che, who was sitting outside. Lu Chuxia harumphed and went to prepare her clothes. She didn't expect Lin Che to beat her yesterday. This was indeed her mistake. She thought that Lin Che wouldn't be able to learn so many things in a month. She didn't expect that not only did he learn, but he also learned well. It seemed that Situ Cheong wasn't just a title. She had a certain level of ability. Lu Chuxia quickly changed her clothes. She looked at Lin Che, but he was already gone. She didn't know where he went. She looked at him for a long time and was still puzzled. But when she was done changing, she raised her head and puffed out her chest and walked out. When a white figure appeared in the hall, the people on the stage were shocked. Then, they realized that it was Lu Chuxia. Lu Chuxia was wearing a white slim-fitting ballet costume. The modified clothes were very close-fitting. In fact, ballet clothes were not just those small white dresses. There were many kinds of modern ballet clothes. She was wearing a small white dress, but it was so sexy that it made people want to vomit blood. Everyone immediately looked at Lu Chuxia's good figure. They couldn't help but think that Lu Chuxia was indeed Lu Chuxia. That figure was too beautiful. Lu Chuxia looked at the lustful eyes of those men and couldn't help but sneer. These men were all the same, so it was normal for Lin Che to be attracted to them. In this circle, there were often new faces that amazed people, but slowly, they would still find out that she, Lu Chuxia, was the most powerful, because she was the king of this circle. It wasn't easy for her to be able to maintain this status for so many years and still be looked up to by them. Under the applause of the crowd, Lu Chuxia walked onto the stage. Her ballet was carefully designed, and matched with her sexy clothes. The ballet was also very charming. Lu Chuxia's ballet was comparable to a professional. The women below the stage were all amazed. Those who had learned ballet knew that she was really too professional. No one could find a single mistake. Some people couldn't help but worry for Lin Che. If Lin Che was like this, what chance did he have of winning? In fact, Lin Che shouldn't have agreed to this bet. Lu Chuxia's position as the #1 socialite wasn't something an ordinary person could challenge. Lu Chuxia was like a charming woman. Every gaze was so on point. It really seduced the men present. They wanted to jump down and dance with her, enchant her delicate body. At this time, they had already forgotten about the previous Lin Che. They also forgot about Lin Che's beauty. After all, men were carnivores. Seeing Lu Chuxia like this, they couldn't help but want to press the button to give her a score. However, reason told them that they should first see how Lin Che and the others performed. Maybe there would be a little surprise. Lu Chuxia stopped her seductive movements along with the music. She looked at the men on the stage with satisfaction. They were all looking at her with infatuation. The feeling of being surrounded by stars made her feel satisfied again. However, before she could stand still, she heard someone say, "That's Lin Che, right?" Lin Che had already appeared at the door. However, that black dress was a little different from Lin Che's usual refreshing and charming appearance. Lin Che's ballet dress was black. Moreover, it wasn't a normal short ballet dress. It was a long dress. The back of the dress dragged all the way to the ground, covering both his feet and legs. The upper part of the dress was tight. The silky skirt looked very comfortable. It was like water, flowing all over the floor. Chapter 463. Was she going to perform a ballet? With her skirt covering her legs, it wouldn't look good no matter how she danced. After all, the audience was looking at her legs. Could it be that she hadn't learned it well enough and was worried that it wouldn't look good, so she wanted to cover it up? That would make it even more obvious. However, everyone knew that Lucia was a professional when it came to dancing. It was hard for her to compete with her. Lucia looked at Lin Che. Although she was surprised by her outfit, she still snorted and walked over. She snorted at Lin Che and said, "You always use something different to catch people's attention." "That's right. After leaving Gujingza, you still need to attract different people to give you more chips. Alright, go ahead and hook up with these men." Although none of the playboys on the stage can compare to Gujingza, at least they're willing to spend a lot of money. It's enough for you to spend for a few lifetimes. Lin Che didn't look at her. Seeing that she brushed past her, she turned around and called for the other ballet dancers. When she stood on the stage, everyone still didn't know what dance she was going to perform. On the stage, Lin Che took a deep breath. She knew that she couldn't think too much at this time. She had to rely on herself. So, she closed her eyes and bowed to the people below the stage. Then, she heard the music slowly start. The people on the stage fixed their eyes on the stage. As the music started, Lin Che got into position. Suddenly, the music started and Lin Che suddenly did a split. Everyone was shocked to see that although her ballet dress was long, it had a high split. When she was standing on the ground, it didn't feel much, but once she jumped up, her legs would be completely exposed. Inside, her fair legs were tied with black ribbons. Her slender legs were wrapped in such a way, making them look even more slender. When she jumped up, the two sides of her skirt fluttered in the wind, making her look especially fairy-like. The feeling of suddenly exploding made everyone's eyes light up. Then, the audience realized that this time, Lin Che wasn't performing an ordinary dance. It had the feel of a dance skit. The skit was called The Black Swan's Counterattack. The Black Swan was the most classic and treacherous character in ballet. It always stood opposite to the White Swan, like the evil witch in fairy tales. Lin Che's performance as the Black Swan was still as cunning and sly as before, but she also had her own sorrow and sadness. She was like a character that was neither good nor evil. In reality, she was looked down upon by others, but she still persisted on her own path. Even if her feet were filled with thorns and her back was filled with curses, she still wanted to walk forward and reach the peak. Lin Che danced and danced. His expression was sometimes evil, sometimes cold, and sometimes sinister. He was extremely vicious, and his tone was very dark. She used a lot of jumping and spinning movements in the dance, making full use of the skirt's effect. All of a sudden, everyone was immersed in watching the shocking stage, forgetting everything else. Lin Che's stage appeal was outstanding. After all, she was an actress and knew how to perform. Although her dancing was not particularly outstanding and professional, she used her acting skills and plot to captivate people's hearts. Lin Che already knew that she would not be able to compete with Lu Chuxia in terms of professionalism. So, she wanted to use her strengths to attract everyone's attention and use professional performance to capture everyone's hearts. So, on the same day, she hurriedly went to find the ballet teacher. The two of them used the last bit of time to design this set of dance. The ballet teacher was also very surprised. It seemed that she did not expect Lin Che to have such an ability. However, Lin Che brought a series of surprises to everyone. Usually, everyone only saw the delicate girl. It was the first time that they saw Lin Che perform so evil. After the dance, she stood there. The hem of her skirt also fell to the side. Her long legs stood straight, full of desolation. The venue suddenly fell silent. There was no sound at all. Only her tired panting could be heard. It was not until the last moment that the cheers came directly. Lin Che won for sure. Lu Chuxia watched from behind. Before she had time to change her clothes, she only saw that there was already a commotion outside. Lu Chuxia was stunned, her face like wax. How could it be? How could it be? Lin Che won. Lin Che actually beat her. She did not want to believe it, but she had to believe it. Lin Che really did beat her. Lu Chuxia slowly sat down. She really did not want to believe it, but Lin Che did not follow her train of thought. She actually thought of such a strange way to win the competition. The WW banquet this time was not over yet. Everyone was chatting happily as they walked back. This was the most exciting WW banquet in history. When these socialites first arrived, they had the thought of trying to compete with each other. After all, everyone wanted to be the #1 socialite and wanted to win. However, after arriving, they saw that everyone's attention was attracted by Lin Che and Lu Chuxia, so they consciously gave up. After all, they understood that Lin Che was representing the Gu family, and Lu Chuxia was representing the Lu family. These two families were competitive, and others naturally did not have the ability to compete with them. Moreover, Lin Che and Lu Chuxia were really outstanding, beautiful, and attractive. Hence, after the competition ended, they excitedly discussed Lin Che and Lu Chuxia. At first, everyone was really curious about Lin Che and despised him, thinking that he could not win no matter what. Unexpectedly, Lin Che turned the tables on Lu Chuxia, just like in the ballet she performed. This time, Lu Chuxia, whom everyone thought highly of, fell. She was now fully deserving of the title of #1 socialite. Gu Jingze quickly arranged for the people to pack up. After the final banquet, they would leave the island and return home. Gu Jingze continued to work in his room. Lin Che was bored, so he came out to call Yu Minmin. Yu Minmin said, "Congratulations, I heard that you won this time." "It's okay, it's the result of everyone's hard work," Lin Che said, "but how did you know?" "I heard it from the servants. They said that you've already successfully surpassed Lu Chuxia. You didn't hear it, but they praised you so much that you don't even look like you. They said that you're so beautiful that you've charmed many men. I don't know how many men want to get to know you now. It can't be. It's true. Socialites are celebrities in this industry. Otherwise, how do they come to be known as social belles? Women have always been in an awkward position in the business world. They are the lubricant for transactions and the polishing agent for relationships. Alright, hurry back, your movie is going to be released soon. Hurry back, you have to do some publicity. Chapter 464. I know. I'll talk to you later. Situ Cheong is here. What? Situ Cheong is there too. Lin Che hung up the phone. He looked at Situ Cheong who was walking towards him. He smiled at Lin Che. "Miss Lin, do you have time to come and have a chat with me?" Lin Che said, "How can I not be free?" "Of course. Aren't you the top socialite now? You're booked until next month. I came here because I was worried that you wouldn't have time." "What are you talking about?" Situ Cheong looked at her. "I'm not joking. After today, won't anyone try to get close to you and pull you into some social circle?" Lin Che asked curiously, "What social circle?" Situ Cheong said, "These social circles are organized by rich heirs. Swimming clubs, cruise clubs, racing clubs, etc. They're basically social circles. They organize some gatherings to expand their social circle. Really? I've never heard Gu Jingze say that he attended any gatherings. For example, Mr. President. He has a private gathering, but it's just a gathering with a few of his close friends. No one else wants to join. However, Gu Jingze is special. He's famous for not joining any gatherings. That's why you don't know about it. Lin Che said, but I've never met anyone. Because you're Mrs. Gu, people don't dare to pull Gu Jingze to any gatherings. They might flock to pull you, but Gu Jingze probably stopped them. Now that you're famous in this circle and you've just defeated Lu Chuxia to become the top socialite, many men are infatuated with you, so there should be a lot of people who want to get to know you. But I haven't met anyone. Situ Cheong looked at Lin Che. Maybe Gu Jingze has protected you too well, so they don't dare to come. Lin Che looked up. Is that so? Actually, Lin Che didn't want to interfere too much with Gu Jingze's affairs. She didn't know much about it, so she didn't ask. She didn't know much about his protection. Situ Cheong said, speaking of which, we haven't had a fencing match in a long time. That's right. You've always been the one finding people to abuse me. When he was studying, Situ Cheong always let others be his sparring partner while he scolded others in annoyance. Situ Cheong said, do you want to compete? Lin Che looked inside. Gu Jingze would probably be busy for a long time, and the servants were packing things up. Lin Che nodded magnanimously, all right, let's give it a try. In the fencing room, Lin Che and Situ Cheong both changed their clothes and picked up their sword. Lin Che shouted, begin. There was no need for a referee as the two of them started fighting. Actually, Lin Che was quite a fast learner, and he seemed to have some talent in this area. Therefore, at this moment, he looked quite decent. However, he was still defeated by Situ Cheong in just a few moves. He didn't even have the strength to fight back. Lin Che helplessly stopped and said to him, forget it, you didn't come here to ask me to fight. You just came here to torture me. Really, you don't have any tender feelings for the fairer sex. Let's not fight anymore. Situ Cheong smiled and sat down to look at Lin Che. Have some sportsmanship. If I keep giving in to you, I'll be looking down on you. Lin Che looked at Situ Cheong. He looked even more heroic in his fencing clothes than usual. When he waved his sword, his movements were graceful and elegant. It was as if he had become one with the sword, which was very nice to look at. Lin Che looked at Situ Cheong in admiration. He looked at Situ Cheong and said, I didn't expect you to be so good at fencing. Situ Cheong said, of course. Otherwise, how could I be the master of the #1 socialite? Get lost. You're teasing me again. Situ Cheong looked at Lin Che's smile and paused. He noticed that Lin Che's foot was still wrapped in bandages. Your foot, Lin Che looked at it and said, oh, it's okay. It's just ballet practice. I'm not used to it at the beginning. Situ Cheong looked at her face deeply. After a while, he heard someone come in and whisper something in his ear. He then said, Gu Jingze is here to see you. Is that so? I'll be leaving first then. Situ Cheong nodded and watched her get up and leave. To be honest, he never expected Lin Che to defeat Lu Chuxia. But, to his surprise, she actually won. Housekeeper Chen looked at Situ Cheong, especially at the fencing clothes he was wearing. He did not expect young Master Cheong to put on his fencing clothes again today because of Lin Che. This was a little too surprising. As soon as Lin Che went out, he saw Gu Jingze outside. Lin Che ran over and said, are you done? Yeah, I'm done. Let's go. I'll take you out for a walk. Really? That's great. I've been nervous for so many days and haven't had the chance to see the scenery here. Also, it's my first time on such a small island, Lin Che said. Gu Jingze looked back and could see Situ Cheong's faint figure through the glass window. She seemed to be wearing a white fencing clothes. Were you fencing just now? Yeah. After learning for so long, I wanted to give it a try, but he's too good. I'm no match for him at all, Lin Che said, his tone filled with admiration. Gu Jingze looked at her. He's very good. Lin Che nodded. Yeah. He's very good. Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes and said, Go, change your clothes. We're going to the beach. Oh, okay. As Gu Jingze watched Lin Che leave, he turned around. Situ Cheong had already come out. She looked at Gu Jingze and said, President Gu, do you have something to say? Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes and looked at Situ Cheong. After a while, he cleared his throat. Stay away from Lin Che. Situ Cheong didn't say anything and looked at him quietly. Gu Jingze didn't say anything else. He turned around and left, his back looking gloomy. When Lin Che came over, he saw Gu Jingze's gloomy expression. He was curious. What's wrong, Gu Jingze? Did something happen? Nothing. Situ Cheong has a weird personality. It's better for you to stay away from him. Really? I'm really curious. Why do you all say that he has a weird personality? But I really think that he's quite normal. It's just that he's a little annoying when he talks. Forget it. I'll take you to the beach first. The seawater here was very beautiful because there was no breeding area. Lin Che looked at the vast sky and sea. He couldn't help but say, I didn't know that Liu Beichin has such taste. This place is really good for his health. He can fish, and take a walk every day. It's such a good life. Gu Jingze said, yeah. Beichin has always been arrogant and doesn't like to be tied down. Actually, I didn't agree to him being with Jing Yan at first because Jing Yan will always be led astray by him. Pfft, okay. But it's fine as long as they think they're suitable. They're husband and wife. Why do you care about them? Yeah, why don't I care about you? He lowered his head and tugged at her ear. This disobedient little woman was the one who needed to be disciplined. She was so attractive this time. He hadn't taught her a lesson yet so that she would dare to be so attractive again. Chapter 465. However, he should have known that Lin Che was a piece of unpolished jade that could be forged even more exquisitely. It was just that he didn't want to forge it. Watching Lin Che slowly grow by her side was actually a very enjoyable thing, wasn't it? Gu Jingze put his arm around her shoulders. Let's go there. Why are we going there? Lin Che asked curiously. We asked Liu Beichin for a boat. Don't you want to experience life on a fishing boat? Let's go fishing. Wow, really? That's great. Lin Che followed them happily. When they reached the place and saw the big boat, she wanted to ask if it was a fishing boat. I thought it was an open boat from ancient times. It was a small yacht that was neither too big nor too small. It was the kind of yacht that had a room to rest and have fun. There was also a cockpit in the front for driving. Gu Jingze heard her and said, How can I take that kind of boat? There were tourists on the side. They watched as the tourists got on the small yacht. There were small tables on the yacht with drinks and fruits on them. Gu Jingze was leaning on the deck chair, fishing with his fishing rod hanging down. The tourists looked at him from afar and felt really envious. Someone even asked where the boat was rented from. Others told them that there had been a meeting on the island recently, and that countless rich people had come to the island. The private airport on the island had been specially opened for these rich people, and this was probably also a trip for one of the rich people. Their boats were all their own, not rented. They thought that it was a game of rich people and didn't ask anymore. On the boat, Lin Che held the fishing rod but couldn't catch anything for a long time. She wondered if she was doing it the wrong way, so she kept changing her position. However, he could only look at Gu Jingze, who was busy harvesting fruits. After a while, there were already a few small fish lying in his bucket with a pitter-patter. Lin Che was speechless. Why can't I catch anything? If you keep being so noisy, I won't be able to catch anything, Gu Jingze said as he leaned on the deck chair and looked at Lin Che. Lin Che was speechless. I don't care. I can't catch anything if I can't catch anything. Hurry up and tell me how you did it. Gu Jingze lifted his body and looked at Lin Che. Do you really want to know how to catch anything? Lin Che hurriedly nodded. Gu Jingze smiled and waved at her. Come here. Lin Che looked at his faint smile and said in a daze, What? What do you want? Gu Jingze said, Don't you want to know? Bribe me and I'll tell you. How to bribe? Gu Jingze frowned. He looked at Lin Che impatiently and pulled him into his arms. Lin Che moaned and fell into his arms. Gu Jingze hugged her. The blue sea and blue sky, water and sky connected. He held the woman in his arms and gently kissed her lips. The tip of his tongue circled around her lips and then went back into her mouth again. He slowly explored her tongue, circling her delicate body. Outside, someone saw this scene. The two of them were hugging each other, their clothes fluttering in the wind. It was a beautiful scene. From afar, the kissing scene didn't look lewd at all. Instead, it was very beautiful. It was like a romantic scene in a movie, making people want to enjoy it. Someone on the shore said, Rich people really know how to enjoy themselves. They kissed on the boat. Wow, that man is so handsome. He looks like he has a good figure. It would be great if he could kiss me. Yeah, I wish the woman in his arms was me. After kissing her enough, he let go of her but didn't let her get up. He just held her waist and looked at the splashes below. The boat swished across the water. The fishing hook didn't move. It was as if the small fish didn't want to disturb the two of them. Gu Jingze and Lin Che enjoyed the moment of peace together. Neither of them wanted to move. The sun was very strong, especially on the sea. The ultraviolet rays were very strong. However, Lin Che wasn't afraid of getting tanned. Gu Jingze was a man, so he wasn't worried about getting tanned. On the contrary, under such strong sunlight, his whole body was enveloped by the strong sunlight. He squinted his eyes and looked very good. Lin Che found a comfortable position, leaned on his body, raised his head to look at his handsome face, thought for a moment, slowly reached out to hold his waist, only to feel his body muscles feel really good, like this around his waist, touching his solid muscles. The feeling is also so enjoyable. Even when the sun was about to set, Lin Che still hadn't remembered that she wanted to ask him about fishing. Suddenly, she remembered. She stood up and said, Oh yeah, you haven't taught me how to fish. Gu Jingze said, You know, it's easy to fish if you want to. Really? How do you fish? First, you have to marry a husband who knows how to fish. Then you can sit there and watch him catch a lot of fish. He smiled and pulled up his little frame. He said to her, Didn't I catch one? You. Gu Jingze, you liar. You're really a liar. You're a liar. Lin Che slapped his body. Gu Jingze didn't dodge. Anyway, it didn't hurt. He just laughed in a muffled voice. The boat was slowly approaching the shore. A laughing voice came from the side. Oh my, am I seeing things? Someone actually dares to hit Gu Jingze. Lin Che quickly stopped and saw that the person was Liu Beichin. Gu Jingze pulled Lin Che and didn't dodge. His expression was normal, as if nothing had happened. Sometimes, Lin Che really thought that Gu Jingze's face-changing skills were really superb. He could change his face so quickly and without leaving a trace. Lin Che couldn't be as calm as him. Her face was a little red. Because she was fooling around like a child just now and someone had seen it. Gu Jingze said, "I'll return the boat to you." Liu Beichin said, "Okay." He looked at Lin Che, who was behind him. In the past, if he saw someone hitting Gu Jingze, that person would have disappeared from Country C a long time ago. Unexpectedly, things were different now. Gu Jingze knew how to play with people. Perhaps Lin Che was the only one. No one else could have such an honor like Gu Jingze. Liu Beichin said, "I'm here to tell you that we'll have dinner together tonight. My father is hosting a banquet at home." Lin Che's expression became a little unnatural when she heard that. After all, she had just won the title of the so-called first socialite from Lu Chuxia. Although the title was not very useful, it would still be awkward if they met. As if understanding her uneasiness, Liu Beichin said, "Don't worry about Chuxia causing trouble. She has already left on a plane."